Delenda est Carthago. No states, no nations ever met in arms greater in strength or richer in resources. These powers themselves had never been in so high a state of efficiency or better prepared to stand the strain of a long war. And yet, great as was their strength, the hatred they felt towards each other was almost greater. The Punic Wars, Part 1, The Prelude. I'm a very big fan of George S. Patton, the World War II general, but it's not for the same reason that most people might think. Now, I know I'm going to get some bad feedback for this, but I would have to say that the man was a very good general, but I don't think he was a great general. And the reason I say he was a good general is that he was a pioneer when it came to mobile warfare. The guy was up there with kind of Heinz Guderian, and he knew the potential of the tank. He had audacity written throughout his entire character. He knew that he had to press the offensive and keep the enemy on the run. He was a motivator of people. He understood logistics. He came from a family background of warfare. His forefathers fought in the American Civil War as generals, granted on the Confederate side, but still. And the man lived for warfare. But at the same time, in almost all of his confrontations, he had the advantage when it came to manpower and material. And also, almost always, he had either naval or air supremacy. So I think, to me, what makes a great general is somebody who is able to pull out victory even when they are outgunned and outmanned, and they're running low on supplies. I think of people like Robert E. Lee, who pulled out an incredible flanking maneuver at Chancellorsville, taking on an army twice his size. Or I think of Rommel, who was actually able to rally his troops that were retreating from the British and throw them directly at the Americans at Kasserine Pass and pull off a victory. Nah, the reason I like Patton is because of his idiosyncrasies, his eccentricities. And how does that old phrase go? What's the difference between somebody who's eccentric and somebody who's crazy? It's how much money they have. I just love the way the guy thought. He believed that he was a reincarnated warrior, that he had fought alongside the Romans and alongside Napoleon in past lives, and he used that same knowledge in the present era. He was also somebody that was incredible when it came to these just absolutely fantastic sayings. He was renowned as saying, "The purpose of war is not to die for your country, but to make the other poor bastard die for his country." He was also quoted as saying that if he was ever stuck between the Russians and the Germans, he'd make it a point to attack in both directions. There was one phrase that he said that I don't think quite got as much limelight, and it comes from the movie that was named after his namesake, so some of this might be from Hollywood, but I don't think it's too far from his character. I had to dig deep to actually find the exact movie line. Now, this is a line that comes from later in the movie. He's talking to one of his subordinates about how he can topple the Third Reich. And what I think he's really referring to is his own glory. Quote, "I had a dream last night. In my dream, it came to me that right now the whole Nazi Reich is mine for the taking. I was nearly sent home in disgrace. Now I have precisely the right instrument at precisely the right moment in history, in exactly the right place. This, too, will change very quickly, like a planet spinning off into the universe. A chance like this won't come again in 1,000 years." End quote. To me, what is so striking about this line is it kind of gives an insight into what Patton thought about the Second World War. It's almost exactly what John Milton was allegedly quoted as saying about Alexander the Great. He said that when Alexander saw the breadth of his domain, he wept, for there were no more lands for him to conquer. I think for both of these men, it wasn't just simply the idea of attacking somebody. It wasn't just warfare for warfare's sake. They needed to command a large force where there were extremely high stakes. There had to be a glorious cause. And most importantly, they had to be going up against a worthy opponent. Alexander, after all, had his Persian Empire and the forces under Darius, whereas Patton had his Third Reich. And I question how much job satisfaction would Patton have if he was in command of American forces when they went into Grenada or when they invaded Panama. Patton represents the eternal soldier, a person fighting in great conflicts throughout history to determine the course of Western civilization. And that's why I think you could pluck him out of the Second World War and put him into that great confrontation between Carthage and Rome, and he would have fit in just perfectly. And that's what makes the Punic Wars so incredibly special in my mind, because it is the embodiment of what Patton is. It was a war that was fought over an extended period of time. From beginning to end, it was over 100 years. It was fought with massive forces. It was fought for the course of Western civilization and led to the extinction of another culture. And most importantly, it was fought between worthy adversaries. It was punctuated by titanic battles. Battles that would be inscribed into the pantheon of what even modern military strategists have to read in order to be accomplished. There were blood feuds. There were oaths taken by sons to fulfill the obligations of their fathers on both sides. One of the best parts is that our story begins almost like a movie preview, because it begins with the destruction of the great empire established by Alexander the Great. And like with most movie previews, you start with that line, in a world where Alexander the Great had an army under his control, one of the finest armies inherited to him by his father, Philip of Macedon. And with this army, he decided to challenge the greatest empire of its day, the Persians. He was able to kick the Persians out of Asia Minor, push into the Middle East. He went into Egypt to establish the foundations of the Ptolemaic dynasty, and then pressed onward through Babylon deep into India. But he was a man that was destined only to live to the age of 32. And with his death, his mighty empire crumbled and then divided. But not all was to be lost, for in the West, a new empire was rising, and that empire would be known as Carthage. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about Carthage. Well, Carthage was a trading outpost that was established by the Phoenicians, who were a group of traders from modern-day Lebanon. They initially came from a city by the name of Tyre, and while militarily unaggressive, they were extremely aggressive when it came to any type of commercial venture. It's stated that the Phoenicians actually went throughout the Mediterranean basin. They actually went out through the Straits of Gibraltar and established colonies on the west coast of Africa and all the way up through Spain. If you think about it in terms of strategic commercial positioning, the central portion of the North African coast in what is modern-day Tunisia, a portion of land that actually kind of juts out into the Mediterranean, is an ideal location for the establishment of a colony. All trade going back and forth would have to stop off at that point. Now, Carthage wasn't the first city to be established there, but it gained prominence very quickly. It was stated that Carthage was established in the year 814 BCE by Dido, who was daughter of the upper class in Tyre. She was actually being persecuted by the aristocracy and decided to flee and establish her own city. Now, once Carthage established a foothold, it began to expand very rapidly. The first major target made sense. It would kind of solidify its hold on North Africa, and so it took on the Numidians and the Libyans and kind of established a power base with them. But Carthage also had the ability to expand via the sea because it had such excellence when it came to naval superiority. And so places like Corsica and Sardinia quickly became Carthaginian colonies. Carthage tried to go for Sicily as well, and was able to establish a couple of outposts on the western coast of it, but unfortunately it was defeated at the Battle of Himera in 480 BCE, and that kind of stopped Carthaginian expansion eastward. Instead, Carthage turned its attention to establishing colonies in Spain, and by the 5th century, Carthage had this incredibly vast trade network throughout the Mediterranean. She had these outposts that just kind of dotted the entire coastline. And by 300 BCE, when Carthage and Rome were beginning to step on each other's feet, Carthage was truly the master of the Western Mediterranean. And compared to Rome, it was larger in size, it was wealthier, and it had a navy, which Rome didn't even consider at that point. Carthage's rise to power wasn't always without trouble, though. It tried again to take out Sicily, because if you think about it, if you're establishing a trade empire throughout the entire Mediterranean, you need to have Sicily in your back pocket. It's smack dab in the center. It controls basically all the sea lanes, etc. This second attempt, however, to retake the island of Sicily in its entirety was met with complete disaster because Carthage had to go toe-to-toe with a man by the name of King Agathocles. Agathocles is kind of a rags to riches kind of guy who would do just about anything in order to secure power. He was somebody that was so politically vicious that Machiavelli actually has a chapter dedicated to him. You know that comedy routine by Jeff Foxworthy where he says, "You know you're a redneck if," and there's a whole bunch of different phrases? I guess the historical adaptation to that would be, "You know you're a cruel, bloodthirsty tyrant if Machiavelli gives you a thumbs up and has a chapter in his book dedicated to you." Now, this comes from chapter 8 of The Prince, which is entitled, "Of Those Who by Their Crimes Come to be Princes." And I quote, "It cannot be called prowess to kill fellow citizens, to betray friends, to be treacherous, pitiless, irreligious. Still, if the courage of Agathocles in entering into and extricating himself from dangers be considered, together with his greatness of mind in enduring, overcoming hardships, it cannot be seen why he should be esteemed less than the most notable captain. Nevertheless, his barbarous cruelty and inhumanity with infinite wickedness do not permit him to be celebrated among the most excellent men." End quote. Agathocles was born kind of towards the lower rung of society, but what he lacked in money he more than made up for with ambition. He attempted not just once, but twice, to overthrow the Greek city-state of Syracuse, which is located in the southeast corner of Sicily. In both of these situations, he had to literally run for his life. While he was in exile, he went to the Carthaginians for help, and with Carthaginian backing, he actually raised a Greek army, which he used to return to the city of Syracuse, overthrow their democracy, and establish himself as dictator. Now, he killed anybody that got in his way, whether they be political rivals, military opponents, or your average citizen. Of course, after he was able to conquer Syracuse, the city itself was not going to be enough. Agathocles decided to turn on his Carthaginian allies, the same ones that helped him raise an army in the first place. In fact, he attacked him with such gusto that he almost pushed him completely out of Sicily. And he got so good at attacking Carthaginians that in the year 310 he decided to invade North Africa and go after Carthage itself. Now, he was kind of unsuccessful with this, and he eventually had to return back to Sicily, but he left a legacy of war between the city-state of Syracuse and Carthage. But in a larger sense, he was actually a buffer zone between Rome and Carthage. Now, in the year 289, Agathocles dies, and Syracuse is left without a tyrant. Of course, it's still at war with Carthage, so it calls on a man by the name of Pyrrhus of Epirus. And we're going to get to him in a little bit, but just remember his name for the time being. Now, before we talk about how Pyrrhus brought our two contenders for world domination together, it's probably a good idea to talk a little bit about the government and military system of Carthage. Carthage was originally established as a monarchy, but in time it became an oligarchic republic, which meant that it had annually elected officials, but these officials usually came from the upper rung of society and were usually put in charge based on how much wealth they had. The executive branch, so to speak, of the Carthaginian government, their president, was known as a suffet, or in the Latin version, suffets. There was a very close association between religion and government, which meant that if you were an elected official, you also had to serve some sort of religious function as well. Very much like the Roman Senate, the Carthaginian government also had a Grand Council, which consisted of 104 judges and 30 elders, who kind of came up with the legislative portion of what the Carthaginian government was going to do. Now, if there was an issue that came up between the Grand Council and the suffets, a group known as the Popular Assembly would intercede. The Popular Assembly also had the distinction of being the ones that appointed generals and admirals in the situation of any Carthaginian war. And this is kind of a distinction from the Roman system, which we're going to get to in just a little bit. One of the major drawbacks in Carthaginian society was that it was not willing to give out citizenship very well. In fact, it gave it out very sparingly. It was kind of greedy when it came to this. And as a result, it didn't develop that sense of loyalty with its client states that Rome did. And this was going to be something that was going to haunt Carthage later down the line. But Carthage did have a certain degree of social mobility that didn't exist within Rome. In Rome, you were either born a plebeian or a patrician, and that kind of determined how far you were going to go, at least initially. In Carthage, it was based entirely on your wealth. And whether you made that money in this lifetime or whether the money in your pocket was old money, it didn't matter. The more money you had, the better spot you had in society, and as a result, doors within the Carthaginian government would be open to you. One of the other major distinctions between Carthage and Rome was that commerce was emphasized. Like I just said, the more money you had meant that you were a better person. Carthage never emphasized that sense of duty to the state through military endeavor. It just wasn't part of it. In fact, in almost all of Carthaginian wars, a majority of its army consisted of mercenaries. Let's talk about this for a second, because the Carthaginian military, its army, was initially based on the Greek phalanx. And at this point in history, the phalanx was kind of losing its efficacy, so the Carthaginians, along with other groups, were experimenting with things like heavy cavalry, elephants, war chariots. The Carthaginian citizen military was actually a very small force. It consisted of citizen soldiers who were only obliged to serve in situations of emergency, and usually for home defense when Carthage itself was in trouble. In retrospect, it makes the Carthaginians come across as a bunch of pansies, but they actually had a very capable fighting force. Again, most of their military consisted of very well-trained mercenaries. And this would include people like the Libyans, who actually supplied the largest contingent of most Carthaginian armies, and they would supply infantry. Or you would have Numidians, who were known for their fast, light cavalry. Spaniards would also be employed, who would supply heavy infantry with short, thrusting swords, which were the basis of the gladius. And if you've seen any Roman movie out there, you know exactly what I'm talking about. It's the sword of the Roman legion. You'd also find contingents of Gallic warriors that would be both infantry and cavalry. So, if you think about it, the Carthaginian forces were this multinational force, kind of like the UN of the ancient world. Except, whereas the UN would provide defense and humanitarian aid, the Carthaginians would usually be going in to invade and conquer and expand their empire. And whereas most members of the modern-day UN would be citizen soldiers from various states, the forces of the Carthaginians would be bloodthirsty sellswords that would usually sell out to the highest bidder. But that said, I want you guys to keep in mind that even though you were dealing with forces from multiple countries that all spoke different languages, and that could seem kind of daunting to kind of combine them into a military force, in actuality, these forces provided a certain degree of versatility on the battlefield. And all it required was a really good general to really fully utilize that capacity. And once fully utilized, that force was dynamite. Strangely enough, Carthage really couldn't understand this potential until well into the first and more specifically in the second Punic Wars. But where Carthage really shined was with its navy. Now again, Carthage was a mercantile power and its entire system was based on established trade routes, so it had to create a way of protecting those routes. Their ships were made out of the best material, they had the most excellent training, and the harbor systems that they had were just kind of unparalleled. In fact, the harbor at Carthage was a marvel of engineering. It could house 180 boats, could deploy them in a matter of a few hours. If you go to Google Earth and you look down on Tunis, you can actually see the remnants of that harbor, even to this day. But we're going to be covering the Carthaginian navy in more detail in a little bit of time. The take-home message was that at this particular point in history, Carthage was in her prime. She was this contender that basically dominated the Western Mediterranean. Everybody knew about Carthage. Nobody messed with Carthage. She had a military, she had a navy, she had a government system that was almost unrivaled. Almost. Because across the water in the Italian peninsula, Rome was also rising to power. So if you buy into the founding myth, Rome was founded in the year 753 BCE by a set of brothers by the names of Romulus and Remus. According to the legend, Romulus and Remus were kind of cast out of humanity. They were thrown into the woods, left to die, where they were found by a she-wolf that raised them and nursed them back to health. And the idea was that their harsh upbringing instilled in them, and the Roman character in general, this idea of unquenchable desire to survive, and what's more, an extreme sense of duty and discipline. However, Romulus and Remus didn't always see eye to eye. They had disagreements about how the city should be created, and so there was a fight between the two of them. Romulus killed Remus and became the first king of Rome. So Rome, much like Carthage, started off as a monarchy. That is up until the year 509 BCE, when the last king of Rome was actually expelled, at which point it became the Roman Republic. Rome was essentially just a collection of villages on the Tiber. And it wasn't until the 6th century when those villages started to coalesce into what we think of as a city. There is a proverb in Latin. It's a Roman proverb. It goes, Deus fortoribus adesse, which means the gods are on the side of the stronger, kind of along the same lines as fortune favors the bold. What's surprising about Rome's growth from being this collection of villages to a city to expanding out into the rest of the Italian peninsula was that Rome nearly got wiped out on several different occasions. And it's kind of hard to think about it in that way because you always think of Rome as being the eternal city, the founder of a great empire. But at this point, it was the newcomer on the block. It was the new kid. And it was the kid that kept getting beat up. It literally had to claw for every inch that it got. But with every black eye, with every bruise, with every cut, Rome learned. And more importantly, it continued to expand. Keep in mind that central Italy at this point in time, when Rome was growing up, was actually a very rowdy, vicious neighborhood. The Roman people had to deal with threats from pretty much every angle. Surrounding Rome were a set of city-states that kind of dotted the western seaboard of central Italy and along the river Tiber. These city-states, known as the Latin League of Cities, was constantly fighting with one another, including with Rome, for scarce resources, of which the city of Veii was Rome's biggest pain. While it was dealing with that, there were a group of tribes in the Apennine Mountains known as the Oscan people that would constantly come down from the mountains and raid various fields and smaller villages. And then, in the year 390, a group of Gauls from France descended down into central Italy, managed to penetrate into the city of Rome and sack it. But like I said before, Rome learned from its mistakes. It was able to, one by one, incorporate all the cities of the Latin League under its jurisdiction. Even the city of Veii became part of the Roman hegemony. And then it was able to push out the Oscan tribes and other various barbarian groups that inhabited the Apennine Mountains and pacify that area. And after the sacking by the Gauls, the Romans rebuilt their city, and this time they installed a series of fortifications and walls. Rome wouldn't be sacked again for 800 years. The real genius to Roman expansion, because after all, Rome continued to expand. It took out the rest of central Italy. It moved into an area known as Campania. But the secret to its success was that it was willing to extend citizenship to areas that it conquered, specifically to areas that were loyal to the system. These client states quickly realized that they actually had something to gain from joining up with the Roman system, that Roman citizenship and Roman hegemony wasn't really that bad of a thing, that combining their forces and having a united front and providing for the common defense of everyone could actually benefit everyone. This, by the way, was also one of the selling points of the U.S. Constitution when the 13 colonies were deciding to come together. Now, I want you guys to keep in mind that this coalition that Rome nurtured and fostered and kind of coaxed into being would be one of its saving graces. This kernel, this group of loyal city-states would save Rome time and time again and would make Rome a contender for world domination in the future. Now, in the latter part of the 4th and most of the 3rd century, Roman expansion really took off. And this was part and parcel to the Samnite Wars. Now, I'm not going to go into detail about these because the Samnite Wars, you could probably have an entire podcast onto them just by themselves. But there were 3 major wars, And of course, as the name implies, it was going up against the Samnites, who are a group of very vicious southern Italians. What would happen would be the Samnites would attack Rome, Rome would push back, claim a lot of their territory, create a peace alliance of some sort, of which the Samnites would either renege or attack Rome again. It kind of brings to mind the 1942 State of the Union address that FDR gave, where he basically stated that, they started this war, but we can finish it. Now, in the end, by the year 292, everything in Italy south of the rivers Arno and Rubicon were under Roman control, except for a handful of city-states in the Italian boot known as Magna Graecia. These were a collection of Greek colonies that kind of held out. And as Rome never had anything easy going for it, it would have to fight yet another war against a man by the name of Pyrrhus in order to secure this. But for the time being, just remember Pyrrhus's name. We're going to get back to him in just a second. For the sake of being complete, I think it's kind of important that we take a break from the strategic situation and we talk a little bit about the Roman government and military system. I'm not going to go into exquisite detail about this, but for those of you who are watching the video, it's outlined pretty nicely in that. However, I encourage people to look deeper into this because it'll give you a deeper insight to the decision-making process that occurred throughout the war. The Roman Senate is going to sound really familiar. It is, after all, what the American system of government is actually based off of. There were three major assemblies that were associated with the Senate. The first one was known as the Comitia Censurata. This was responsible for declaring war, negotiating peace treaties, but it also had the very definitive role of choosing consuls, praetors, and censors, who were the executive members of the government. Another branch of the government consisted of the Comitia Tributa, which was responsible for creating and passing legislation. And then, finally, you have my favorite assembly, which was the Concilium Plebis. This was the popular assembly. It consisted of 10 tribunes of the people. Now, keep in mind that in Roman society, you had the plebeians, who were the lower class, and then you had an upper class, who were known as the patricians. This assembly, again, the Concilium Plebis, was designed into the system in order to prevent aristocratic oppression. It's not a bad idea if you think about it. The Roman government had a system that prevented the 1% from just basically taking over and doing whatever they wanted to. I believe that this was a very important aspect of the Roman government because in Roman society, you didn't have very much social mobility. If you were born a plebeian, you were going to die a plebeian. There wasn't any way you could move into the patrician class. The Romans also had a legacy system, which meant that if you were part of the aristocracy and you served within the Senate, then all of your progeny down the line were expected to serve within the Senate as well. It wasn't kind of an elected position. This, of course, did change over time. By the 3rd century, it was actually common to have plebeians serving within the Senate. In fact, there was a term known as novus homo, which meant new man. And these were people that weren't part of the legacy system that were new to the Senate. And there were actually some very notable characters, like Cato the Elder and Cicero, that were considered new men. The most important aspect of the Roman government, however, were the consuls. These were the executive branch. It was kind of like their version of a president, except there were 2 of them, because Romans feared the idea of having just one person in charge. They didn't want to have a king. They didn't want to have a tyrant. Though there were certain situations when Rome was up to its eyeballs in trouble, when it would elect a dictator for a short period of time. Now, the most important aspect, the real take-home message that I want to convey is that these consuls were only elected for 1-year periods of time. And during those time periods, they were expected to not only run the government, but they were also expected to command armies in the field of battle. For a second, just kind of ponder this. Because you have to be kind of an aggressive personality just to make it to consul. But once you're there, you've given 1 year in order to make or break yourself. You got that 1 year to lead armies into the field of battle in order to achieve some sort of glory. Now, I don't know about you, but I think that would make someone kind of neurotic in order to achieve their megalomania. But it does explain a lot to why the Roman character was so aggressive when it came to their expansion. And speaking of expansion, it wasn't just the aggressive Roman mentality that allowed Rome to dominate the map. It was the Roman army. The Roman army was initially based off the Greek hoplite army, but during its wars to subjugate central Italy, it transformed. It went from being a short-term militia to a standing conscript army. There was a tremendous amount of military law and harsh discipline that was imposed, and as a result, the Roman army became bigger, larger, and better trained. One of the keys to its success was that there was a high degree of officers. Now, this allowed for better tactical control of the army during times of battle. The officers also had at their disposal a reward and punishment system. So, if a soldier did really well, they'd get special commendation, of which the highest was known as the Corona Civica, which was kind of a golden laurel that they would wear, and they would only get this if they saved the life of a fellow citizen. However, the punishment system was downright draconian. If a contingent of the Roman army didn't do well, they'd have to face things like decimation, where every 10th man would die. And it would usually be at the hands of their own soldiers. For that matter, pretty much any lapse in duty would be punished severely. You'd either get beaten or flogged, crucified, and if you got caught sleeping at your post, well, you'd get the death sentence for that one. Now, like I said before, a Roman army was led by a consul, and would usually consist of 2 Roman legions and 2 allied legions known as the Ala. This would be approximately about 20,000 men. However, in times of crisis or war, this could be expanded up to almost 40,000. Now let's talk about the most important aspect of the Roman army, which was the Roman legion. Now I'm going to come at you with a bunch of names and facts and numbers, and it's probably going to make your head spin. So again, I'm going to shamelessly promote my video. If you take a look at that, it explains it pretty well. The Roman legion consisted of 3 lines of heavy infantry. The first line was known as the Hastati, which were kind of the youngest men. The second line consisted of the Principes, which were men that were considered in the prime of their life, between the ages of 20 and 30. The third line was known as the Triarii and were the older and the most experienced men. Each line consisted of 10 maniples. Now, each maniple was about 120 to about 160 men. If you want to think about it in terms of modern military, each maniple was about the size of a company. Now, each maniple was also divided up into 2 centuries, which were led by a senior officer known as a centurion. If you took 3 of the maniples and you put them together, you'd have a unit known as a cohort. Now, aside from the 3 lines of heavy infantry, there would also be a group known as the Velites, which were kind of poorer citizens, but they would serve in the role as support light infantry. And finally, with every Roman legion, you'd have a contingent of cavalry, which would be about 300 to 500 horsemen of the wealthiest citizens known as the equestrian class. So, if we're doing our math right, there'd be about 3,000 heavy infantry backed up by about 1,200 light infantry and 300 to 500 cavalry. So for simplicity's sake, it'd be about 5,000 people per legion. And what did these 5,000 people use on the field of battle? Because one of the most imposing aspects of the Roman army was that they had standardization of their equipment. And Roman legionnaires actually had some really good stuff. They each had a shield known as a suctum, which was an oval shield which consisted of layers of plywood and calfskin backing. They were bracketed by a metal frame which made them extremely sturdy and resilient. Their heads would be protected by bronze helmets, their legs would be protected by bronze greaves, and the body would have this linked ring armor which made stabbing a legionnaire very difficult. Now, each one of these guys would also have a Spanish sword known as a gladius. It was kind of a short thrusting sword which made it ideal for close-quarter combat. And finally, they would all be equipped with these heavy javelins known as pilums. A Roman army employing its tactics on the field of battle was quite an impressive sight. This was a departure from the Greek phalanx, which was kind of a square body of guys with long spears that would march directly into the enemy and attack them straight on. Instead, if you had a bird's eye view of what a Roman legion actually looked like, you would notice that the various maniples were arranged in a checkerboard pattern. And this was done for increased flexibility of movement. It gave greater line of sight for succeeding lines of infantry. On the flanks, you would have your cavalry. And what you would do is you would arrange your legion so that from one end to the other would be approximately 400 meters across. And with this force, you would march within about 30 meters of the enemy, at which point your frontline troops would release their heavy javelins, the pilums, into the enemy. If you were really lucky, you'd manage to skewer an enemy right then and there, but pilums were actually intended to embed themselves in enemy shields and kind of bend off to the side. This made it very difficult for the enemy to hold on to their shields, and in many situations the enemy would actually have to discard the shields right before the Roman legion would pounce on them with their swords. Most historians would agree that most of the casualties that happened during ancient warfare didn't actually occur when two sides were kind of face-to-face grinding into one another. Most of the casualties would actually occur when one side lost its cohesion, broke, and ran, and in the confusion, the other side would just mop them up. So maintaining a unit's cohesion was probably about the most important thing a commander could do on the field of battle. And that, by the way, doesn't apply just to Roman legions. That applies to just about anything. Now, this is something that the Roman army actually really excelled at. That checkerboard pattern that I'd mentioned earlier allowed for a Roman commander to have a great degree of flexibility. Plus, the high proportion of officers that were directly tied into frontline troops allowed for greater tactical control. So, when a Roman commander saw an opening in the front lines or a gap, he could actually plug in maniples and cohorts into the gap and prevent his army from being routed. However, brute force and tactical control wasn't the only thing that the Roman army really excelled at. If you look at the way that the Greeks fought, which were kind of the military precursors of the Romans, they used the Greek phalanx, and they used the same tactics for hundreds of years, and it didn't really change. Romans were willing to evolve. Adrian Goldsworthy, who is the author of the Punic Wars, actually has a really good statement about this. Quote, "It was a striking feature of the Romans, especially in their military enterprises, that they were willing and able to learn from their opponents and adapt." End quote. I truly believe that if the Romans didn't have this capacity to actually learn and try new things, they probably wouldn't have done quite so well during the Punic Wars. Alright, so at the risk of sounding just a little redundant, I figure we might as well rehash the strategic situation at this point. As I've been kind of drilling into everybody's head, Carthage, Rome, growing in size, becoming big contenders for the world throne. Carthage now owns most of Tunisia, vast parts of North Africa, Sardinia, Corsica, portions of Spain. Tried moving into Sicily, wasn't quite successful. But Carthage still has her trade empire. She's doing well, rich, wealthy, in her prime, ready to expand further to the north. And then you got Rome. The upstart contender has taken over all of central Italy, started to push down, took on the Samnites, put them in their place, and is ready now to expand further. But think about it. There's always been some sort of buffer zone between these two major powers, right? First time Carthage tried to go into Sicily, it got beaten back at the Battle of Himera by the Greeks. Second time it tried to take over Sicily, it got pushed back by King Agathocles. And now you have these Greek colonies that are known as Magna Graecia, which are in Sicily and portions of southern Italy and the Italian boot, that are still in the way. What happens when that buffer zone goes away? These two massive empires are now next-door neighbors. Well, there'd be one more major conflict before that would happen, and that would involve a man by the name of Pyrrhus. Pyrrhus is somebody that I personally find really interesting, but at the same time, I kind of feel sorry for the guy. In the grand pantheon of would-be megalomaniacs, he's the guy that kind of gets the booby prize. And it's not because of, lack of character or lack of ability. It's just kind of how the historical dice kind of rolled for him. This is a man that in the year 297 BCE became the king of an area in northwestern Greece known as Epirus, because, that's what megalomaniacs do. And if you're wondering where he got his self-absorption from, well, he was the second cousin to Alexander the Great. So, he had kind of a lot to live up to. Now, by the year 282, Rome was really encroaching in on southern Italy. It was really beginning to step in on the feet of those colonial Greek city-states known as Magna Graecia. One city-state in particular, the city-state of Tarentum, which is located in the heel of the Italian boot, really felt a lot of pressure from Rome. And to be fair, Rome did break a treaty with them. It sailed ships in spots where Roman ships weren't supposed to be. In any case, Tarentum felt enough pressure that it began to call for aid from just about anyone. And Pyrrhus, being the type of guy that he was, who would never back down from a challenge, and don't forget about the megalomania, answered Tarentum's call. In 280, he manages to pack up his army, sail across the Adriatic, and land at Tarentum. And then he proceeds to march the army across land towards the Roman city of Heraclea. And near the city of Heraclea, at the river Cyrus, he meets up with his first Roman army. Both forces kind of create a battle line and then go toe-to-toe. And at one point, Pyrrhus is nearly pushed off the field of battle when the Romans induce a flanking maneuver with their cavalry on Pyrrhus's left flank. But at the last second, Pyrrhus decides to unleash his secret weapon. Now, imagine yourself as a Roman legionnaire. You're sitting there on the field of battle, you're covered in blood, you got a sword in one hand, and you can stab with the best of them, right? Suddenly, on your right flank, you see these ginormous objects that are heading towards you. They're huge. They're kind of like a horse, except they're gray, and they're 5 times bigger and heavier, and they have these strange trunks that are hanging out of them. So, whereas the Romans decided to bring horses to the field of battle, Pyrrhus decided to bring war elephants. And the Romans had absolutely no answer to this whatsoever. They got stomped on. Historians say that the Romans lost about 15,000 plus during this battle. And if you think about it, a Roman consular army consisted of about 20,000 men, so if you do the math, there's really not that many Romans left that are running back to Rome. Now, being the type of guy that Pyrrhus was, he wasn't going to let a good opportunity go away. He basically chased the remnants of that army almost back to the very gates of Rome itself. That winter, he camped out in an area of Italy known as Campania. To give you an idea of how successful he was approximately a 2-day march on Rome at this point. But that is about as close to Rome as Pyrrhus was going to get, because in the grand scheme of things, his major grand strategy failed him. Pyrrhus was desperately counting on the city-states of the Italian peninsula to defect to his side and provide him with reinforcements. But like I had mentioned to you before, Rome extended citizenship to these people, and as a result, they remained fiercely loyal to the Roman system. As a result, Pyrrhus never got reinforcements, and from here on out, every loss that he would have on the battlefield would really count against him. But he wasn't the type of guy that was going to let something small like, no reinforcements stop him. In the spring of 279, he renewed his offensive against the Roman state. He marched his forces to the east, where he met up with another Roman force at the Battle of Asculum. Now, the Battle of Asculum was a 2-day battle. The first day was inconclusive. It was more kind of a skirmish. But the second day was a horrendous clash. Pyrrhus was able to move his army, capture the high ground, and inflict stunning losses on the enemy. At the last second, Pyrrhus decided to send in his elephants in a flanking maneuver, but this time the Romans had created these wagons with armor kind of covering the top of them, and they were used as anti-elephant weapons. They were initially effective and almost managed to stop the elephants, but on the field of battle, almost doesn't count. And the Romans got stomped again. Technically, this was a victory for Pyrrhus, but he also had horrendous losses on his side as well. In fact, his losses were so bad that it was this battle that coined the term a Pyrrhic victory. Pyrrhus himself said, quote, "If we are victorious in one more battle with the Romans, we shall be utterly ruined." End quote. This is what I mean about winning the booby prize in history. Because in Pyrrhus's family, you have people like Alexander the Great that history is going to remember as being this world-conquering military genius. Whereas history is going to remember Pyrrhus as the poor schmuck whose name is forever going to be linked to a victory that's so costly that it basically makes you lose the war. Well, that said, Most people at this point would have had the good sense to back out of Italy, go back to Greece, and call it a day. But not our boy, no. Pyrrhus figured that war with Rome just wasn't enough for him. He figured he was going to invade Sicily, which was held by Carthage, and declare war on them as well. Surprisingly, he was actually very successful against the Carthaginians. He managed to push them back almost entirely across the island to their last bastion of defense at the city of Lilybaeum, which, by the way, Lilybaeum was going to be a major stronghold for the Carthaginians throughout the First Punic War as well. Strangely enough, Carthage took such a beating at Pyrrhus's hand that, of all people, it made an alliance with Rome. Well, I guess it was more kind of a non-aggression pact, but Carthaginian reasoning, ironically enough, was that Pyrrhus was the bigger threat. Now, that all said, Pyrrhus knew that his time in Sicily was going to be limited. He was getting no reinforcements, his supplies were running low, and eventually he had to back out and go back to Italy. Pyrrhus was no nincompoop. He could read the writing on the wall, and he realized, very astutely, that once he was no longer in the picture, there would be no more buffer zone between two great powers. Plutarch actually recorded his thoughts really well. Quote, "In truth, it was because he could not master Sicily, which was like a storm-tossed ship, but desired to get out of her that he once more threw himself back into Italy. And it is said that at the time of his departure, he looked back at the island and said to those about him, 'My friends, what a field for the Carthaginians and the Romans we are leaving behind us.'" End quote. Pyrrhus really just didn't know when to quit. He invaded Italy yet again, took on the Romans yet again, beat him back to the city of Beneventum, gave him a black eye. There was a battle. It was inconclusive. But eventually, Pyrrhus realized that he couldn't stay in Italy any longer and eventually retreated back to Greece. The Romans, on the other hand, if anything, just kept growing stronger and more resolute. Plutarch actually comments on the Roman character very nicely. Quote, "On the other hand, as from a fountain continually flowing out of the city, the Roman camp was quickly and plentifully filled up with fresh men, not at all abating in courage for the losses they sustained, but even from their very anger gaining new force and resolution to go on with the war." End quote. With Pyrrhus out of the way, Rome completed its conquest of southern Italy. In 272, Tarentum finally surrendered to the Roman Senate, and during this time, Carthage managed to take over most of Sicily. So now the stage was really kind of set. You had two massive empires that were both fiercely of the mind to keep expanding, each on each other's doorsteps, and there was no longer a buffer zone. How many times in history has such a situation existed where people were able to maintain their stability? It doesn't happen that often. There's usually a catalyst that comes along that kind of sets everything off. I can think of a couple of examples right off the top of my head. I mean, after all, how stable was Europe until June 28th, 1914 in the city of Sarajevo? How stable was the Pacific until December 7th, 1941 at Pearl Harbor? The Romans and the Carthaginians had their catalyst at the city of Messina with a group known as the Mamertines. The Mamertines were a group of thug mercenaries from the time of King Agathocles, but after his death, they were kind of left unemployed and didn't have anything left to do. So they were invited into the city of Messina, which is in the northeast corner of Sicily. And the idea was that they were going to provide defense for the citizens, but what they did was they turned on the citizens, slaughtered them, and then turned Messina into kind of like a pirate's enclave. And from that point onward, they became the biggest nuisance in Sicily. They began raiding sea lanes, they began attacking their next-door neighbors, but eventually their next-door neighbors fought back. In the year 265, Syracuse managed to attack and defeat them in the field of battle. And so they were defenseless and they were desperate, and they called to Carthage for help. Carthage immediately sent a garrison in order to protect them, which was nice at first, but the Mamertines got sick of the idea of having a Carthage watchdog watching over them. And so they next called to the Romans to kick out the Carthaginians. It's kind of like making a deal with one drug cartel and realizing it didn't work for you. And so you're going to get help from another cartel. It just leaves you in a very precarious position. The Roman Senate took its time in order to make its decision. There was actually some fierce debating going on, but it knew what it was doing. It knew that coming to the Mamertines' aid would be a declaration of war on Carthage. Adrian Goldsworthy of the Punic Wars actually puts this into really good perspective. Quote, Polybius represents the Roman decision to go to Sicily as shamelessly opportunistic, their awareness of the hypocrisy of assisting the Mamertines, overcome by greed for plunder and glory, backed by a concern about the potential threat posed by a Carthage fully in control of Sicily and with easy access to Italy. Dio felt that the real reason for the First Punic War was the mutual fear in both Carthage and Rome of the other's growing power. Now that Rome's conquest of southern Italy had brought their empires face to face, each believed that their only long-term security lay in weakening the other's power. End quote. And thus, after fierce debate, the Roman Senate finally decided that it would indeed come to the aid of the Mamertines, knowing all along that this would mean that Rome was going to war with Carthage. Well, that's the end of part 1. In our next episode on Flashpoint History, the First Punic War will be in full swing. Rome and Carthage will finally learn what it means to go up against a first-rate power. And in the process, a Roman army will march to the very gates of the Carthaginian capital. I want you guys to imagine yourself living in the city of Washington, D.C., but not in the current era. Back in the year 1861 on July 21st. Because you see, on that day, you and a bunch of your civilian friends, and I want to emphasize civilian, may have gone out and done something that would have forever changed your life. And not just change your life, but also make you question the very nature of humanity. Because you see, on that day, you and this group of people would have gone out on a picnic. Now, not just any ordinary kind of picnic. This would be something that you most likely would have gotten dressed up in your best Sunday attire, combed your hair, wore the white gloves, packed some wine, cheese, that kind of thing, and then you would have headed out of the city towards a middle-of-nowhere place where there was a railway junction known as Manassas. And the reason why you guys would go out there would be to go and see a battle. Because from your perspective, you figure this is going to be the one and only major deciding battle of the American Civil War. So why on earth would you ever want to miss this? And nobody could fault your logic, because the only precedents that you had prior to this would be Napoleonic warfare, where usually a battle or a major confrontation would decide an entire campaign or the fate of the war itself. But once the bullets started whizzing past your head, or the cannonball started landing not too far from when you were having your wine and cheese, at that point, you wouldn't bother packing up your stuff, because you'd be running. You'd be running in terror for your life back to the protection of the city of Washington, D.C. And when you got back, if you got back, you would question, why on earth did you ever put yourself into that situation in the first place? Because at that point, you would have been a witness to some of the most horrendous slaughter that the American public had ever witnessed up until that point. How does one justify this type of sightseeing? Because in retrospect, it seems insane. There is a absolutely fantastic statement in Latin. It goes, Bellum dulce inexperitus. It means war is sweet to those who have never experienced it. And from a generational/society perspective, it seems to be a recurring motif. After all, it wasn't that hard at the beginning to get people to fight in the American Civil War, nor was it that hard at the beginning to get people to fight in World War I or World War II. It's only after a war drags out that people and society see it for what it is, the destruction, the carnage. Bellum dulce inexperitus. Some of those who have experienced warfare have a completely different perspective. Robert E. Lee himself said, "It is well that war is so terrible, lest we grow too fond of it." William Tecumseh Sherman said, "All war is hell," and he was nearly kicked out of the service for telling it like it is. The Battle of Manassas, or Bull Run, which of course depends on which side of the war that you were on, came as a shock to the nation. I guess you could say both nations. But compared to what was going to come and how long that war was going to drag out, this battle, from a military perspective, was a skirmish. Now, if you look at it from a larger perspective, part of the reason why this conflict dragged on for as long as it did wasn't just simply because of how naive the soldiers were. Initially they did march in for country, constitution, or state rights, depending on which side of the war you were on. But it was also because of the level of experience that they brought. This wasn't just Bellum dulce inexperitus. We can shorten that down just to simply Bellum inexperitus. It was a war of the inexperienced. And I've got a couple of good examples. When the Federal column marched out of Washington, D.C., they didn't exactly know how to get to the battle site. The Federal commanders would constantly be getting lost. They would have to ask the locals for directions. "Excuse me, sir, which way to the battlefield so that I can shoot the Confederates?" The idea of logistics, communications, was kind of an afterthought. There was even an instance where a northern and southern regiment kind of bumbled into one another in the woods. And the problem was that standardization of the armies had not occurred yet. So both regiments were actually wearing gray uniforms. And immediately these men shouldered their weapons, pointed at one another, but they didn't fire because they couldn't tell whether this was friend or foe. And then eventually somebody would yell out, "Boy, where you from?" And depending on whether you said you were from Connecticut or Alabama, would determine whether or not you'd get hugged or shot. One of the best examples that I can think of Bellum inexperitus, and keep in mind that I'm not exactly sure if Bellum inexperitus is an actual Latin phrase, but I want to use it for the purposes of this podcast because it emphasizes my point. But one of the best examples I can think of is the First Punic War. This is a war that dragged on for 23 years. And it's a bit surprising if you think about it, because both sides, Rome and Carthage, were not exactly newbies to the field of battle. Each nation-state had been fighting not for just years or decades, but for centuries. And each one of them had to literally claw their way to the top in their respective fields of operation. And now they were dealing with a worthy adversary. And all the rules that had been used and employed to stomp out minor city-states along the way no longer really applied. And this was going to be a very long and steep learning curve. In our last episode, we talked about how the Mamertines, a group of thugs who inhabited the city of Messina in northeastern Sicily, called on both Carthage and then on Rome for help. And when the Roman Senate finally agreed to go to their aid, it knew that by doing so, it was going to go head-to-head against the Carthaginian state. But the Roman Senate had no idea what it was getting itself into. Both sides felt that this was going to be a short affair, and it shows in the way that they kind of prepared. I mean, after all, did the Romans send their entire army in one big massive strike to take on the Carthaginians? No. It hired a single consul, a man by the name of Appius Claudius, who purchased his own army, 2 meager legions, walked them down to the tip of the Italian boot, and then had to contend with the fact that Rome didn't even have a navy to ferry those troops into Sicily. They had to hire locals to do it. As Appius Claudius was making his way across the Straits of Messina, his fleet came under attack by a Carthaginian admiral named Hanno. Hanno gave one of these great threats in history. He stated that he wasn't going to allow the Romans to so much as, quote, bathe their hands in the sea, end quote. As far as decisive statements go, you've got to love it. It shows that the man really did have a big pair of cojones. But here's the thing. When you make a decisive statement, you gotta back it up. You know, when Douglas MacArthur said he shall return, he returned with the entire American surface fleet. When Julius Caesar said, Vena vera vice, he had Vercingetorix, the leader of the Gauls, on his knees. And when William Tecumseh Sherman said he was going to make Georgia howl, well, Atlanta was a smoking crater by the end of it. Hanno was a little different. He wasn't quite so decisive. He did manage to stop the Romans from ferrying their troops over into Sicily, But after making such a decisive statement like that, his response was to turn over all the ships that he had captured, including the Romans, give them a smack on the wrist and say, hey, don't do that. Go back to your side of the water. Of course, actions like that are only going to encourage a Roman consul to try even harder, which is exactly what Claudius did. He simply waited for night to fall, and then under the cover of darkness, he managed to ferry his troops across the Straits of Messina into the city, where the locals had actually kicked out the Carthaginian garrison, and the Romans just basically marched right in. By doing this, Claudius had established a toehold on the island. The Carthaginian general of that garrison, however, didn't do so well. He was literally crucified by his own people, because that's what happens when you mess up within the Carthaginian system. Now, at this point, the Carthaginians sent a relief force in order to knock Claudius off the island, but the Carthaginians brought in just a scant force, and they brought in their quote-unquote allies up from Syracuse in order to help with this, which those group of people didn't really want to participate much. They kind of ran away, and Claudius was able to break through this beachhead and then march down towards Syracuse, which is on the southern portion of the island. Now, what I was telling you guys before about Bellum inexperis really plays into mind, because why didn't the Carthaginians do more at this point? They had an army on the island. They had several cities and strongholds. They had port facilities, and they had a navy to ferry in more troops. They had the Romans right where they wanted them. And had they pressed the offensive, they probably could have knocked them off the island, but yet the Carthaginians did nothing. Now, the very next year, after the consulship of Claudius Appius ended, we're talking about the year 263 BCE, Rome realized that this wasn't going to be a quick smash and grab kind of thing. The war was definitely escalating. And so Rome decided to finally get a little bit more serious. They didn't quite build a navy yet because, you don't need a navy to take an island, right? But they did send 2 full-strength consular armies under the command of Marcus Maximus and Manius Crassus. Now, folks out there, I'm going to go through these names of these consuls pretty quickly because in the grand scheme of things, there's just too many of them. And unless there's something that really sparkles about these guys, I'm really not going to get too deep into it. But to make a long story short, they had 40,000 men now on the island. They landed their forces in the city of Messina, started moving down, and they arrived at the city of Syracuse. Syracuse was its own independent city-state, and their king was a man by the name of Hiero. Hiero II, if you want to be exact. Hiero was initially an ally to Carthage, but suddenly with 40,000 Roman troops on his front doorstep, he realized it probably didn't make much sense to continue fighting Rome. Thus, Hiero decided to go for the diplomatic option. And the deal that he managed to strike with Rome actually was very mutually beneficial, and this was a great example of where Roman diplomacy actually really worked out well for both sides. Hiero was able to maintain control of his independent kingdom. He was actually able to also incorporate several cities that the Romans had captured into his domain. The Romans were actually able to get out of this with a pretty good deal as well, because for the rest of the war, Hiero was a perfect ally. He gave the Romans everything that they needed. He gave them troops, he gave them supplies, he gave them food, but most importantly, he provided for the Romans to have a strong foothold on the island. And this allowed the Romans to continue their advance, which is precisely what the Romans did the very next year in 262. That 40,000-man strong army, that double consular army that they had, they started marching up the southern coast of Sicily towards the Carthaginian stronghold of Agrigentum. Of course, now it was under the command of 2 new consuls, Lucius Megellus and Quintus Vitellius. Again, in the Roman system, the consuls change every year. Agrigentum was a bit of an oddity for being one of the larger cities in Sicily at the time, because it didn't have a port. It was actually located several miles inland, which allowed the Romans to completely surround it when they arrived. Now let's talk about this for a second, because the sophistication of Roman siege technology just didn't exist. If you saw movies like Gladiator where they're using those massive catapults, or if you read about like the siege of Masada, where the Romans are building this huge ramp in order to take out the entrenched Israelis that were on top of this hilltop. Nope, none of that existed. The level of sophistication was, let's go there, let's build a fence, let's starve them out. It may take forever, but hey, you know what? We're Romans, we can do it. And that's precisely what they decided to do. They laid siege to Agrigentum. Granted, it wasn't a fence that they built. They actually dug these 2 concentric ditches around the city in order to prevent anybody from getting into or out of it. Of course, this process is going to take a very long time, and it made the Romans sitting ducks. Now, speaking of Bellum and Inexperis, the Romans didn't really plan for this. Their system of logistics were starting to fall apart. Their supplies, despite what they were getting from Hiero and the city of Syracuse, was not enough. The Romans started sending out these foraging parties into the surrounding countryside and hills in order to find more food, but of course they sent them out without any type of defense. And when the Carthaginian garrison that was entrapped inside of the city learned about this, they managed to figure a way to break out, attack these foragers in these lightning raids, and in fact they got so good at it that in one particular episode they managed to chase the foragers back to the Roman camp and almost wiped them out. Of course, the Romans got a little bit smarter. They sent out their foraging parties with defensive positions this time, and the siege continued for months. And it was at this point that the Carthaginian high command kind of figured out that, hey, this policy that we're just hoping the Romans are going to go away is not working. We're going to have to do something about this. And with that, the Carthaginians compiled this hodgepodge group of mercenaries, which they immediately sent to the island and landing them at a town just up the coast from Agrigentum called Herculea Minoa. There was about 50,000 infantry, about 6,000 cavalry, and 50 war elephants. And keep in mind that this is the first time in recorded history that the Carthaginians were renowned at beginning to use war elephants in their battlefield tactics. Now, the Carthaginian commander moved his forces down the coast, and seeing that the Roman supply lines were overextended, he astutely maneuvered his troops around the Romans, positioned them between the Roman army and Syracuse, and thereby cut the Roman supply lines off. It was now time for the Romans to actually start starving as well. Now, what happened next was something out of kind of a Monty Python film. The Carthaginian commander picks up his troops and positions his camp within a mile of the Roman camp, so the 2 armies could actually stare at one another for months. And the Romans would get fed up with this. They'd put their forces into battle formation, but the Carthaginians wouldn't attack them, or vice versa, because each side was kind of vying for some sort of advantage. Meanwhile, the entire time the garrison in Agrigentum was getting more and more desperate, and everybody could tell this because the commander inside of the garrison was sending up these smoke signals out of the city saying, like, help, we need food, my God, what are you doing out there? Eventually, it was going to be starvation that was going to move both the Romans and the Carthaginians to battle it out. The Roman consuls Lucius Megellus and Quintus realized that they were in a desperate spot. Their supplies had almost run out. The Carthaginians, figuring that they outnumbered the Romans and that these months of starvation probably had a deleterious effect on the Roman army, decided to also show up for battle. What happened next was a complete and total Carthaginian disaster because the mercenary forces that they brought had multiple ethnicities, they had multiple languages, and they were extremely poorly trained to fight with one another against the Romans. Keep in mind that this was going to be something that was going to plague the Carthaginian army for a good portion of this war. Now, I'll give you an example of how untrusting the Carthaginians were with their own troops. The war elephants that they brought, the drivers were actually given these spike-like devices with a hammer called mahouts. And the idea was that if an elephant was to get out of line and start to panic, the driver was supposed to drill this mahout directly into the spine of the elephant, killing it before it could do any damage to the rest of the army. This didn't, of course, always work, and panic was exactly what happened. The Carthaginian first line broke down, fled directly into the Carthaginian second line, which caused a massive panic, which caused the elephants to panic, and they stomped on everybody, and then what you had was a rout. The horrified defenders of Agrigentum realized that they weren't getting out of this, managed to somehow flee the city, leaving the civilian population to the clutches of the Romans, who proceeded to pour into the city and slaughter them. There is no definitive account of what this slaughter was like, because the history of this battle was going to be written by the Romans, who were going to do the ixnay on the war crimes say type of thing. However, despite the fact that this was a Roman military victory, on a strategic sense, it was a Roman political defeat. Because the brutality that the Romans brought to this battle, especially if you juxtapose it to the way they managed to incorporate Syracuse in almost an enlightened manner, this brutality became a watchword for the rest of the cities on the island, and cities that would have allied themselves with Rome, opened their doors to the Roman army, now shunned the Romans, and what you had next was a more protracted and more brutal war. The Roman Senate was not discouraged by this. I guess they figured a little bit of brutality was good for everybody. In fact, they were emboldened by their success at Agrigentum. Their war aims were now not just limited to a couple of cities along the coast of Sicily, which they kind of figured was now just chump change. They wanted the whole island. And so for the first time, the Roman Senate approved the building of a Roman navy. Now let's talk about this, because this was actually a very defining moment in history. If you think about all of the major empires, and the British Empire, the Japanese Empire leading up to World War II, I mean, these are massive empires that would only be able to be established with the ability of a navy in order to secure that empire's possessions. Up until this point, Rome had no navy. It never needed one. It was a land-based power. It never had fought a battle outside of the Italian peninsula. But as I had mentioned before, after the fall of Agrigentum, Rome expanded its war efforts. It wanted everything, right? So the Senate figured out that in order to secure better logistics, and more importantly, the ability to blockade enemy ports, it needed to build something that can float on the water. But how does one have these kind of lofty goals without even having the engineering skill to design and build a ship? Well, the legend goes that shortly after Appius Claudius managed to ferry his troops into Messina, a Carthaginian ship beached itself. It was moving too fast and ended up on the shore. The Roman army managed to capture the ship and reverse engineer it for their own needs. Let's quickly talk about what type of ships were present during the time of antiquity. The basic unit was known as a trireme, which was 3 levels of rowers, a crew of about 200 people. But this was not exactly the most maneuverable, nor was it the quickest. The Carthaginians quickly developed ships called quadremes, which had 4 groups of rowers, and then eventually a quinquereme, which was the most prevalent unit during the time of the Punic Wars. This was 5 sets of rowers on 3 different levels. They were wider, they had a crew of about 300 people, and the whole ship was designed around the art of ramming. So in the front of every ship, there was this prow that would stick out just above the water level. And the idea was to maneuver as quickly as you can and then hit the opponent broadside. If you did it just right, your ram would puncture a massive hole in the side of the enemy vessel. Water would gush in, and then you could sit back casually and watch the enemy slowly sink in front of you. It wasn't quite as easy as it sounds. It all depended on how experienced your crew was. And in the beginning of this war, when Rome first put out to sea, it spent almost no time or effort in training its crew, and the material that it used in order to build a navy was quite shoddy. So you can kind of imagine what was actually floating out there under the Roman banner. I mean, there were actually reports that the Carthaginians would laugh at the Romans when they were first out there on the ocean. This sense of Carthaginian naval superiority was only reinforced by the first encounter between the Romans and the Carthaginians on the water. The year is 260 BCE. The Roman navy comes under the command of a consul by the name of Gnaeus Cornelius Scipio. Now keep that family name in mind. Scipio is going to be a name that is going to be very important later down in the Punic Wars, but this guy must have been kind of the black sheep of the family. All right, he takes 17 of the 100 vessels that the Roman Senate had commissioned and immediately sails them out. He doesn't wait for the rest of the fleet to show up, okay? He wants glory right off the bat. He sails to the Lipari Islands, where the city of Lipara is supposedly wanting to defect to the Roman side, and he wants to get there first and seal the deal. He gets there, and without any concept of naval tactics, he immediately sails all of his ships directly into the harbor, at which point the Carthaginian navy, which has been waiting for this, shows up out of nowhere, and blockades them into the harbor. Cornelius's ships can't maneuver, they can't fight back, and what you have is a Roman disaster. Most of the Romans get captured, Cornelius Scipio gets taken prisoner, and it's such an inauspicious beginning for the Roman navy that the Senate renames Cornelius Asina, which means the ass. Eventually, the rest of those 100 Roman ships show up, and the Roman navy and the Carthaginian navy kind of duke it out. But the take-home message from this initial encounter was that Rome realized it had neither the speed, nor the maneuverability, nor the skill, for that matter, to take on Carthage's navy, at least not in the way that Carthage liked to fight. Adrian Goldsworthy, the author of the Punic Wars, actually puts this very nicely. Quote, "The Romans realized that their ships were neither as fast nor as maneuverable as their Punic counterparts. The Romans had copied the method of construction, but as yet could not duplicate the skill of Carthaginian shipwrights, and even more importantly, the Roman crews were far more poorly trained. It was clear that they could anticipate little success if they relied on ramming to defeat the enemy." End quote. So the Romans had to come up with something that was going to level the playing field, and quickly. And what Roman engineers came up with was actually something quite ingenious. They turned a sea battle into a land battle by building something known as a corvus. Now, if my meager Latin serves me, corvus means the raven. And what this was a 4-foot wide, 36-foot long plank of wood that had this massive spike at the end of it that kind of looked like a bird's beak, hence corvus. When it was raised up, it was kind of in a position where it could be tilted around, and when released, it would fall down, and that huge spike would embed itself in the hull of an opposing ship. And what you'd have are two ships that were now locked to one another, at which point Roman marines could storm across and take out the opponent. Hoorah! Now, this was seen in the next major confrontation between the Roman and Carthaginian navy at a place called Malea. Adrian Goldsworthy, again, quote, "The Carthaginians were confused by the strange appearance of the tall corvus near the prow of each Roman ship, but remained supremely confident of their own superiority over their inexperienced enemy. The Punic ships surged towards the enemy. Some of the Roman ships were rammed, but each dropped its corvus, whose beak speared through the deck of the enemy vessel and held them fast. In each case, the Roman marines poured across the boarding bridges and swiftly defeated the enemy crews." End quote. The corvus produced some impressive results that day, but the Carthaginians weren't stupid either. I mean, they adapted and changed their battle tactics, and from that point onward, the corvus was not going to be quite so effective. However, the Battle of Malea was clearly a Roman win. The Carthaginian navy was driven off, and the Roman commander, Aeneas Duilius, went back to Rome to experience a triumph. And keep in mind that the Romans don't give out triumphs at the drop of a hat, but this was, after all, Rome's first naval victory. And it was because of the Battle of Malea that the Romans began to press the offensive on the land. After all, they now had the ability to supply their troops and fend off any type of Carthaginian blockade. In 260 BCE, the Romans pushed further into the western portion of Sicily, taking on cities like Thermae and Panormus, which is modern-day Palermo. And at the risk of shamelessly promoting my own video, I recommend you go take a look at it because the battle maps that I've presented there clarify what I'm talking about. These advances, however, were kind of short-lived. The Romans were fought back at Panormus, and the Carthaginians managed to fight back and retake central Sicily in 259. They recaptured the cities of Enya and Camarina, which again were retaken by the Romans the very following year. So what you developed was a bit of a stalemate, and part of that was because neither the Romans nor the Carthaginians actually had an overall grand strategy. You know, they'd kind of take a city and then sit down, drink a little bit of wine, and scratch their heads and be like, okay, now what? Again, Bellum inexperitus. And of course, it only took them 4 years of indecisive action and stalemate to figure out that when you're fighting for an island, the only way to win on land is to first take the ocean. And so both sides got to work expanding their navies, and I'm talking massively expanding their navies. The Roman historian Polybius actually puts it best, quote, "So long as the Carthaginians held unchallenged control of the sea, The issue of the war still hung in the balance. In the months that followed, many inland cities came over to the Romans for fear of their army, but at the same time, many of the coastal cities deserted them because they were overawed by the Carthaginian fleet. So when the Romans saw that the balance of advantage continually oscillated from one side to another for this reason, and that while the Italian coasts were repeatedly raided and devastated while those of the African coast suffered no damage, they were filled with a desire to take to the sea and meet the Carthaginians there. End quote. There are two main things that I want to emphasize about this naval arms race that developed. First and foremost, we're not dealing with just a simple warlord or a city-state that is pumping out a navy. No, we're dealing with two massive nation-states that are producing ships on an industrial level that you're probably not going to see again until probably the Renaissance or the Enlightenment. And second, it was only a matter of time before these two navies would be confronting one another. In 256 BCE, that's exactly what happened. Off the southern coast of Sicily near Cape Ecnomus, both the Roman and Carthaginian fleets went to battle. I want to challenge my listeners to go out there and look up the top 10 naval battles, not just of antiquity, but the top 10 naval battles of all time. The Battle of Ecnomus doesn't always show up in that list because a lot of historians feel that the numbers were either skewed or just made up. It's kind of like 300 Spartans taking on 1.5 billion Persians at Thermopylae. However, I feel that when it comes to naval battles, it's a little harder to skew the numbers because you have to think that every ship that you send out there, at least in antiquity, has a crew of about 300, and then you want to put another 200 to 300 Marines on top of it. So the numbers quickly add up. So if we are to have an open mind and believe the resources for what they are, the Battle of Ecnomus easily makes its way into the top 5 naval battles of all time. It's the kind of battle that I think deserves its own theme music. The Romans in this battle brought 330 ships with 140,000 men. The Carthaginians brought 250 ships with 150,000 men. That's almost 300,000 participants. 300,000 can be a number that can be difficult to wrap one's head around. For comparison purposes, if you take any major gaming event like, for example, the Super Bowl, you can squeeze about 70,000 people into one of those mega stadiums that's out there. Now you take that number of people, you multiply it by 3, you put them all on ships, you give them swords, bows and arrows and spears, and you let them hack and slay at one another. That was Ecnomus. For the purposes of historical comparison, the Battle of Lepanto in 1571 had about 150,000 combatants. The Battle of Jutland in 1916, 100,000. The Battle of the Philippine Seas in 1944 had 127,000. But think about the level of sophistication. At Lepanto, humans had developed cannon. At Jutland, they had battleships. And at the Philippine Seas, you had aircraft carriers. For the Romans and Carthaginians to be able to field such massive fleets is not just a feat of human engineering and organization, it is a miracle. And I guess that is why I can understand why a lot of historians have trouble with the numbers. So let's talk about what happened during the battle itself. The Carthaginian fleet was arranged in 4 separate squadrons, line abreast, which were positioned north to south. And for lack of imagination, we're going to number these squadrons of 1, 2, 3, 4, 1 being the northernmost and 4 being the southernmost squadron. It was under the command of 2 Carthaginian admirals, a Hamilcar and Hanno, which, by the way, are not related to the Barca family. The Roman fleet was also arranged into 4 separate squadrons, which consisted of a triangle-like formation. The 1st and 2nd Roman squadron were kind of echelon formation, and there was a large group of horse transports in the center of this triangle, which presented the Carthaginians with a very juicy target. Now, the Roman fleet was under the command of 2 consuls, a Marcus Regalis, who is, in my opinion, a very colorful character, and I want you guys to remember his name, and a Lucius Vulso, who, for all intents and purposes, is pretty much forgettable. So the Carthaginian plan was to send the 1st and 4th squadrons in this kind of oblong pattern to attack both the northern and southern flanks of the Romans. The 2nd and 3rd Squadron were to attack the Roman fleet directly in the front, and then feign a retreat in order to pull away the lead elements. Now, if everything went to plan, the Roman fleet, at least their defensive positions in the front, would come apart, and the 1st and 4th Squadron would meet in a pincer movement directly on top of those transports and knock them out. Initially, everything went according to plan. The 2nd and 3rd Squadron directly engaged the lead elements of the Roman fleet, and the 1st and 4th Squadron maneuvered into position for the strike on the transports, but then everything went wrong. The lead elements of the Roman fleet managed to take on the 2nd and 3rd Squadron and knock them from the field of battle, and then swing around and come directly into the rear of the 1st and 4th Squadron that were now completely encircled by Romans. This turned out to be a complete and total Carthaginian debacle. When all was said and done, the Carthaginian losses were staggering. Of the original fleet that Hanno and Hamilcar sailed into battle, 30 ships were sunk, 65 were captured. In terms of casualties, well, let's put this in perspective. It's estimated that there were about 3,000 American casualties at Pearl Harbor. Well, you take that and you increase that by an order of magnitude, and you had 30,000 casualties on each side. It's a little mind-blowing when you think about it. But something strategic did come out of this, because for the first time, for all intents and purposes, the sea lanes were clear of any type of Carthaginian obstruction. And the Romans monopolized on this. They actually came together and, to their credit, came up with a plan that could possibly even end the war. They weren't going to just stick with Sicily. They were going to go after Carthage in North Africa. Later in 256 BCE, after the Battle of Ecnomus ended, our co-consuls Marcus Regulus and Lucius Vulso, who again were the commanders of the Roman fleet, take whatever's left of the fleet and what's left of the army and land at a portion of what's modern-day Tunisia at a city by the name of Apsus. They quickly capture the city, establish a beachhead. For whatever purpose, they renamed the city Clupea. And at this point, they make a decision. Regulus is to continue moving inland with an understrength consular army of about 15,000 infantry and only 500 cavalry, whereas Vulso is ordered to go back to Rome with the remainder of the fleet. Now, we don't hear too much more about Vulso anymore, but keep in mind that Regulus only has about 500 cavalry, and part of that is because a lot of the transports that were carrying the horses were attacked by the Carthaginians at Ecnomus and were sunk. But a minor little detail like lack of cavalry or, having an understrength army was not going to deter our boy Regulus from invading the Carthaginian homeland. No, he moves his entire force further deeper into Carthaginian territory. He arrives at the next city, a city by the name of Attis, and lays siege to it. When the Carthaginians figure this out, they really freak out because they realize that the Roman troops are only a few days away from their capital, and they start recalling troops from everywhere, including Sicily. But the Carthaginians weren't exactly the best when it came to military strategy and tactics. Again, they were kind of businessmen. So, at Attis, instead of arranging their cavalry in wide open fields where they can maneuver, the Carthaginians position their cavalry and their elephants up into the mountains where they can't move around very much, effectively neutralizing any benefit that they would provide. Of course, when Regulus hears about this, he launches a two-pronged assault in the middle of the night against the Carthaginian position and just completely routs them. Now, being a good commander, or a complete and total megalomaniac, Regulus decides to press the offensive. He knows he's got the Carthaginians on the run. He moves his forces up to Tunis, where he swiftly defeats yet another Carthaginian force, and now he finds himself at the gates of Carthage itself. The Carthaginians, knowing that they were defeated, and in their heart of hearts they were actually more businessmen than warriors, figured that if they threw enough money at a problem, they could make this go away. Carthage was going to make a deal, and the deal that it cut was actually not a bad one. It was going to give up most of Sicily, it was going to stop fighting, it was going to give them money, free back rubs, whatever it took to get the Romans to go away. And had Regulus at that point in time accepted that deal, the First Punic War would have been over. But our boy Regulus was way too good for that. He counteroffered, okay? The counteroffer that he gave was the following. First, Carthage needs to give up all of Sicily and throw in Sardinia for the fun of it. They had to pay massive indemnities and an annual tribute. They have to release all Roman prisoners without ransom, provide Rome with 50 warships. But wait, it gets even better, because now you end up in that kind of wacky, loony stage. Carthage could only have one warship to patrol the entire Mediterranean. And two, Carthage had to come under the complete and total control of the Roman Senate. I mean, this isn't just a crazy deal. This is a totally wacko deal. The only thing that Regulus was missing out on was that scene from Braveheart, where William Wallace tells the enemy commander to, surrender, give up, go back, say sorry to everybody along the way, and then cross the field, bend over backwards, and kiss his own you-know-what. Obviously, Carthage could not accept these terms. It realized very quickly that it was dealing with a man who was more interested in his own personal glory than achieving any sense of peace. And so, Carthage, realizing it couldn't fix this militarily, decided to outsource its problem. Carthage went forth and hired a Spartan by the name of Xanthippus, who was a very renowned warrior. He actually knew his stuff. And Xanthippus comes back to Carthage, reviews the troops, and realizes that the troops are actually pretty darn good. The mercenary infantry are fantastic. The mercenary cavalry can move faster than anybody he's ever seen. And he realizes that the real problem lies with the Carthaginian commanders. There's a line that has been reiterated through different people in history. Alexander the Great, Genghis Khan, Socrates. It goes something like this. An army of sheep led by a lion is better than an army of lions led by a sheep. Polybius actually comments on this. Quote, "Among them a certain Lacedaemonian named Xanthippus, a man trained in the Spartan discipline and of large experience in war. When this man was informed of their defeat, how it had taken place, and when he reviewed the military resources still left to the Carthaginians, and the number of cavalry and elephants, he did not take long to come to a decided conclusion. He expressed his opinion to his friends that the Carthaginians had owed their defeat not to the superiority of the Romans, but to the unskillfulness of their own commanders." End quote. Xanthippus spends the winter of 255 BCE reforming the army, and he does something that, for whatever reason, the Carthaginians had never done before. He gets the various contingents of the multilingual, multi-ethnic mercenaries to work together. And this is a bit of foreshadowing of what's to come, because once the Carthaginians figure out how to do this on a regular basis, then at that point, the Carthaginian army becomes undefeatable. But more on that later. When Regulus, our lovely consul, hears about the fact that the Carthaginians have raised yet another army to take him on, he thumps his chest, kind of says, bring it on. He's looking for that personal glory, and he knows that his consulship is kind of running out of time. And so when he sees the Carthaginian army approaching him in early 255 BCE, he wants to immediately attack them. He goes so far as to boast to his subcommanders, "Gentlemen, tonight we shall feast in Carthage." And so the Battle of Tunis begins. Now Xanthippus, being the wise military commander that he was, took the liberty of surveying Regulus's forces. And he realized that while the Carthaginians were on even par with the Roman infantry, the Carthaginians had an almost 10-to-1 advantage when it came to their cavalry. So Xanthippus masterfully chooses a wide-open field to be the site of confrontation. He sends the elephants in first. He sends them directly into the Roman infantry in an attempt to kind of pin them down. And while the infantry is busy dealing with the elephants, he takes his massive advantage in cavalry and sends them into a pincer movement on both Roman flanks. The Roman cavalry, of course, can provide very little resistance to this, and the Carthaginians just smash into the Roman army and annihilate it. As for our poor consul Regulus, well, despite his dreams of aspiration and megalomania, he was captured. He was, however, able to fulfill at least one promise. He was able to feast in Carthage that night. Granted, it was in chains and probably in a dungeon. Now, to add insult to injury, The Senate sends the Roman fleet to pick up whatever survivors are left from this army. They load up on ship and make their way back to Sicily and Italy. On their way back, the Romans decide to ignore the warnings of the locals who tell them, hey, you know what? I know you guys are new to this whole sailing thing, but this is not the time to sail. This is the time when storms come. The Romans promptly ignore them, sail around the western coast of Sicily, get caught in a storm, and their entire fleet gets completely wiped out. The Romans are estimated to have somewhere in the neighborhood of 90 to 100,000 casualties, which may be a little bit overblown, but still, if even a half of this is true, in any other situation, a city-state or a warlord would be probably done with any type of warfare, but not the Romans. 2 years later, in 253 BCE, they decide to rebuild their fleet. However, in the meantime, the war in Sicily goes on. The Carthaginians use the absence of the Roman navy to their advantage. They press the offensive, they push the Romans back, recapture Agrigentum, but then realizing that the Romans are going to counterattack, decide to burn the city to the ground rather than leaving it to their enemy. The next couple of years, 255 to 249, is this consistent grinding war. Rome, for the most part, makes out best in all of this. In 252, they take the cities Lipara and Thermae, they press on to Panormus, which falls in 251, and eventually Carthage is limited to two remaining cities, Drepana and Lilybaeum, which are on the extreme west coast of Sicily. But this is about as far as the Romans are going to get, because both Drepana and Lilybaeum are not only major strongholds, they're also major ports. And as a result, the Carthaginians can constantly resupply both cities by the ocean. Now, at this point, the Romans have rebuilt their navy and they try to blockade these cities, but yet the Carthaginians are able to blockade run them on almost every situation. By 249, the Romans have had enough. A consul by the name of Claudius Pulcher comes to power. He wants to end this. He devises a sneak attack at the harbor at Drepana. He wants to bottle up the Carthaginians in there and destroy their fleet wholesale. One interesting aspect of the Roman military system is that they relied on a whole series of rituals to determine whether or not a day was auspicious for battle. And the Romans, again, they had a whole bunch of different things, but in this case, they relied on the sacred chickens. And the idea was you put the chickens down, you give them sacred feed, and if they ate, it meant that the day was good for taking on the enemy. And if you can imagine a bunch of Roman legions going into battle with a crate of chickens, I mean, it's a little preposterous, but in Pulcher's situation, the chickens did not eat. Pulcher got pissed off. He threw the chickens over the side of the boat and said, in Latin, and I'm going to murder this, Bibant quinem esse nolunt, Cicero de natura deorum, which means, if they do not eat, let them drink. It was kind of his way of saying, damn the torpedoes, full speed ahead. Thus, the sacred chickens were ignored, and Claudius Pulcher sent the Roman fleet into battle. Of course, the Carthaginians caught wind of this, and instead of staying in the harbor, they set sail out to the open ocean and waited for the Romans to come. When the Carthaginians saw the Roman ships coming in, one after the other, they immediately attacked them on their flank. Polybius actually has a good account of this, quote, "For they were fighting close to the shore, and any ship of theirs that was hard driven by the enemy either backed into shallow water and stuck fast, or ran ashore and was stranded, owing to the bulk of their vessels, and still more so by the unskillfulness of their crews. When the consul saw how ill things were going for him all along the line, when he saw some of his ships sticking fast in the shallows, and others cast ashore, he took to flight." End quote. When the battle was over, Claudius Pulcher lost 93 of his 120 vessels. It was yet another disaster for the Roman navy. So, take-home message, people, listen to the sacred chickens. Now, despite this victory, Carthage was losing the war. It was holding on kind of by a thread in Sicily. And part of this was because the Carthaginian system didn't engender a warrior-like spirit the same way that Rome did. After all, Carthage was a mercantile power. Your social standing, your position in government was all based on the amount of money you had. The more money you had, the better person you are. That is, of course, until you get to Hamilcar Barca. Hamilcar was a bit atypical of the Carthaginian system. Granted, he had money, he had an aristocratic background, but he was excellent when it came to warfare. In 247, the Carthaginians sent him to Sicily in order to do whatever he could do to turn the tide. When he got there, he realized that his own government could not provide him with the troops and the money because it was kind of depleted at this point. And so Hamilcar decided to wage an atypical war against Rome. And he used guerrilla tactics, these lightning raids. He attacked the Romans whenever they were weakest. He would seize Roman positions right under their nose. In fact, he got so good at it that the Romans had to actually divert a considerable amount of force just to bottle him up. But despite this, Hamilcar was consistently successful in his raids. Between 247 and 244, he took a hill outside of Palermo, known as Mount Ursete, and from there he led multiple raids not only on land but also at sea, and almost lifted the siege at Drepana. Then, between 244 and 241, he was actually able to capture a Roman stronghold on Mount Eryx, and then again continued to press the enemy position. Throughout the war, Hamilcar remained undefeated, and a good portion of his success lay in his ability to combine the strengths of his multinational mercenary army, not unlike what Xanthippus did at the Battle of Tunis. The Roman Senate realized that they're not going to be able to knock this guy out on land, and their only chance was to cut off his supplies, and that would mean the construction of yet another navy, which in 243 the Senate approved. However, at this point, the Roman Senate was kind of bankrupt. It had to rely on private citizens in the upper echelon of Roman society to purchase its ships for it. It's kind of like America going to war and having to rely on people like Bill Gates in order to buy aircraft carriers for him. By 241, the Roman fleet had finally been assembled. Altogether, there were approximately 200 quinqueremes, and ironically, they were all based on a Carthaginian design. They were placed under the command of a consul, Caius Lutatus Catullus. Now, Catullus went immediately to blockade Drepana and Lilybaeum, but he did things just a little differently. He made it a point to drill his soldiers day and night, and that made the Roman navy highly efficient at their blockade. When Carthage figured out that its last two remaining strongholds were being effectively blockaded, and what's more, its land forces under Hamilcar were being completely cut off, it quickly assembled a navy, filled it up with supplies and troops, and sent them in order to break this blockade. Catullus figured out that the Carthaginians were coming, and what's more, he showed his genius for what he was doing because he could tell in exactly which way the Carthaginians were going to come to the island based on his knowledge of where the winds were coming in. So, he took his fleet, he actually cut the sails and rigging off of his ships in order to make them lighter and faster, and then off the island of Levanzo, in the Agate Islands, which are just west of Sicily, he waited in ambush. When the Carthaginians arrived on March 10th, 241 BCE, Catullus launched a perfect attack against them. The Roman ships were faster, more maneuverable. The Roman crews were better trained and better experienced. The Carthaginians, on the other hand, were laden down with all this extra equipment and troops, and they could barely maneuver. That day, the Romans didn't have to rely on things like the Corvus in order to win. They were able to ram their opponents directly straight on. Of the 250 Carthaginian vessels that sailed into battle that day, 50 were sunk, 70 were captured. So where does that leave Carthage? Well, their navy is wiped out. All the supplies that they were going to send to the island are now at the bottom of the Mediterranean or in Roman hands. They no longer have the ability to resupply their troops. They can't even resupply their last remaining strongholds. Carthage thought for a little while and realized that the only way forward is to negotiate for peace. And ironically, they gave that task to Hamilcar Barca, apparently the only man in the entire Carthaginian system that knew how to wage a war. The terms of the deal were harsh on Carthage, but by no means impossible. Sicily, of course, was now officially Roman property. Neither Rome nor Carthage could declare war on their corresponding allies. Roman prisoners were to be released. Carthaginian armies on the island of Sicily were allowed to evacuate with their armor and weapons intact, which was probably the only sweet spot for Carthage in the entire package. However, Carthage was now required to pay a massive indemnity in a matter of 20 years. And when the Senate reviewed its terms, it realized it was being too lenient, immediately increased the indemnity, and decreased the payment time to just 10 years. It was like making a deal with a really nasty loan shark. So where does that bring us to? Well, the First Punic War was finally over. Carthage had lost, it was down, but by no means was it out. It had harsh terms to contend with, and with any type of situation where you have major powers that are employing harsh terms on one another, it doesn't necessarily guarantee a lasting peace. In fact, quite the opposite. These type of terms seem to only engender a certain degree of resentment and hatred. And in this case, that resentment and hatred was none better embodied than in Hamilcar Barca. Hamilcar's animosity towards Rome would spill over into a blood feud that would become not only his, but his family's legacy. And mark my words, Rome had not heard the end of the Barca family name. That ends part 2 of the Punic Wars. Now, in our next episode, the situation in Carthage goes from bad to being even worse. But in its darkest hour, Carthage will experience the emergence of a general who will become not only one of the greatest generals of antiquity, but perhaps one of the greatest generals of all time. Delenda est Carthago. As far as the late war was concerned, the two nations were closely matched in the character of the designs they entertained as well as in the lofty courage they showed in prosecuting them. But in the individual gallantry of their men, the Romans had decidedly the advantage, while we must credit the Carthaginians with the best general of the day, both for genius and daring. The Punic Wars, Part 3, A New Hope. The Second Punic War, and the road that leads up to it, kind of outshines everything that has happened up until this point. If you compare the First Punic War to the Second Punic War, well, the First Punic War is a bit of a grind. It is the James Buchanans to the coming of the Abraham Lincolns. It is the Salieris to the coming of the Mozarts. Now, in our last episode, we talked about how after 23 years of conflict, Carthage had been forced to capitulate. Her army was now surrendered, her navy destroyed, her economy in ruins. And as we're about to hear, things were only going to get worse. But while Carthage was down, it was by no means out. And surprisingly enough, from this debacle, Carthage was going to get a new hope. Now, I've heard it said someplace, and I'm not exactly sure where I got this from, but I've heard it said that if you read enough Shakespeare, you're going to find a line somewhere that applies to just about anything in history or anything in your life. And sometimes that association can be direct, sometimes it can be metaphysical, sometimes you just have to be kind of in the right mood in order for it to apply. One of my favorite lines from Julius Caesar I think applies really well. And it's not the "Friends, Romans, countrymen, lend me your ears." No, that's kind of overplayed. It comes from Scene 2 of the first act, and it's a conversation between Cassius and Brute, and it goes something like this. "Why, man, he doth bestride the narrow world like a colossus, and we petty men walk under his huge legs and peep about to find ourselves dishonorable graves. Men at some time are masters of their fates. The fault, dear Brutus, is not in our stars, but in ourselves, that we are underlings." I don't know about you guys, but if that's not a motivational pep talk that's going to get you at least started on the path to eventually running into the Senate chamber with a knife and assassinating Julius Caesar, I don't know what's going to get you started. But that's not the part of the quote that I actually want to emphasize. The part that I really like is the part that has to do with the fact that people at sometimes are masters of their fate. And if you think about it, there's going to come a time when you are going to make a clear and level-headed decision that will forever change your life. In history, it seems like you have prominent people that come along that make these type of decisions that not only affect themselves, but affect the course of how their town or their city or their entire civilization or even humanity as a whole go. I mean, there are a ton of examples where it only takes one person to make a decision that completely wrangles the course of human history into a totally different direction. Think about what humanity would be like if Martin Luther hadn't protested against the Catholic Church and started the Reformation. Think about what would have happened to English society if Queen Elizabeth hadn't have had the gumption to rally her forces against the oncoming might of the Spanish Armada. Think about what would have happened if Winston Churchill had not said, "No, we're going to continue fighting" in 1940. In my humble opinion, I think that the road that leads to the Second Punic War is a classical example of this. It is the story of how a single person's decision or precedence sets into motion a series of events that leads to a conflagration that involves the lives of hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of people. All right, now, as I have mentioned in the introduction to this podcast, when you compare the First Punic War to the Second, the first one is kind of a bit of a grind. And I want to make it absolutely clear that I'm not condoning the idea that you skip out on the First Punic War. It's important. I go back and listen to it because it really does set the stage for what's about to happen. But the reason why I make that statement is because many of the people in the First Punic War kind of blend together. There's nobody that really shines out, with the exception of Hamilcar Barca. And I think it's with him and the end of the First Punic War that we really need to begin. So with that said, imagine a situation where Rome and Carthage are in a state of perpetual animosity. For 23 years, these guys have their proverbial hands on the other one's throat, trying to squeeze the life out of the other one, but they can't quite seem to do it because both of them are superpowers. They're massive contenders for the Mediterranean Sea. But Rome and Carthage also have a divergence of philosophy. They have different mottos. For Rome, it's all about warfare. It's all about going out and conquering and claiming land for your home state. It is the duty of the citizen to also be a soldier. Whereas in Carthage, the idea was to make a lot of money, and really the state was there to make sure you have protection of your commercial interest. It was a mercantile power. It didn't like warfare. Every time it'd have to go to war, it would outsource its problem to mercenaries in order to fight for them. But something happens as we get closer to the end of the First Punic War. A new faction comes to power in the Carthaginian government, led by a man named Hanno. Hanno the Great, as he's going to be remembered in history, but like with anybody, this guy's got his strengths and he's got his weaknesses. His greatest strength, where he gets the gold star, is that he knows how to politically maneuver like no one else. In fact, he's really kind of slimy. He knows how to shed the blame for any problem to somebody else. His greatest weakness is that he's not much of a military guy. In fact, his entire political platform is based on the idea of peace. He realizes that this war is really affecting his 401k, so he wants to kind of get out. And he does all these kind of quirky things, like try to dismantle the Carthaginian navy. He tries to send as few military reinforcements to the island of Sicily because he knows that it's going to affect his bottom line. Now, juxtapose that to someone like Hamilcar Barca. These guys have completely different worldviews. Hamilcar is considered a bit of a freak within the Carthaginian system. He and the entire Barca clan have this unnatural talent. They are not just aristocrats, they have this incredible ability to wage war. They're just really good at it. So it shouldn't come as a big surprise that these two guys are going to be grinding gears. Now, after the defeat of the Carthaginian navy at the Agate Islands, Hanno tactfully realizes that Carthage can no longer resupply her ground troops on the island of Sicily. So he makes a move that's consistent with his political agenda and vows to have peace with Rome. But he does this kind of underhanded thing, and he makes Hamilcar actually go through with the negotiations itself. Because after all, if this treaty turns out pretty poor for Carthage, then who are the Carthaginian people going to blame? Barca, to his credit, doesn't shirk off his duties. He continues on with the negotiation, but he definitely has his work cut out for him. Because Carthage is negotiating from a position of weakness, so definitely the treaty terms are going to favor Rome. Sicily becomes a Roman province. Neither side is able to declare war on the other side's allies. Roman prisoners are to be released with any type of ransom, and Carthage has to pay this humiliating, huge indemnity to Rome in a matter of 20 years, which Rome later says, you know what, we're going to make you pay it off in 10. The only sweet spot in this entire deal is that Carthaginian armies are allowed to evacuate the island of Sicily with their armor and their weapons intact. To his dying day, Hamilcar considered this to be an unnecessary peace, and it makes sense if you look at it from his perspective. After all, he and his veteran mercenaries had been taking on the bulk of the Roman system for 7 years and had received very little in the form of reinforcement, but yet were able to keep most of the Romans at bay. So after the surrender, Hamilcar takes his army, divides it up into these smaller contingents, marches them to Ilipa, and then from there ships them back to North Africa. The idea was that these smaller packets would arrive in Carthage where the Carthaginian government could pay them what they needed and then disperse them before anything bad could happen. I mean, it makes sense when you look at it from a military perspective, which is exactly what Hamilcar did. But what if you didn't look at it from a military perspective? What if you were part of the new Carthaginian government under Hanno, who thought of it only in terms of mercantile principles? So, the Carthaginian government does this thing where it waits for all of these mercenaries to show up on their doorstep, and then it tries to deal them down. Because you know what? It looks great on paper, right? I mean, think about the money we're going to save. But if you were a mercenary that had been fighting in Sicily for this government for 7 years and spilling blood for him, and you arrive back and they tell you that they're only going to pay you pennies to the dollar, what would you do? Well, to make a long story short, the entire army basically rebelled. And here's the part that really sucks for Carthage, because a lot of the members inside of this army were ethnically related to a lot of the cities that were part of the Carthaginian Empire that Carthage had basically been suppressing for the last umpteen years. So Carthage finds itself in a situation where it can no longer use those cities as a tax base. It can no longer use those cities as a source of manpower for its mercenary armies. And now you have this crazed, rebellious, mercenary, veteran army on your soil at your very doorstep, and they're still armed because that was the only sweet spot in the deal that you had just signed with your enemy, the Romans. Adrian Goldsworthy, in his book The Punic Wars, actually puts this into really good perspective. Quote, "It was the presence of this Libyan element within the army which was to make the rebellion so serious, for they were swiftly able to rally most of their countrymen to their cause. With very few exceptions, the Libyan communities declared for the rebels and swelled the size of their forces. They were joined by many of the Numidian princes. Soon, an army many times the size of the one Regulus had led began the blockade of Carthage." End quote. Well, there's definitely a lesson to be learned here, especially for any of you would-be tyrants out there in the audience, and it kind of goes along with the lofty advice like never start a land war in Asia. Always pay the mercenaries. Machiavelli in chapter 12 of The Prince lays it down well. Quote, "The arms with which a prince defends his state are either his own or their mercenaries' auxiliaries are mixed. Mercenaries and auxiliaries are useless and dangerous, and if one holds his state based on these arms, he will stand neither firm nor safe. For they are disunited, ambitious, and without discipline, unfaithful, valiant before friends, cowardly before enemies. And they have neither the fear of God nor fidelity to men, and destruction is deferred only so long as the attack is. For in peace one is robbed by them, and in war by the enemy." End quote. So Carthage had to race to create a new army in order to take out its old army. This new army actually consisted of citizen soldiers along with a contingent of mercenaries that Carthage found wherever she could. And being low on the funds, these new mercenaries were kind of scraping the bottom of the barrel, so to speak. The only question that really remained was who was going to lead these people into battle. Well, the obvious choice would be leader of the Carthaginian state, which happened to be Hanno. But like I had previously mentioned, Hanno was a complete and total nincompoop when it came to anything military, and he knew it. So he swallowed his own pride, reached over to Hamilcar, who was now effectively in retirement, and said, "Hey man, there are a lot of rebels out there. They're kind of mean. They're at our gates. We're completely outnumbered. What do you say we team up and do something about them?" Hamilcar, at this point, was pretty much fed up with the government. He blamed the government for losing the war with Rome, but he still had devotion to his home state, and so he grudgingly agreed. But Hanno, being the type of person that he was, didn't want his competitor to have all the glory, so he made it a point that they were both going to be in charge of the military. I mean, talk about bad ideas, right? So you can imagine how this plays out. Hanno takes the army to the north to alleviate a rebel siege on Carthage's sister city of Utica. When he gets there, he directly attacks the army, drives off the rebels, and then calls it a day. He retires back to the city, but the rebels regroup, counterattack, and then end up driving Hanno's army from the field of battle. And in fact, this is such a humiliating defeat that Hanno's army calls for his own resignation. Hanno has to do this, but maybe this is a good thing because finally you got Hamilcar Barca by himself in charge of an army. Now keep in mind that this army that he gets is pretty darn puny. It's about 10,000 infantry, about 70 elephants, a handful of cavalry, and that's about it. Barca realizes that he can't do any type of direct confrontation. What he's got to do is some fancy maneuvering in order to take down this bigger foe, but this is exactly what Hamilcar does best. I mean, this is what he's been doing for 7 years against the Romans in Sicily. He uses the element of surprise to its finest extent. And I'll give you a good example. 239 at the Battle of Bagradas River. Hamilcar and the Carthaginians arrive at this river, and the rebels are on the other side. The rebels are, of course, expecting Hamilcar to cross at the only available crossing point, attack him directly, and they're waiting for him. But Hamilcar does some reconnaissance. He realizes that at a certain point of the day, the wind actually pushes the water and exposes this sandbank, which acts as a perfect crossing point. And so he uses this. He arrives at the rebel flank. They have no idea how he got there, and he effectively just wipes them from the field of battle. And it's this kind of tactic that he uses again and again. He goes after the weak points. He takes out the supply lines. He whittles them down. There is actually a very striking account by Polybius, which also talks about the savagery of the man. Quote, "Like a good drought player, by isolating and surrounding them, he destroyed large numbers in detail without coming to a general engagement at all. And in movements of more importance, he cut off many without resistance by enticing them into ambushes, while he threw others into utter dismay by suddenly appearing where they least expected him, sometimes by day and sometimes by night. And all whom he took alive, he threw to the elephants." End quote. As the mercenary wars continued, it became apparent to just about everybody that this was going to be a really brutal, harsh conflict. The rebels didn't have any type of Geneva Convention. They didn't have any code of ethics or anything like that. At least with the Romans, it was a civilized conflict. They'd kill you professionally, but if you got captured, there's a good chance that you'd be ransomed or released at some point in time. Not so much with the rebels. If you got captured, they'd probably cut you up into little gooey bits and leave you for dead in a ditch someplace, which is exactly what they did with the Carthaginian commander that they captured. Hamilcar's response was going to be equally brutal. In 238, at what would later be known as the Battle of the Saw, Hamilcar managed to convince a bunch of rebels to escape into a slot canyon, where he promptly had them surrounded, a barricade was built, and then he sat back and watched as 40,000 men slowly starved to death. I mean, things got so bad inside that canyon that some of these men had to resort to cannibalism. Surprisingly, Polybius, who is a Roman, actually portrays Hamilcar in a very positive light with this. Quote, "Finally, he managed to unexpectedly to beleaguer them on ground highly unfavorable to them and convenient for his own force, and reduce them to such a pitch of distress that neither venturing to risk an engagement nor being able to run away, because they were entirely surrounded by a trench and stockade, they were at last compelled by starvation to feed on each other, a fitting retribution at the hands of Providence for their violation of all laws human and divine in the conduct of their enemies." End quote. It wasn't until about 237 that Carthage was finally able to put this rebellion down. Had it just paid off its troops, it wouldn't have to deal with any of this kind of stuff. But hey, you know what? Life lesson learned. Again, always pay off the mercenaries. Carthage at this point enters into kind of a rebuilding phase. It starts reasserting her dominance over North Africa. And while it's rebuilding, what is Rome up to? Well, Rome is taking advantage of every opportunity she can get, right? At the beginning of the mercenary wars, there's actually reports that Roman traders are actually supplying the Carthaginians with weapons. I mean, talk about war profiteering. And then to make things worse, in 240, the island of Sardinia rebels against Carthage. Rome sends troops, eventually subjugating the island, and then it decides to take Corsica also just for the fun of it. And despite the fact that this is a violation of the Treaty of Catullus, which was the treaty that ended the First Punic War, Rome actually finds a way to make Carthage pay for it. It imposes another indemnity on him, and Carthage, being destitute and up to its eyeballs fighting rebels, has no other choice but to go along with this. Of course, Roman expansion is not going to stop there. Now that they have the islands of Sicily, Sardinia, and Corsica firmly under their control, their overseas empire really needs to have a trade network. And once that comes into play, it becomes a prime target for piracy. The Illyrian pirates, which were based up and down the Adriatic Sea, start launching attacks against the Roman navy. At first they're kind of a nuisance, but this grows into a big-time menace, and then the Romans have to do something about it. More money, more problems, I guess. But if you think about it, Rome never had to deal with this before. It was a land-based power, right? Going into the Adriatic was like going into boogeyman land. It was that part of the map that was all blacked out, and there were like dragons there. In fact, there was a Greek phrase where to sail the Adriatic was synonymous with taking a perilous journey. Well, that said, Rome now had economic interests in the area. It was going to do something about it. So in 229, Rome sends a fleet loaded up with troops. They land in Illyria, which is what we would currently think of as the Balkans, Bosnia, Herzegovina, Croatia. And over the course of a year, this army marches up and down the coast, secures this coastal strip. They take a couple of cities, secure a couple of ports, and the idea is to prevent the Illyrian pirates from having bases to attack them. Now, this doesn't last forever. In 220, there's an uprising, and Rome has to send its forces back to Illyria. And I've actually read this someplace that it had to, quote, vigorously devastate the opposition, end quote, which is kind of a nice way of saying that Rome basically kicked the crud out of anybody that got in their way. Rome was getting good at this overseas empire thing. Now, while Rome was dealing with the Illyrian pirates, it was also contending with the fact that its population was growing by leaps and bounds. In fact, it needed more land for these people to live in. And the natural place for Rome to expand would be to the north. In fact, there was a very strong voice within the Roman Senate that stated that the physical boundaries of Rome should not end at the Arno and the Rubicon. It should go all the way up to the Alps. The only problem was that this area, which was known as Cisalpine Gaul, or Gaul this side of the mountains, was inhabited by a bunch of tribes that were all vehemently opposed to Rome. The Gauls in particular really loathed the Romans. They thought of their southern neighbors as being these kind of Nazi-like people who were going to just come up there and try to wipe them out. Polybius actually comments on this, quote, "For many of the Gauls, and especially the Boii, whose lands were conterminous with the Roman territory, entered upon that war from the conviction that the object of Rome and her wars with them was no longer supremacy and empire over them, but their total expulsion and destruction." End quote. Now, to be fair, this fear was kind of a two-way thing. The peoples of Rome were actually quite scared of the Gauls as well. It was, after all, they who were able to invade the Roman homeland, sack the city of Rome, and, by the way, that feat would not be repeated for another 800 years. Now, the Gauls kind of knew about this fear as well. In fact, they used it as a psychological calling card in order to rally other troops and other tribes to their cause. Polybius again, quote, "In these attempts to inflame their cupidity and induce them to join the expedition against Rome, they easily succeeded, for they added to the above argument pledges of their own alliance and reminded them of the campaign of their own ancestors in which they had seized Rome itself and had been masters of all it contained, as well as the city itself, for 7 months." End quote. So when the Gauls caught word that the Romans were setting up shop in Cisalpine Gaul, they were setting up colonies up there, the response was vigorous, to say the least. A barbarian coalition of all these northern tribes came together, and in 226, they marched south. Along the way, this coalition started raiding Roman cities and colonies. They started ravaging the countryside. They started stealing anything that wasn't nailed down. They were eventually intercepted by a Roman consular army under the command of Lucius Aemilius. Aemilius raised the battle standard, called his troops into action, and then was promptly defeated by these barbarians. He had to retreat south. Now, had the Gauls and the rest of this band continued their offensive, they might have made it back to Rome again. But the coalition started coming undone because, you see, the problem is that they had stolen too much stuff. Their nimble, moving army was now laden down with so much booty they could hardly maneuver. So some of this coalition wanted to go back up to Gaul and deposit it. Some of it wanted to bury it in a cave. Some of them actually wanted to continue fighting the Romans. Now, while these guys were trying to figure out what to do next, Aemilius's co-consul, Gaius Attilius, arrived from Sardinia and landed his consular army in Pisa, which was actually north of the barbarian group. Now, this wasn't actually a planned thing, but when Attilius learned that this invading force was marching on Rome, he immediately turned his forces to the south, and before you know it, this barbarian group was now sandwiched in between two consular armies. Polybius actually gives us a really good account of the desperation that started setting in with the barbarians. Quote, "The army of the Celts was thus double-faced, and their mode of marshalling their forces was effective as well as calculated to inspire terror. The insubres and boii were clothed in their light cloaks, but the gestate, from vanity and bravado, threw these garments away and fell in front of the army naked, with nothing but their arms, believing that as the ground was in parts encumbered with brambles, which might possibly catch in their clothes and impede the use of their weapons, they would be more effective in this state." End quote. You know, you gotta hand it to them. The Romans really did come a long way since their defeat by the Gauls. Their army was now a well-oiled machine. They had better tactics and equipment, and they just basically laid waste to this barbarian army. And after that, they proceeded to press the offensive into the north, taking out barbarian stronghold one after the next until they got to the city of Mediolanum. In 222, they took the city and effectively destroyed all resistance in the north. So you got to admit that in a short period of time, the Roman Senate was no slouch. It had extended Roman hegemony in almost every direction. Sicily, Sardinia, Corsica, the Illyrian coast, Cisalpine Gaul, you name it, it had a Roman flag sticking out of it. That's not bad, right? I mean, way to go, SPQR. But the real question now arises is, what was Carthage up to during all this? Well, on the other end of the Mediterranean, there was another fight going on, but it wasn't between armies. It was between egos. You see, with the loss of Sicily, Sardinia, and Corsica, Carthage really needed to have new lands. North Africa was still a little bit too unstable for expansion, and at the end of the mercenary wars, Carthage was divided into two major factions. You had the popular reformist faction under Hamilcar Barca, who wanted to restore Carthaginian glory, expand in every direction, take over everything, overseas empire, you name it. And then you had the conservative faction under Hanno the Great, who wanted to really restore the aristocracy and kind of build up the land base around Carthage and keep things kind of local. You can tell right away that Carthage is just not going to be big enough for these two. And Hanno feels quite threatened by Hamilcar. Hamilcar, after all, is a war hero. He's a decorated man. You know, he's got money, he's got prestige, he's got his own political faction. But Hanno is a political mastermind, and he comes up with a pretty good plan. He calls Hamilcar into his boardroom and says, "Hey man, listen, you and I don't always see eye to eye, but I got a solution that may just work for you, because, you know, Carthage is good and all, but it's kind of musty here. Wouldn't you want to check out some new areas, some new land?" At which point he pulls out the brochure for Spain. Why would you want to spend your time in dusty old Carthage when you could see sunny Spain, you know? And he kind of throws it in his lap. Think about it for a second. There's new lands for you to conquer, there's silver mines for you to exploit, and there's all the barbarians that you can possibly want to fight breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Now, folks, I don't want to really say anything bad about Hamilcar. I really like the guy, but I find his lack of political insight to be something very distressing, and it's something that he and his son are both going to have, to both their detriment. I mean, it's going to be something that plagues the Barca clan pretty much to the end of the Punic Wars. Just kind of keep that in mind. All right, going back to Hanno and his political maneuvering. This is a masterstroke of political cunning from Hanno, because if he gets Hamilcar out of the city, not only does he get rid of his biggest contender, but he also gets rid of Hamilcar's political faction, which allows Hanno to expand his own agenda. And if Hamilcar goes, he's going to be taking a contingent of Libyan warriors who otherwise might actually pose a threat to Carthage. It's a triple win for him. Hamilcar, on the other hand, sees this as an opportunity to expand Carthaginian influence and perhaps maybe create an empire for himself in the Iberian Peninsula. And so with that, in 237, Hamilcar sets sail for the Iberian Peninsula with his son-in-law Hasdrubal and his son, Hannibal. I want you folks to imagine this scene. Hannibal is only 9 years old, and he's led into a room by his father, where he is commanded to place his hands into a sacrificial bowl, at which point Hamilcar commands him, and this depends on which historian you believe, he commands him to forever be an enemy to Rome. And this blood oath is something that Hannibal does just a little too well. Now, by late 237, Hamilcar and his family arrive in the Iberian Peninsula. They immediately start to secure the silver mines and then expand Carthaginian influence in southern Spain. Almost from the get-go, Hamilcar comes under attack by the local tribes. They just don't want the Carthaginians to be there. But Hamilcar does what he does best. He fights them back. He secures the coastal strip. In fact, he does such a good job of this that the Romans send an envoy to figure out what he's up to. In 231, this envoy arrives in Hamilcar's tent, and I can only imagine it in my head. You have this Roman guy in a toga walking into Hamilcar's private headquarters, where he's got like a poster in the background that says like death to Rome, and he's got this map of like Spain rolled out with a bunch of like knives stuck inside of it where he wants to expand. And the Romans look at this and they're probably like, what the heck are you doing here? Because Rome also wants to expand into Iberia. And Hamilcar's response is just classical. He says, I'm only here trying to find a way to pay you guys back, referring to the indemnity. The only reason that I am mining that silver is so that I can pay back my debts to you. At which the Romans are like, hey, that'll do. Okay. All right, carry on then. This is kind of an example of cartoon lunacy. There is nothing that's going to be coming out of Hamilcar Barca or his family that is ever going to be good for Rome. But be that as it may, Rome kind of backs off and just allows Hamilcar a free hand to do whatever he wants. Hamilcar spends the next couple of years expanding Carthaginian influence throughout the southern coast of Spain. Now, he makes it up to the city of Acra Lucia, which is renamed later on as the city of Lucentium. It's the modern-day city of Alicante, for those of you who are curious. But this is about as far as Hamilcar was going to get. In the year 229, Hamilcar and his forces come under attack by a Celt-Iberian tribe known as the Oretani. And it's outside of the city of Lucentium that Hamilcar does this rear guard action. He protects the end of his army so that the rest of his people can escape. And if you believe the historians, some records actually say that his very own son was in that group of people. Now, in this action, Hamilcar is caught in the midst of battle, and he is killed. It's kind of sad to think about the death of a legend like Hamilcar. But at the same time, his death was pretty glorious. He died in the midst of battle, doing what he did best, saving the life of his army, and if you believe the sources, the life of his own son. Of all people, Polybius, again a Roman historian, actually commemorates the man. Quote, "After reducing many Iberian tribes by war or diplomacy to obedience to Carthage, he died in a manner worthy of his great achievements. For he lost his life in a battle against the most warlike and powerful of tribes, in which he showed a conspicuous and even reckless personal gallantry." End quote. The story of the Barcid Empire in Spain, of course, doesn't end there. After Hamilcar's death, he's succeeded by his son-in-law Hasdrubal, who is known to history as Hasdrubal the Fair or Hasdrubal the Handsome. As far as names go, it could be worse, right? You could be remembered as like Ivan the Terrible or like Vlad the Impaler. Hasdrubal, as it turns out, is a pretty competent leader. He makes it priority number one to crush the Oretani. He takes the army, which is now swelled to about 50,000 infantry, 6,000 cavalry, and about 200 elephants, and he does exactly that. Then, over the next 9 years, he continues to expand Carthaginian influence in southern Spain. And he does this with military conquest and political alliances. He even goes so far as to establish a new capital. In the year 227, he establishes the city of Carthago Nova, which is the modern-day city of Cartagena. The man had empire on his mind. His most enduring contribution, however, was the establishment of the Treaty of Ebro. You have to be aware that at this point, Rome and Carthage were really beginning to rub elbows in Spain. And so Hasdrubal masterfully wanted to set up a demarcation line between the two empires. According to the treaty, everything south of the Ebro River was under Carthaginian dominance. Everything north was going to be under Roman jurisdiction. Now, despite all of his advances, Hasdrubal was never going to see the fruition of all of his efforts. His time in office was going to be limited. In the year 221, he's assassinated. And it is at this point that we have the ascension of the son of Hamilcar. At the age of 26, Hannibal Barca comes to power. Brian Caven, the writer of the Punic Wars, saw this for what it really is. Quote, "The army of Spain passed from the control of a mature statesman who valued the rewards and the arts of peace into that of an impetuous young man in whom the principal motivating force was a burning desire for military glory. With Hannibal's ascension, the possibility of war between Carthage and Rome hardened into virtual certainty." End quote. Hannibal was a man that had motivation, he had an army, he had a blood oath. All he needed now was a reason to go to war with his nemesis. And it wasn't long before he got that chance. The city of Agrigentum, which was an ally of Rome, was located south of the river Ebro. This was a city that the local inhabitants made it a point to constantly conduct raids into Carthaginian-held territory. Something had to be done about it. But the problem was that to declare war on Agrigentum meant to declare war on the Romans. However, according to the Treaty of Ebro, which Rome did in fact sign, everything south of that river was under Carthaginian domination. And so Hannibal felt justified in what he was about to do next. He was going to go and pick a fight. And the Romans, by the way, had no idea what was about to be unleashed on them. Adrian Goldsworthy, in his book, The Punic Wars, gets it just right. Quote, "For the generation of Roman commanders who grew up between the wars with Carthage, their military experiences in Sardinia, Illyria, and most of all Cisalpine Gaul accustomed them to warfare against armies which were tactically unsophisticated, however individually brave and skilled the warriors composing them might have been. It was to prove poor preparation for confronting a general as skilled as Hannibal at the head of a well-trained army." End quote. Well, that ends part 3 of the Punic Wars. Now in our next episode, the Second Punic War begins as Hannibal starts his march towards Rome with his climactic crossing of the Alps. Rome scrambles to raise an army to oppose him, but then it finds itself on the defense. Delenda est Carthago. All the forcefulness of the father's countenance, the fire of his eyes, his facial expressions, his very features were reproduced in the son. Essentially a civilized Hellenistic man, he was neither more cruel by nature than the best of his contemporaries. Cruelty, after all, is inseparable from war. The Punic Wars, Part 4, Hannibal Strikes Back. All right, welcome back to Flashpoint History. This is going to be the 4th of a multi-part series on the Punic Wars, that immense, nay, gargantuan struggle between Carthage and Rome. This was truly the World War of the 3rd century BCE that did nothing less than decide the path of where Western civilization was going to go. If you ever wonder why the U.S. has a Senate or the words E pluribus unum appear on every dollar bill, well, it all rates back to this. Now, in our last episode, we talked about the death of a legend. Hamilcar Barca was instrumental in restoring Carthage to power. His endeavors reintroduced Carthaginian influence and dominance not only in North Africa but also in southern Spain. But with the death of Hamilcar, the Barca legacy was not to be lost because his son Hannibal also possessed that intrinsic military genius that his father possessed. And Hannibal was destined to lead an army on one of the greatest military campaigns in human history. When I was in college, I had the opportunity to study civilization in the Eastern Mediterranean. After traveling for 3 months, my fellow students and I arrived at the city of Jerusalem. Now, this was a time when there was violence going on in the Middle East, and our class was actually diverted away from the ancient city in order to kind of hunker down in Tel Aviv and wait for our flights to go back to the States. But after traveling for 3 months and basically living out of a backpack, there was no way I was going to miss out on this opportunity. So with that, my good friend and I decided to hitch a ride, and before we knew it, we were at the gate that was right next to the Wailing Wall. Now, I can't speak enough about Jerusalem. The place is just absolutely incredible. But there was something at that gate that day that sticks in my mind to this day. My friend gave me a nudge, and he pointed out an Israeli soldier that was guarding the entrance. This was somebody that was probably not that much older than I was. He was in his early 20s. But it was clear that this guy had seen a lot of sun. He squinted a lot. And he was extremely comfortable in carrying around the fully automatic weapon that was just resting in his hands. The type that has all the accoutrement. But even that was not what my friend was pointing out. He was pointing out the fact that there were 2 clips that were locked into this gun, one that was duct taped to the other, and I didn't understand the significance of that. So my friend explained it to me. He said that this is a soldier that was basically ready for any type of confrontation. He could walk into a firefight, unload an entire magazine towards an enemy, hit the release mechanism, shift it over to the second magazine, again, duct tape to the first one, and keep shooting. And mind you, this to protect a civilian site. And it made me think, what kind of army am I looking at? What kind of army is this person a sample of? And I'm not talking about in terms of political. I'm talking about in terms of simply tactical military here. Now, not to state the obvious, but this was easily a trained, skilled, veteran army that had an unmistakably high state of readiness. It was an army forged in a baptism of fire, and if you know the history of Israel since 1948 onwards, you know exactly what I'm talking about. And it had definitively achieved a level of proficiency based on the knowledge of its predecessors. And here I was witnessing one of the end products of that synthesis. If you look at it in terms of historical perspective, it was an army very much like this, in terms of proficiency and that high-level veteran status that Hannibal inherited from his father in the year 221 BCE. Now, there's a phrase that I find very endearing that I think applies to the situation, and it's based off an adage that's actually attributable to a lot of prominent people in antiquity. And it goes something like this. An army of sheep that's led by a lion will always defeat an army of lions that's led by a sheep. But what if you had a situation like you did in 221? What if you had an army of lions that's led by a lion? What defeats that? Well, it was this particular army that was under the command of Hannibal that was marching on the city of Agrigentum in the year 219 BCE. And for the record, folks, all dates are going to be before the Common Era unless specified otherwise. But it was here in 219 at the city of Agrigentum that our story begins. Agrigentum is a city that's located in the Iberian Peninsula, modern-day Spain. And it was located south of the river Ebro. And this is important because according to a treaty that both Rome and Carthage had agreed upon, it was considered to be in Carthaginian-held territory. The problem was that Rome had violated that treaty. It had made an alliance with the city and was sworn to protect it in situations of emergency. And the people of Agrigentum only made matters worse. They were constantly being a nuisance to the Carthaginian state. They were attacking Carthaginian strongholds, they were raiding into Carthaginian lands, and eventually something had to be done about them. Hannibal was going to be the man to do it. In 219, he shows up with his army, lays siege to the city. And mind you, this was going to be a siege that was going to last for 8 months. And during this time, the people of Agrigentum were crying for help. They were sending envoys to Rome saying, hey, you know what? We poked the bear. He's awake. He's angry. And we're in a lot of trouble. We need some help now. The people of Rome, however, had their hands full. If you look at the historical map, Rome had finished the conquest of Sicily and Sardinia and Corsica. It was engaged in another land war in Illyria. It was trying to secure its land holdings in Cisalpine Gaul, and it really didn't have any more manpower left over to help out the people of Agrigentum. And they kind of figured, how good can Hannibal possibly be? And second of all, maybe the people of Agrigentum can hold out long enough until we build up an army and send it over there. That'd be a great idea, right? No. No, not at all. This is a horrible idea. Saguntum falls in 218, and all of its wealth falls directly into the Carthaginian lap. Polybius actually comments on this, quote, "Money, slaves, and property fell into his hands, which he disposed of in accordance with his original design. The result answered his expectations. The army was rendered more eager for action, the home populace more ready to grant whatever he asked, and he himself was enabled by the possession of such abundant means to carry out many measures that were of service to his expedition." End quote. So Saguntum was basically just a rich appetizer for Hannibal. And of course, the Romans are not very happy with this. They send an envoy to Carthage, and a man by the name of Fabius Maximus appears before the Carthaginian High Council. He demands the immediate surrender of Hannibal and his entire army for punishment. Of course, you got to keep in mind that at this point, Carthage had really rebuilt herself after the First Punic War, and it wasn't going to be pushed around by a mere Roman. Their response was to completely blow him off. And if you believe the tale, Fabius Maximus reaches down, grabs his toga, and creates two folds. And he says, "In one fold I have war, and the other one I have peace. Which do you choose?" The High Council stares at him in total disbelief. They can't believe this guy's for real. I gotta hand it to Fabius. As far as diplomacy goes, you can't get much more direct than this. The High Council responds by saying, "You decide. You decide the way that this is going to go down." At which point, Fabius lets one of the folds drop, and he says, "Let it be war," to which the Carthaginians respond, "We accept it, we accept it." And with that, in March of 218, the Second Punic War is on. Both sides begin preparing for combat almost immediately. Hannibal, true to his nature, is not going to be playing a defensive war in any of this. No, he's not going to wait for the Romans to come and attack him on his turf. He's going to go after the jugular. His plans are to invade Italy itself. And he does this in a very strategically responsible manner. Starting off at his capital, Carthago Nova, which is the current-day city of Cartagena in Spain, he's got about 90,000 infantry, 12,000 cavalry, and a bunch of war elephants, and he divides it up in order to secure his flanks. 15,000 infantry goes to his brother Hasdrubal to control his base of operations in southern Spain. 11,000 infantry goes to control northern Spain and all the rebellious tribes that are up there. 10,000 he sends back to North Africa in order to protect the Carthaginian homeland. The remainder of the forces, the cream of the crop, so to speak, he places under his own command and sets them marching towards the Pyrenees. To this, he adds his brother Mago, his nephew Hanno, and his top cavalry commander, a man by the name of Maharbal. Now, the Carthaginians are not the only ones making grand plans. The Romans, surprisingly enough, also have a grand strategy. In 218, two consular armies are raised. The first army is placed under the command of Publius Cornelius Scipio. You gotta love these Roman names. They're just so exemplary. This army is given the task of moving via the city of Massilia and then onwards towards Spain, with the idea to take out Hannibal's base of operations in the Iberian Peninsula. The second army was placed under the command of, wait for it, Tiberius Sempronius Longus, and given the simple task of moving via Sicily, invading Carthage, and taking it out. It's a little ridiculous. They might as well bring back milk if they got extra time, right? That said, think about how this compares to the First Punic War. Because here you have these large armies that are moving with clear strategic goals, and they're moving on a very vast theater of operations. This is a far cry from what happened in the First Punic War, where you'd have Roman and Carthaginian armies that basically stuck their thumb up in the air and said, hey, you know what? The wind is blowing that way. Why don't we march that way and just kind of see what happens? This, in comparison, was chess. And for Hannibal, this wasn't just chess, this was chess with a timeline. Because in order for his plans to succeed, and for him to invade Italy, he'd have to cross the Alps before they got snowed in. Being the type of guy that thought 3 steps ahead, Hannibal did a lot of really important maneuvers in order to prepare for his expedition. When his army left Carthago Nova in late spring of 218, he made it a point to send ahead messengers to the tribes of Gaul. And he did this in order to establish good relationships with them, to hopefully pick up a couple of allies, but most importantly, he wanted the Gauls to know that this was not a war against them, that this was between him and the Romans. He did a lot of other important things along the way. In northern Spain, he made it a point to attack a bunch of rebellious tribes and try to subdue them and try to get them out of the way while he was gone. When he got to the Pyrenees, he actually turned back about 10,000 Spanish soldiers who he considered were unreliable. The way he figured they were only going to slow him down. And crossing into Gaul, he actually turned his entire baggage train around and figured he was going to forage off the land. Again, for him, time really was of the essence. The way that historians figure, by June or July, he was actually able to cross the Pyrenees and enter into Gaul with about 50,000 infantry, about 9,000 cavalry, and 37 war elephants. But it wasn't until September that he met up with his first major obstacle, for it was at this point that he arrived at the Rhone River. The Rhone is massive. It's fast-flowing. And at the point where Hannibal was located, it was very close to the Mediterranean, so it was also very wide at that point. To cross it would be no simple undertaking, and what's worse, on the other side was a hostile tribe of Gauls known as the Volcae. When the Volcae heard about Hannibal and his army marching in their direction, they made it a point to assemble their forces and barricade Hannibal's crossing. If you ask anybody that knows anything about military tactics, they'll tell you that an amphibious assault is probably about one of the most dangerous things you can possibly do, especially if you're going up against an enemy that's well entrenched and is waiting for you. So Hannibal had to come up with a creative solution, and he had to do it fast. Again, the clock was really ticking here. He took his nephew Hanno, gave him a bunch of cavalry, and did a reconnaissance by force along the Rhone River, trying to find a crossing point. Now, this may seem like standard military tactics, but at the time, the concept of reconnaissance was actually something really new. If you look at the way that the Roman armies maneuvered, they would constantly be getting into ambushes because they lacked this simple tactic. Hanno was able to find a crossing point. He crossed with his entire contingent of cavalry and then in secrecy moved along the banks of the river to a spot that was within striking distance of the Volcae position. When he got there, he gave off a smoke signal, letting Hannibal know that he was ready to go. When Hannibal saw this, he began crossing with the rest of his infantry across the water, and when the Volcae saw the crossing, they began assembling their forces along the bank of the river in order to oppose them. But by doing this, they left their flank completely open. And then, seemingly out of nowhere, Hanno and the rest of the cavalry came bounding out of the woods and came down hard on this exposed flank, basically routing the Volcae and the rest of their forces from the field of battle. At that point, Hannibal had absolutely no issue with the rest of the crossing. After getting his men across the water and establishing his beachhead on the other side, Hannibal's next step was to get the elephants. After all, you can't forget the elephants. And he did this by creating rafts and covering them with dry soil in order to fool the elephants into thinking that this was land and then push them on board the raft. Now, most of the elephants were too smart for this. They didn't like the idea of getting on board a raft covered in dirt trying to cross a fast-flowing water. Most of them ended up in the drink. And if you believe the historical record, these elephants walked along the bottom of the river using their trunks as periscopes to breathe. And surprisingly, all 37 of them made it. After crossing the Rhone, Hannibal does something that shows that not only is he a mastermind on the field of battle, but he's also a mastermind when it comes to motivating his men. And that's truly the mark of a great commander, is to motivate people to follow you no matter how bad things are going to get. And Hannibal knew that crossing these Alps is going to make crossing the Rhone look like going through a puddle. So he throws this post-crossing celebration. And he does it not only to bolster his men's morale, but also to introduce him to these delegates that he's invited from the tribes of southern Gaul and northern Italy, in order to indicate to his men that, hey, you know what? We do, in fact, have allies on this side of the water. They're here to pledge their help to us. He wants to indicate to his men that, hey, you know what? From here on out, it's going to be smooth sailing. But, of course, this is totally wrong, and Hannibal knows it. Now, Polybius actually has an account of a speech that Hannibal gives. And I love it because from our perspective, you can see it for the BS that it is, but for his men, it's actually a really good bit of propaganda. Quote, Hannibal, after reminding the soldiers of what they had already achieved and pointing out that though they had engaged in many perilous and dangerous enterprises, they had never failed in one. He bade them not lose courage now that the most serious part of their undertaking was accomplished. The Rhone was crossed, and they had seen with their own eyes the display of goodwill of their allies. Let this convince them that they should leave the rest to him with confidence, and while obeying his orders, show themselves men of courage and worthy of their former deeds." End quote. Hannibal's party was not to last very long. He managed to move his army north along the Rhone for several days, but as he did this, a small contingent of his rear guard cavalry bumped into the leading elements of a Roman cavalry detachment. Now, these were the men that were under the command of Scipio. If you recall, he and his consular army were ordered to Massilia, which was not too far from where Hannibal was located, and then they were supposed to move overland to attack Spain. The resulting cavalry confrontation was a bit inconclusive tactically. It was a skirmish, but on a strategic level, this was something that was mind-blowing for both sides. Hannibal realized that he had been detected, that he had to move fast if he was to hold on to any of the element of surprise. And Scipio realized that he was dealing with a Carthaginian that wasn't going to be playing on the defense. In fact, he realized that this Carthaginian commander was advancing on Italy, his homeland. Hannibal stuck with his original plan. He started sending out probing parties in order to find a way to cross the Alps and get into Italy as soon as possible. Scipio, on the other hand, didn't really seem like he knew what he was doing. He divided up his forces, which I personally find questionable, if not stupid, and sent them ahead in order to attack Hannibal's base of operations in Spain, and he placed his brother Gnaeus in command of this force. The remainder of his now divided and, for that matter, depleted consular army, he returned back to Italy in order to provide a defense. Historians argue that it was sometime in late October or early November of 218 that Hannibal attempted his 16-day crossing of the Alps. Now, the exact location of where he crossed is still unknown. In fact, there's people out there that have dedicated their entire lives to try to locate this point. So I'm not going to even broach it. However, if there's people out there that have some good insights, please leave it in the comments or email me. In either case, by the time he attempted the crossing, the snows had come and the passes were even more treacherous. And despite this, Hannibal made it a point to bring the elephants. Which, of course, brings up the question, why? Because this is one of those prospects in history like Sherman's March to the Sea or Lewis and Clark's expedition through the Louisiana Purchase. You know, if you make it, you're lauded as this genius. But if you fail, you look like a schmuck. Well, there's a lot of different thoughts on the matter. Everybody kind of has their own opinion why Hannibal did this. Now, my personal take on it is that Hannibal, being the mastermind of the battlefield, realized that there is a strong psychological component to any type of campaign. And if he can convince his men that the elephants can make it, then why not the men as well? Crossing the Alps is perhaps one of the most arduous endeavors in military history. In fact, to simply call it an arduous endeavor is probably a bit of an understatement. The Carthaginians would have to deal with such things as high altitude, exposure, extreme cold, rock slides, narrow passages, complete lack of logistical supply, and to make matters worse, there were hostile tribes in the mountains that would do anything to prevent an army from crossing. One such group, known as the Allobroges, were particularly hostile. They actually attacked the Carthaginian forces on several different occasions. Robert O'Connell, the writer of The Ghosts of Cannae, actually has a very good account of this. Quote, "The Allobroge tribesmen came charging down, hurling rocks, rolling boulders, and launching arrows. Pack animals began to bolt and plunge off the cliffs, dragging their handlers to the rocks below. Realizing he risked losing most of his supplies and transport, he, of course meaning Hannibal in this case, stormed down upon the attackers, killing some and driving off the rest. The situation stabilized, and a morose silence settled over the men as they moved out of the gorge and toward the pass above, followed by the elephants, which had been led carefully across the ledges without loss." End quote. This, of course, is not going to be the last of the Allobroges. I mean, after all, they are hardy mountain barbarian folk, and they're going to make it a point to at least give Hannibal or his army a black eye before they leave. So what ensues is kind of this cat and mouse kind of game. The Allobroges attack, Hannibal fends them off, Hannibal finds one of their settlements, levels it to the ground, steals their grain, and the Allobroges come up with an idea. They find a small mountain pass with Hannibal's name written all over it, and then they set up and wait in ambush. As Hannibal approaches this pass, he senses something is off. He rearranges his marching order. He takes his elephants and puts them way out on the front, puts his infantry behind that, and then realizing that his cavalry was kind of useless in this mountain area, he puts them in the middle and then finally puts his heaviest infantry in the back. And he does this with the idea that if he does get attacked in a narrow space, at least his infantry will have the ability to counterattack. Now, lo and behold, he marches his forces into that pass, and the Allobroges roll these boulders on both sides of his army, and he finds himself trapped in there. And then suddenly, the tribesmen rise up, one contingent in the front, one contingent in the back. Now, the Carthaginian heavy infantry that Hannibal had put in the rear is able to defend that flank against the Allobroges without an issue. However, the Allobroges in the front are massive in number, and they come prepared for just about anything. They even created a checklist, and it goes something like this. Weapons to kill infantry? Check. Weapons to kill cavalry? Check. Weapons to take out Hannibal? Check. Weapons to kill elephants? Oh, right. Wait a minute. What's an elephant? This was something that the Allobroges had never dealt with before. But then again, you can't really blame them. I mean, how many times do you actually find elephants up in the Alps? Now, Polybius actually comments on this, quote, his best protection was his elephants. On whatever part of the line they were placed, the enemy never ventured to approach, being terrified at the unwanted appearance of the animals, end quote. Sensing this fear, Hannibal commanded his elephants to a full frontal attack against the Allobroge front line, and he smashed them out of the way. In fact, most of the Allobroge wanted nothing to do with what was coming after them. The elephants were like monsters to him. In either case, Hannibal was able to get through the trap. The rest of the time in the Alps was by no means pleasant. When they reached the summit, Hannibal found a location where he could see the Lombard plain below him, and he gave a speech to inspire his men, or at least try to. He pointed out, hey, listen, it's down there for the taking. All we have to do is descend. But the descent was just as treacherous. The slopes on that side of the Alps is actually a little bit more acute. The snows had melted, making them slippery and wet. And there were even these giant boulders along the way that Hannibal had to come up with these creative solution using water and wine and wood in order to blast them in little pieces. It's based off his quote, I shall either find a way or make one. When he finally got out of the Alps, he had about 20,000 infantry and about 6,000 cavalry. Now, this is of the 50,000 infantry and 9,000 cavalry that he started with. When you read about the historical perspective, people who have described what this army looked like when it came down, it describes it as this army that was decimated, low morale, people falling apart, having malnutrition. Some books go so far as to call it a freeze-dried army. Call it what you will, but that Carthaginian army was now on Italian soil. Hannibal emerged around the city of Turin, but he didn't have time to sit around for long because the army needed its logistical supply. And so he started sending out foragers in just about every direction, and feeding this army was going to be a consistent problem for Hannibal just about throughout his entire military campaign. Now, he also set to work trying to get recruits to replace all the men that he had lost crossing the Alps. Now, while he was doing this, his counterpart, Cornelius Scipio, was doing just about the same thing. If you recall, Cornelius Scipio was the consul of the Roman army that had retreated with a portion of his forces from Massilia back to Italy. When he got back with his half-strength consular army, he immediately set to work around the city of Pisa, trying to hire just about anybody to join the army in order to fend off Hannibal. In fact, to the man's credit, Scipio actually recalled his co-consul Sempronius Longus from his expedition to Sicily in order to help him. That whole defense of the homeland, I guess, must have been really important. Now, both armies started converging on one another. Hannibal started moving down the Po River Valley, while Scipio started moving up from Pisa to the small town of Piacenza. Now, for those of you who have never been to Piacenza, it is an absolutely adorable medieval city. It still has its medieval wall, and 1,300 years later, it was going to be the focal point from which the First Crusade set off. But at this point in history, it was just a small little colony. Now, from here, Scipio started moving his forces up into the Po River Valley, and it was sometime in late November of 218 that both of these armies confronted one another. Hannibal brought about 6,000 men to the field of battle, whereas Scipio brought 10,000. And on paper, that looks pretty darn imposing. I mean, after all, Hannibal is almost outnumbered 2-1. That is, of course, until you look at the composition of Scipio's army. Hannibal brought 6,000 cavalry, and as I had mentioned earlier, these were the elite of the elite, whereas Scipio brought about 3,000 cavalry, whereas the rest, almost 7,000 men, consisted of velites. If you recall, velites were light infantry. These were men that had very little as far as training. They were lightly armed. They had very little as far as armor. Most of them only had a javelin to fight with. And these are the type of people that you really didn't want to have as the core of your army, but Scipio didn't really have much of a choice. After all, the nincompoop actually sent half of his army to Spain, and he was really scraping the bottom of the barrel in order to fill the ranks. When the two armies were finally toe-to-toe, Hannibal surveyed the scene and quickly realized that he had the superiority when it came to cavalry, not just in quantity, but also in quality. And when he realized that the bulk, the core of the Roman army consisted of these velites, he must have thought to himself, my goodness, is this the best you guys can do? I mean, we came here looking for a fight and you're going to bring that rubbish? Hannibal ordered his heavy cavalry into a direct frontal attack against the velites. And now, if you can imagine these heavy Spanish cavalry, these are men that have seen battle 100 times. They're extremely well trained. They have heavy armor. They're extremely well armed, going up against guys that have basically sticks to throw back at them and had just gotten done reading the instruction manual on how to throw javelins. You can imagine how that one's going to turn out. The velites started tripping and stumbling on one another in retreat. That retreat turned into a rout, and before long, the velites started stumbling into their own Roman cavalry, rendering even the cavalry useless. And it was into this mess that Hannibal decided to throw in his Numidian light cavalry. Now, the Numidians, if you recall, were renowned for their speed, and because of this, Hannibal used them to hit both the left and the right flank of the Roman army. This was going to hurt. The Battle of Ticinus River was a complete Roman defeat. However, it could have been a lot worse because most of the Romans were able to extricate themselves from the fighting. But it did suffer about 30% losses. And one of those losses was actually the consul himself. Publius Cornelius Scipio was so severely wounded that he was rendered unfit for command. Now, if you believe the tale, he was saved by his son, who was also known as Publius Cornelius Scipio, because of course that's just the way history is. But for the purposes of this podcast, I'm going to call him Scipio the Younger. He's going to be a man that's going to be remembered by history by a much more prominent title, but more on that to come. This particular day, Scipio the Younger learned what it meant to go toe-to-toe with Hannibal, and it wasn't going to be his last lesson. The Roman army at this point really didn't have much of a choice. It had to retreat. It started falling back across the river, destroying the bridges it had created so that the enemy could not follow. The Carthaginians, who were in close pursuit, made the mistake of raiding the now abandoned Roman camp. Now, you can't really blame them for this. These guys were starving, after all, coming out of the Alps, and so they were going to steal anything that wasn't nailed down and eat anything that was edible. Scipio managed to get back to much more defensive territory, where he awaited the return of his co-consul, Sempronius Longus. Now, if you recall, this was the guy that was given the task of going to Sicily and then invading North Africa and taking out Carthage. When he got back to Italy, he forced-marched his men to meet up with Scipio. And when the two consuls finally got a chance to meet and talk it out, they had to decide what to do next. Scipio was of the mind that, hey, let's use this time to train these raw recruits in order to make a much more effective fighting force. After all, Scipio knew what he was dealing with. Longus was a product of the Roman system, however. He was given 1 year to prove himself, and he kind of considered his co-consul a bit of a wuss, and he wasn't going to put up with that. He was going to go after there, hunt down Hannibal, and get that glory. And with that, Longus pressed for the attack, and he didn't have to go very far. In December of 218, the two armies met again on the Trebia River. This engagement started off as a cavalry clash between the two sides, but before it escalated into a major brawl, Hannibal still had preparations to make, and he actually recalled his forces. And to the credit of his men, they were actually able to disengage in good order. Now, this was going to be the hallmark of Hannibal. He was only going to fight on land and timing of his choosing. And this, of course, is the mark of a really good general, because if you can make the other guy dance to your tune, it means you've got the upper hand. Now, Hannibal had a little bit of insight into his opponent. He knew that Longus was a consul. He knew that the Roman system was designed in such a way to make these guys go crazy and nuts towards the end of their consulship. And he knew that if he positioned himself just right, Longus would come after him. So with that, Hannibal positioned himself on the opposite side of the river, and it was in a location that was flanked on one side by a dense marsh and some hills, which forced his opponent to march a certain way to get to him. Now, once Hannibal had found the ideal location, he started sending out these lightning raids to attack Longus's camp, and he would do it at the break of dawn in order to really infuriate the guy. It was sometime around December 18th, or the winter solstice, according to the historians, that Longus had finally had enough. He roused his men at the break of dawn, gave them very little sleep, didn't even let them eat breakfast, and got them to start marching. And then they had to march about 7 miles, and finally they got to the Trebia River. Now, when they got there, there was no place to cross. There were no bridges. There was no shallow area for them to wade through. No, he made his men march in water that, according to the historians, was up to their necks in frigid, frigid cold weather. And when they got to the other side, they had to reassemble into attack formation. And this took several hours, and while they were doing this, they were getting snowed and sleeted upon. I mean, it was just a completely miserable experience. Now, juxtapose this to Hannibal. Hannibal had his men sleep in. He had them have a hearty meal. He partied with them the night before. He even had his men rub themselves up with olive oil, which protected them from the cold. If you think about the way these two armies were prepared for this battle, Sempronius's men were basically doing their best not to freeze to death, whereas Hannibal's men were basically having a beachside barbecue. And this wasn't going to be the only advantage that Hannibal brought to the field. After the Battle of Ticinus, many of the tribes of northern Italy, the Celts and the Gauls, they actually rose up in rebellion. Many of them flocked to Hannibal's banner. There was even an instance where a bunch of Gallic mercenaries rose up against their own Roman masters, butchered them, just to prove their allegiance to the Carthaginians. Now, this is going to be one of those situations where, again, like the previous battle, on paper it looks like the Romans have the advantage. They brought 42,000 men to the field of battle, whereas Hannibal only had 30,000. But look at the composition again. Hannibal had 20,000 infantry, but now he had 10,000 cavalry. The Romans, while they had the advantage in the infantry, they brought 38,000, they only had about 4,000 cavalry. So very much like the Battle of Ticinus, Hannibal had the advantage with the faster-moving units, both in quality and also in number. And with somebody who knows how to use them, it is decisive. Both of these armies arranged themselves toe-to-toe in the classical tradition of antiquity. You'd have your infantry in the middle, and you'd have the cavalry on both flanks. The only difference was that the Romans put their best units, their Roman legions, right in their center, whereas Hannibal put his worst. He put the Gauls and the Celts, all these mercenaries that had just risen up in his center point. And when the Romans saw this, they made them the focal point of the attack. Hannibal was not going to be the type of person that was going to surrender his greatest asset. He wasn't going to give up the mobility of the battlefield to his enemy. So, as the Romans started marching on his center, he threw his Numidian light cavalry on both Roman flanks. His cavalry smashed into the Roman cavalry and basically blasted them from the field of battle. He wanted to kind of eliminate them from the equation. At that point, his cavalry had been trained to turn 90 degrees inward and smash into the Roman flanks. Surprisingly enough, despite the fact that the Roman cavalry had been driven from the field of battle, and the Roman infantry was now being attacked on both flanks, the Roman legions in the center continued to press the offensive. These men smashed into the Gauls and the Celts that Hannibal had put into his front line, and both sides just started to grind into one another. And what you had was a situation where the Roman army was getting more and more entwined in this kind of vice-like grip. And it was at this point that the Romans started hearing something from their rear. They heard the sounds of men shouting and yelling. They heard the sounds of hoofbeats. And they figured, hey, you know what? This might be our cavalry returning to help us out. But when they turned to look, all they saw was Carthaginians. Okay, so what I failed to mention was that Hannibal chose this battlefield because of that marshy area, because that was an area where you could hide infantry and cavalry. And the night before this battle, he had actually sent off several contingents to just hide amongst the tall grasses. When the Roman army emerged from the river Trebia, they actually marched right past these people and didn't even see them. And at the right moment, when the Roman army was fully engaged to the Carthaginian front line, these men were given a signal, rose up, and completed the encirclement. The Roman army was trapped. At the last second, the legions managed to break through the Gauls and the Celts in Hannibal's front line. Now, of 42,000 Romans that entered the battle, only 10,000 managed to break through that front line, and once they got through, they kept marching. They were done, just like Sempronius Longus' career. And as they got through, they didn't turn around to counterattack. No, they just kept marching, and they didn't look back. Hannibal had very few casualties, about 3,000 altogether, and the majority of them were the Celts and the Gauls that he had put in the center of his line. Now, I think to Hannibal, these men were always going to be somewhat expendable, and that wasn't going to apply just to this battle. That was going to be a reoccurring motif pretty much through the rest of the campaign. The rest of the winter of 218, the Carthaginians spent their time in northern Italy recuperating. Hannibal continued on with his master plan. He's going to attack the Romans wherever they were, but more importantly, he wanted to segregate Rome from her allies. Now, Polybius actually comments on this, quote, "Passing the winter in Celtic territory, Hannibal kept his Roman prisoners in close confinement, while he treated their allies with great kindness from the first, and finally called them together and addressed them, alleging that he had not come to fight against them, but against Rome in their behalf, and that therefore, if they were wise, they would attach themselves to him, because he had come to restore freedom to the Italians. With these words he dismissed them without ransom to their homes." End quote. I'm not exactly sure if you can take this speech for face value in its entirety, but I guess it makes a lot of sense. After all, if you're going to be invading a country, you might as well tell everybody you're coming as a liberator, right? That way the destruction and carnage that you're about to inflict on everybody is not going to seem quite so bad. But of course, there's always a way you can put a different spin on this. Robert O'Connell, the author of The Ghosts of Cannae, has his own viewpoint. Quote, "The ancient Greeks had a term, aristia, for a serial display of heroic excellence, a sort of berserker kill fest in which a central character hacks down any and all who stand in his way. In the Iliad, for instance, when Achilles single-handedly routs the Trojan army. The term seems appropriate for Hannibal. Such was the magnitude and audacity of his initial series of victories over the Romans. Trebia marked only the beginning." End quote. The spring of 217 found the Carthaginian army marching south. And for those of you who know the geography of the Italian peninsula, you know that it's divided down the middle by the Apennine Mountains. And this ridge gave Hannibal really two options to go. He could either stick to the eastern side of it and hug the Adriatic, or he could take the western side and take the Via Flaminia, the main road, and go right down to Rome. And being the audacious person that Hannibal was, which way do you think he opted to go? Now, the Romans had a different philosophy on this. They were going to defend everything. They weren't too keen to understand the psychology of their opponent. And so, in the beginning of 217, they raised 2 new consular armies, elected 2 new consuls, and decided to protect both approaches. Now, unfortunately, folks, both of these consuls sound a lot alike. To the eastern side, along the Adriatic, they sent a man by the name of Gnaeus Servilius Geminius, and to the western approach, they sent a man by the name of Gaius Flaminius. Hannibal, of course, was going to take the most direct path to the capital. He was going to take the western approach. And when Gaius Flaminius heard about this, he immediately sent his entire force to the city of Arretium. This made a lot of sense from a military perspective because Arretium was a bottleneck. All the roads would go through the town. To the east of the city, you had the Apennine Mountains, and to the west, you had this extensive, nasty, stinking swamp that you'd have to be absolutely nuts to march an army through. So, Flaminius moved his entire force there and set up a very strong defensive position, and then waited for Hannibal to come. And then he waited, and waited, and nobody showed up. It was a few days later that Flaminius started picking up reports from his scouts, and I can almost imagine the scene. The scout going up to him and saying, "Sir, we've finally picked up on Carthaginian activity as you ordered, but the problem, sir, is that it's coming from the rear. Yeah, we're not exactly sure how, but the entire Carthaginian army is now between us and Rome. What would you like us to do?" Hannibal was not the type of commander that was going to attack his opponent at his strongest point, not by a long shot. For 3 days, he had rerouted his army and had marched him through that swamp. And barring his trek up through the Alps, this was going to be probably one of the most difficult endeavors that he was going to attempt. He actually had quite a few casualties during this passage. Most of them were the Gauls and the Celts, again, people that he kind of figured were expendable. And he kind of did this to himself because he put these men at the rear of the marching order. And if you could imagine, after tens of thousands of soldiers have marched through a swampy area, what's left is kind of a quagmire. And most of these guys end up just drowning. This wasn't going to be his only loss. At this point, he was down to 1 elephant, most of which had died during the winter months up in northern Italy. And what's more, while he was in the swamp, he actually had an infection set into one of his eyes, which he ended up losing. So he was actually down to 1 eye as well. However, despite these losses and despite these setbacks, the man was now between Flaminius and Rome, which meant that he still held on to the initiative. So now that he was in this position, Hannibal really wanted to utilize it for what it was worth. The first thing that he did, which was a lot different than the Roman Senate, was to understand the psychology of his opponent. When his spy network got back to him, it informed him that Flaminius was a lot like Sempronius Longus. He was this hot-headed consul that really wanted glory and was prone to rash decisions. This is the kind of guy that Hannibal figured would be the ideal candidate to be lured into an unfavorable battle. And so Hannibal started looking for a site, and he found it around a lake by the name of Trasimene. As predicted, when Flaminius finally discovered that Hannibal had somehow managed to get around him with the rest of the Carthaginian army, the man was furious. Flaminius quickly got his army into marching order and then force-marched him wherever Hannibal was going to go. Nobody was going to make Flaminius look like an idiot, And so when his scouts told him that Hannibal was located around the area of Lake Trasimene, he gave it no thought. He marched his army right in. Lake Trasimene was chosen as a battle site by Hannibal because of the geography. If you look at the lake from a top-down view, it's this long, deep lake, which on the northern approach actually has these hills that come almost right down to the water. Those hills create these narrow plains for people to march through. It was into this narrow area that again is flanked by the hills to the north and the water to the south that in the early morning of June 24th in 217, Flaminius decided to march his army into. Flaminius was so confident in his ability to wipe out Hannibal that he actually had his men bring chains with them, I guess to put Hannibal and the rest of his men into custody of some sort after the battle was won. Now, folks, I want you to imagine this in your mind. You're Gaius Flaminius. You're the big cheese, the head honcho. You are a consul of Rome. And here you are at the head of 30,000 troops marching along Lake Trasimene, an entire consular army under your command. Now, your marching order is elongated because, of course, you're marching into kind of a narrow area. You don't have that much space to spread out. And as you march in there, you notice that your visibility is really limited because it's early morning and there is a dense fog that's obscuring the view. But that doesn't bother you. You're feeling good. You're feeling confident. You're here to teach that Carthaginian a lesson. How dare he step foot on Italian soil? And then, as if out of nowhere, your entire marching order comes to an abrupt stop. And you start hearing yelling and shouting and screaming and the clash of arms coming from the front of the line. And you rush up there to figure out what on earth is going on. And there in front of you is a massive battery of Carthaginian heavy infantry that are just waiting for you. This was a part of Hannibal's strategy all along. Hannibal was a man that could really think on his feet, and when he saw the geography of the lake, in his mind, he had kind of already orchestrated the way in which this battle was going to go. He figured the Roman army under the command of somebody who is as rash as Flaminius could be lured into that narrow, confined space between the lake and the hills. And so he had taken his most proficient, his veteran, heavy Spanish infantry and had placed him in a position that blocked the Romans from exiting that area. But this was not the only part of his plan. Hannibal had taken the rest of the Carthaginian army and had positioned them along that ridge of hills that flanked the northern portion of the lake. He had positioned them in such a way that they were on the reverse slope so they weren't detected by the Romans as they started marching in. And on his command Contingent after contingent of this army arose from their hidden positions and started to descend and then run en masse into the exposed Roman flank. And the fact that the area in which the Romans were positioned was completely shrouded in fog only added to the element of surprise. Now, Hannibal had one more surprise in store for him. He had taken his elite vaunted cavalry and had positioned them in such a way that they could swing in from behind the Roman marching order and close off that avenue of retreat. With the exception of the water, the Romans were now completely trapped and were being attacked on all sides. Adrian Goldsworthy, the writer of the Punic Wars, actually portrays this really well. Quote, "From the moment the ambush was sprung, Hannibal's victory was certain, for the Roman army was in a hopelessly bad position. Nevertheless, there were to be 3 hours of fighting before that victory was complete. At Trasimene, there was little or no time, and none of the officers knew where and facing in which direction to form a line. In some places, there was panic as the soldiers fled from real or imagined foes looming out of the mist. Elsewhere, the legionnaires clustered together and held their ground with that grim determination which so often characterized the Roman soldier." End quote. The fighting at Trasimene was so intense that the men actually fought through an earthquake and didn't even notice it was going on. What started off as a battle against the Romans turned into a slaughter of the Romans. In fact, even their consul, Gaius Flaminius, was not immune to the carnage. During the course of the battle, he was attacked and killed. Adrian Goldsworthy again comments on this, quote, "Organized resistance had largely collapsed with the consul's death. Men were killed as they ran, abandoning their weapons or drowned as they tried to swim to safety across the lake. Others waded out into the water, submerging up to their necks, and later the Punic cavalrymen amused themselves by swimming their horses into the water and hacking at the bobbing heads." End quote. At the end of the day, an entire Roman consular army was essentially annihilated. And a few days later, Carthaginian scouts reported back to Hannibal the location of the other consular army. Hannibal made it a point to send his most experienced cavalry commander, Marharbal, on an attack. Marharbal took the most experienced, most disciplined, the most hardened horsemen that the Carthaginians had, and around the city of Assisi he met up with their Roman counterparts. He had almost no difficulty dealing with them, and once again the Carthaginians were victorious. So in short order, Hannibal had basically annihilated one consular army and completely disabled another. And now there was only 100 miles of road between him and Rome. And ironically, he could use the Via Flaminia, the very road named after the consul that he had just killed, in order to get there. Meanwhile, back in Rome, people were starting to get a little anxious. As one can imagine. They started hearing different reports. They didn't know exactly what was going on at the front line. And when no news came, that anxiety only got worse. Eventually, the Roman Senate had to elect somebody to go and talk to the people, so they got a guy by the name of Marcus Pomponius, who was a leading official, to give the equivalent of like a press conference. And he got the Roman people together and addressed them and said, "Pugna magna victi sumus," which sounds slick and imposing, but it really means, "We have been defeated in a great battle." And then Pomponius, being the smart politician that he was, decided to get down from the podium, walk away from it as fast as he can, and refuse to answer any more questions. Of course, the Roman people were in a state of panic after this, and they weren't the only ones. The Senate was so beside itself after this defeat that it elected a dictator. Now, keep in mind that a Roman dictator is not the same as what we now think of as a modern dictator. It's not like Fidel Castro coming and taking over Cuba and then proclaiming himself El Presidente for life. No, a Roman dictator was somebody that was elected by the Senate and usually came to power for a fixed term, usually about 6 months to about a year. The Roman Senate elected a man by the name of Quintus Fabius Maximus. His second in command, which went by the title of Master of Horse, went to a man by the name of Marcus Massinius. Now, Fabius had a philosophy that kind of grinded gears with the rest of the Roman Senate. His first task was to play a defensive action. He was going to rebuild the army and reinforce Rome right away. What Fabius was about to do next was something that the Roman people had a very difficult time with. He wasn't going to go out there and attack Hannibal directly. He was going to employ something that we would probably consider today to be attritional warfare. He was going to cut off Hannibal's ability to feed his troops, burn the fields, close off all the grain silos, bar the doors to any Roman or Roman-allied cities so that Hannibal couldn't get in. The problem with this is that it's going to take a lot of time, and the longer it takes, the more of an anathema it becomes to the Roman people. As Fabius was employing what would later be known to history as the Fabian strategy, Hannibal opted to cross over the Apennine Mountains and begin raiding the Adriatic coast. Now, wherever Hannibal went, Fabius would send his army. He would shadow him, but never get into a direct confrontation. And as Hannibal made his way down the Adriatic coast, he eventually decided to cross over the Apennine Mountains and enter into a region known as Campania, which was the heartland of the Roman Republic. This was an area that was near and dear to the Roman Senate. And every single chance that Hannibal would have to tempt Fabius into battle, he did, to which Fabius declined. Now, Hannibal, as I've always mentioned, is no idiot. He picked up on the Fabian strategy right off the bat. Bill Craven, the writer of the Punic Wars, actually puts it into good perspective. Quote, Hannibal, whose hopes for ultimate success in the war, badly needed another spectacular victory in the field. However, the nature of classical warfare and classical armies precluded the possibility of achieving one as long as his opponent declined battle and kept to parallel lines of advance. End quote. It's a little ironic, but of all the people in the Roman Republic, of all the people in the Roman Senate, it was Hannibal that realized the danger of the Fabian strategy more than anybody else. He knew that a protracted war of attrition was not something that his army was designed to deal with. And I can give you a really good example of this. You know how dangerous it is to forage in enemy territory. It was at this point that Hannibal's foraging activities brought him to the Volturnus Valley. Now, the Volturnus is located just north of the modern-day city of Napoli. It's a valley where you only have certain passes that lead into it, and there's only certain bridges that actually go over the fast-flowing Volturnus River. It's the ideal place that you can trap an army. Now, Fabius, despite his overall strategy getting very bad review in Rome, the man knew a good opportunity when he saw one. When he realized that Hannibal's army was inside of this valley, he maneuvered quickly to block all the bridges and to cover all the passes, and he figured that as long as he kept Hannibal trapped inside of there, his army would basically starve to death. Hannibal realized the danger that he was in, and he knew he had to come up with something quick in order to get out of there. One night, a Roman sentry that was guarding one of the passes saw in the distance a line of torches that were slowly moving towards him. The various components of the Roman army that were blocking the other passes started giving up their positions one by one in order to congregate at this one spot. They had to create a force big enough in order to take out Hannibal's army right here, right now. And the line of torches started getting closer and closer. And then the Romans looked at this and they said, you know what, something seems to be wrong here. Why are these people marching in a straight line? Why are they not forming up in some sort of battle formation? This doesn't make any sense. And so they got one of their sentries to go down there and check it out. And when this scout got within visual range of the torches, he didn't see men holding them. He saw oxen. Hannibal had basically taken all of the pack animals from his baggage train and had attached torches to their horns, and then started marching them towards one of the passes. Now, from a distance, this looks like an army on the move. And when the Romans figured this out, they must have thought to themselves, hey, you know what? If we're all here going up against pack animals, then where is Hannibal's army? And more importantly, who's blocking the other passes? Hannibal managed to escape that night. And not only did he manage to escape from the Volturnus Valley, he managed to cross over the Apennine Mountains and found greener pastures along the Adriatic coast once again. When word got back to Rome about how Fabius had been duped, the man looked like a complete and total idiot. In fact, he lost enough accreditation that the Senate moved to increase Massinius, his second in command, to the level of co-dictator. In fact, the Senate even gave Massinius command of a big chunk of the Roman army. Now, I'm not going to go into exquisite detail about the autumn of 217. Suffice it to say that after Hannibal crossed over the Apennines, he managed to find some very rich foraging ground around the city of Gerunium. In fact, he decided to set up this place as a winter camp. When Massinius heard about this, he sent the Roman army in order to directly attack Hannibal. Messenius actually managed to find a small Carthaginian foraging group and drove it from the field of battle. When the Roman Senate heard about this, they blew this thing up into a massive victory because they were kind of desperate for any type of good news. And this, of course, only inflated Messenius' ego to an all-new level. He was very eager to attack Hannibal again, which he did, and Hannibal lured him into a trap and almost annihilated his army. That is, of course, until Fabius managed to arrive at the scene of battle and managed to save Messenius. You would think at this point that the Roman people, and the Roman Senate for that matter, would have learned their lesson. And they would have figured out that, hey, you know what? Maybe what we need is somebody that's not just a politician, but is actually a battlefield commander, somebody who's got a little finesse that can deal with somebody like Hannibal. But in fact, they drew the exact opposite conclusion. They figured that an understrength consular army was defeated at Ticinium, that a full consular army was defeated at Trebia and Lake Trasimene, and here a double-strength consular army was able to kind of hold its own, sorta. So the answer has got to be a quadruple-strength consular army. Because, brute force didn't work the first, second, third time, so more brute force might work this time. And this is exactly what the Roman people did. 8 legions, 8 allied legions, put together again into a quadruple consular army. And in the beginning of 216, 2 new consuls were elected, and again, not so much for their military forte, but because both of these men were not big proponents of the Fabian strategy, again, of attritional warfare. In the beginning of 216, Caius Terentius Varro and Lucius Aemilius Paulus were elected as co-consuls and given command of this massive army. Confrontation was going to be inevitable. Hannibal's exploits were quite impressive. He left the city of Carthago Nova in 219 and had managed to traverse all of Spain, take out the city of Saguntum, cross over the Pyrenees, somehow managed to go across the Rhone against opposition and do it again across the Alps. He had defeated a Roman force at Ticinium and then again at Trebia, and had managed to completely pulverize a force at Trasimene. He had managed to escape the confines of the Volturnus Valley and now had 50,000 men under his command. But the Roman army that was hunting him numbered 86,000. The Romans took the early portion of 216 to develop and train this massive army, get it ready for field operations, and when it was finally ready, the consuls immediately took it into the field in order to take on the Carthaginians. Now, according to the Roman tradition, which Hannibal was fully versed with, the consuls would take command of this army on alternative days. And if you look at the psychology of the men, Paulus was much more conservative. He was always stressing caution, whereas Varro was much more aggressive. He really wanted to get into the thick of things. If you look at it in terms of Freudian psychology, Varro was definitively the id, whereas Paulus was more the superego. And this was precisely what Hannibal's spies reported back to him. When Hannibal discovered that this juggernaut of an army was coming after him, he decided that the only way to deal with it was to fight it on a field of battle of his choosing. And the place that he chose was a long, treeless plain that was located next to the river of Phitis, which was located next to a small town known as Cannae. And it was here, in the middle of summer on August 2nd in the year 216, that these forces met and engaged in battle. Now, Paulus, true to his word, stressed caution. He didn't want to rush in. But it wasn't his day to lead. Varro, seeing that the enemy was right there and arranged for battle, couldn't resist, and with his command, the Roman legions started marching in. Varro had arranged the Roman formations almost based on textbook tactics. He had the Roman legions, the strongest men, in the center, and the Roman allies on their sides, and then on the flanks, he had the Roman cavalry. Keep in mind that these were almost the exact same tactics that were used at the river Trebia. The only main difference was that Varro had squashed the Roman legions closer and closer together. He gave up the idea of having a broad front in order to develop this battering ram strategy. His idea was to replicate what happened at Trebia. He was going to take his Roman legions, smash it through Hannibal's front line, divide the Carthaginian army into 2, and then destroy it piecemeal. Hannibal's tactics, much like the men, were a little bit more intricate. He had taken his light infantry, his weakest units, the Celts, the Gauls, or at least what was left of them, and had put them in his center. And he had arranged these units in the form of a semicircle with the bulge of the circle sticking out towards the enemy. It was on either side of this bulge that he actually placed his heavy veteran infantry. And on his left flank, under the command of Hasdrubal and his cavalry commander Marharbal, he had placed his heavy cavalry. And on his right flank, he had placed the light Numidian cavalry under the command of his cousin Hanno. Hannibal understood his men. He knew that his veteran units would do their job. The only weak link in the chain were those light infantry that he had in the middle, and it was here that he placed himself and his brother Mago. It was at this point that the Roman legions were making their move against Hannibal's center. Now, Hannibal's first action was to throw his heavy cavalry on his left flank into the Roman horsemen counterparts on that side. The Carthaginian heavy cavalry smashed into the Roman horsemen and made short work of it. Paulus was actually in command on this side, and he was knocked from his horse. Now, when the Roman cavalrymen saw that their commander was stepping down from his horse, so to speak, they all began to dismount, which made them really easy targets. And the ones that didn't dismount, in the face of this overwhelming tide of heavy cavalry, opted to do option number 2, which was run from the field of battle. Paulus, who again was knocked from his horse, managed to regain his feet and make his way to the center of the line in order to take command of the Roman legions at the center. While this was going on, Hannibal commanded his right flank, the Numidian light cavalry, to attack their counterparts on that side as well. Now, the Roman cavalry on that side were actually under the command of Varro, who was actually able to hold his own. But he wasn't able to hold it for very long. Hasdrubal and Marharbal, who again were in command of the heavy cavalry, managed to ride around the entire Roman army and hit Varro and the rest of his cavalry in the rear. And Varro, being sandwiched between the heavy cavalry in his rear and the light Numidian cavalry in his front, had no other option than to escape and then to retreat. In one swift move, Hannibal's cavalry had basically decapitated the central command of the Roman forces. While the Roman cavalry was basically running for their lives, in the middle of the field of battle, the Roman legions were slowly grinding into Hannibal's center. But here, something unusual started happening. Hannibal and Mago were again in the center, and instead of commanding their forces to attack the Roman legions, they made their men slowly fall back, luring the Roman legions further and further in. The Roman legions, figuring that they were doing a really good job against Hannibal's center, continued to press the offensive. They didn't even notice that they were marching past the Carthaginian heavy infantry that Hannibal had arranged on both sides. But when the realization of what was going on finally set in, it was too late. The heavy Carthaginian infantry on both sides of the Roman legions turned 90 degrees inward and began hitting the Roman legions on both flanks. And with this, any forward momentum that the Roman legions had started to dissolve. And the light infantry under the command of Hannibal and Mago, which had been given up ground up until this point, began to hold their positions. The only way out of this debacle was for the Roman legions to retreat through the rear. But this opening was not going to last for much longer. Hasdrubal, Marharbal, and the rest of the Carthaginian heavy cavalry swept in to plug the gap. And now the Roman legions were encircled and entrapped. And this is where most historians will say that the battle ended and the massacre began. Barry Strauss, the author of Masters of Command, actually has a good perspective on the conclusion of this battle. Quote, "For the Romans trapped in Hannibal's vice, it was a foretaste of hell. Every sense was tormented. Sounds included horns and trumpets, war cries in a half-dozen languages, the thud of tens of thousands of marching feet, the thunder of hoofbeats, the clash of iron, and the screams of the dying. Smells ranged from the slaughterhouse stink of bloody entrails to the more ordinary stench of sweat, vomit, urine, and feces. The dust churned up by the local south wind blinded some. Others had a clear sight of the field so covered with blood and slippery corpses that just standing was difficult." End quote. The magnitude of Cannae cannot be understated. This was a battle that most historians agree really doesn't have an equal. You have a smaller army that was able to encompass a larger army and completely annihilate it. The figures range between 50 to 70,000 dead. Now, when we talk about casualties in most battles, we talk about the people that were either killed, were captured, were wounded, or were missing in action. And again, that day, it was estimated 50 to 70,000 dead. How do we get to this number? Well, perhaps the best way to put this thing into perspective is to compare it to other battles throughout history. And I want to emphasize right away that in no way am I implying that the people that died in these other battles or that the battles themselves are in any way less important in their own respective fields. What if we were to say, compare this to maybe D-Day? You know, Omaha Beach, June 6, 1944, for those of you who have seen Saving Private Ryan and the imposing scenes that are in the beginning of that movie. It was estimated that there were about 3,000 casualties that day. What if we were to perhaps compare this to the Battle of Gettysburg, the largest battle in North America? It was estimated that there were 53,000 casualties in that battle, but that took place over 3 days, and most of them were wounded or missing or captured. What about the first day of the Battle of the Somme? July 1st, 1916, when men were walking into incoming machine gun and artillery fire. It was estimated that there were about 60,000 casualties that day. And again, most of them were wounded. So how do we get to Cannae? How do we get to 50 to 70,000 dead in a single day? We'll try this one on for size. August 6th, in the Common Era, 1945, a single bomber arose from its base in the Pacific and made its way towards Japan. Unlike many of its predecessors in the Second World War, this bomber only unleashed one bomb, which it unleashed against the city of Hiroshima. Now, if we don't include the people that died of starvation and exposure and radiation and burns and sickness, it was estimated that on that day, in the fires of a nuclear bomb explosion, 70 to 90,000 people died. Cannae was Hannibal's masterpiece, but it was also a horror of humanity. It was slaughter imposed on people without the advent of things like gunpowder, machine guns, flight, internal combustion, nuclear fusion. Robert O'Connell, the author of The Ghosts of Cannae, actually has a good perspective on this. Quote, "We live in an age where killing is cheap, virtually automated. That was far from the case at Cannae. Other than those who succumbed to the heat, each of the men who died had to be individually punctured, slashed, and battered into oblivion. One modern source estimates that in order for the necessary killing to be accomplished in 8 hours, over 100 men had to be dispatched every minute. Yet even this astonishing figure underestimates the swiftness of the profusion of the slaughter, since the estimate assumes that the killing took place at a regular rate throughout the day, and not in a great spasm toward the end as it actually happened." End quote. There were, of course, some survivors of this battle. It's estimated between about 3,000 and 5,000 men managed to actually make it out of that ring of destruction. Now, Varro, the hot-headed consul who had urged for battle, managed to survive, whereas his counterpart, Paulus, who had urged to kind of take it easy, found himself in the middle with the rest of the Roman legions and perished. Varro wasn't going to be the only one that managed to survive. Publius Cornelius Scipio, Scipio the Younger as I had named him, also was there at Cannae. He was the same man who had saved his father, the consul with the same exact name, at the Battle of Ticinus when he was defeated by Hannibal. And now, once again, Scipio the Younger got another dose of the tactical genius that was Hannibal. And he realized that day that the only way to beat a general of Hannibal's caliber was to equal him in his tactical ability, if not to learn from the master himself. But perhaps that's a story for another time. After the Battle of Cannae, Hannibal was the master of the battlefield, and the path to Rome now lay wide open. Well, that ends part 4. Join us next time when we talk about the rise of the Scipio family, or in the plural that I just invented, the Scipii, and Rome's return from the brink. Delenda est Carthago. The Carthaginians were at first eager to advance, and were not altogether without hope that they would be able to take Rome itself by assault. But when they saw the enemy draw up in order, they abandoned the idea of attacking the city and began devastating the countryside instead. In those first raids, they collected an innumerable amount, for the field of plunder on which they entered was one onto which no one had expected an enemy to set foot. The Punic Wars, Part 5, The Return of the Scipii. There is a painting out there that I find particularly fascinating. It's a painting done of two fighter planes of the Second World War that are flying side by side, almost in parade formation, their wingtips just about touching. Now, what makes this painting a little unusual is that whereas one of the airplanes is a P-47, also known as a Thunderbolt, which, for those of you who are not familiar, it's an American plane, the other airplane is a Focke-Wulf 190, which, if the name doesn't give it away, it's a German. And what makes this painting even more unusual is that it actually depicts a real-life event that happened on June 26, 1943. On that morning, an American aviator by the name of Robert Johnson climbed into the cockpit of his P-47. He and his fighter wing were scheduled to do bomber escort duty that day. But halfway into their morning commute, his fighter wing was ambushed by a flight of the aforementioned Focke-Wulf 190s. Now, if you look at the two airplanes and you compare them, the Focke-Wulf 190 by far is a superior dogfighting machine. And so it didn't come as so much of a surprise that the Germans made mincemeat out of their American counterparts. Johnson took a couple of hits right off the bat. His engine started sputtering out oil into the canopy, and for whatever reason, he wasn't wearing goggles, so he was blinded by this. He had shrapnel in his leg that started bleeding profusely. He started losing altitude. And then to make matters worse, the engine oil inside of his canopy actually ignited on fire. Now, I don't know about you, but if you take your worst, and I mean your absolute worst commute day that you've ever had in your entire life, and then you compare it to this guy, in an airplane, on fire, blinded by oil, bleeding from shrapnel in your leg, losing altitude, being shot at by a German ace, and going down over the Third Reich, well, then I guess it all becomes a matter of perspective at that point, doesn't it? The title of this painting, by the way, is Not My Turn to Die by a man named Jim Laurer, who does some exceptional work. It's not exactly my favorite title, but it really does get to the point. And as the name implies, this wasn't going to be the end of Johnson. He was able to regain control of his airplane, managed to put out the fire, stop the bleeding somehow, and then, as fate would have it, he and a lone German Focke-Wulf 190 got separated from the rest of their groups and started engaging in their own private duel. This was an intense fight, both men pushing their machines to the extreme limit of what those things could do. Johnson got in a couple of hits. The German got in a ton of hits. And then again, as fate would have it, both men ran out of ammunition. Johnson did the only thing he could do. He put his plane into a beeline back to England, hoping that it would stay together long enough so he wouldn't have to either ditch in France or in the English Channel. And as he was making his way back, he looked across his starboard wing, and he was shocked by what he saw. The German pilot had pulled up along next to him. The German, looking back and forth at Johnson's plane, surveying the damage that he had done, shaking his head in disbelief, not imagining how Johnson's plane could still stay airworthy. These men were flying so close that Johnson could later recall the brown of his leather jacket, the white of the scarf that was wrapped around his neck, the aristocratic air that he had, the blue of his eyes. And then, in a gesture of recognition, almost on the point of being camaraderie, the German raised one leather-gloved hand to his head and saluted Johnson before hitting his plane into a high-bank turn and flying back to Germany. It's one thing to be able to show that you have a certain degree of decency or humanity during peacetime, in your everyday life. And it's another thing entirely when you're able to demonstrate these skills during times of war, especially something as catastrophic as the Second World War, arguably one of the most destructive wars in human history. As a history podcaster, especially one who focuses a lot on military history, you learn just about how awful humans can be to one another. But when you see people doing things like this, especially during times of extreme crisis, you realize that maybe, perhaps, there is actually a redemptive quality to human nature after all. One of the best examples that I've come across that shows this sense of redemption actually took place during the Second Punic War. There was a meeting that took place between two men that were arguably some of the greatest tactical military geniuses of antiquity, if not of all time. Ironically, the first time that these two men met as equals, as commanders of their respective armies, they didn't meet on the field of battle. They actually met in a small tent along with their interpreters in order to hash out a peace deal in order to avoid confrontation. And they did this in the backdrop of a war that was so atrocious that you had things like the Battle of Cannae. Now, if you guys recall, Cannae was 50 to 60,000 Roman dead in a single day. This was a battle that some historians have calculated that if the average Roman warrior weighed about 130 pounds, again, people were smaller back then in the aftermath in that battle, in 1 square mile, you would have approximately 6.5 million pounds of human flesh rotting in the sun. The meeting that I refer to doesn't actually take place in the aftermath of Cannae. In fact, the stage that I want to set takes place 14 years later. We're no longer in southern Italy. We're not even in Europe. We're now in the dusty plains of North Africa near a small town named Zama. The situation between Rome and Carthage is drastically different, and it shows. It's embodied in what these two men bring to that negotiating table. On one end, you have Publius Cornelius Scipio, a young maverick Roman general who has brought his impressive army to North Africa for the purposes of ending this war by taking out Carthage. And on the other end, you have Hannibal Barca, a veteran of the war in general, a person who has taught Roman armies once and again a lesson in humility on the field of battle. But here he is now at the head of a ragtag army that's been kind of squashed together in a last-ditch effort in order to prevent the capital from falling. When you look at the written record, people have a tendency to kind of glaze over this meeting and kind of move on to more important things. Some scholars go so far as to say that this meeting never took place, and if you read Livy, he makes Hannibal out to be this guy that approached Scipio on both knees, begging for a peace treaty while he still had an army behind him. I don't buy it. I mean, does this even sound like Hannibal Barca? I think there was a lot more to it than just that. Now, granted, there was a political reason. This was a chance to negotiate a peaceful settlement. There was also a military agenda because both sides were trying to bring in reinforcements. But I also think that Hannibal and Scipio were in a league of their own, and they knew it. And when you meet another person who is of the same high caliber as yourself, it creates a sense of curiosity. You want to reach out to that other person and figure out what makes them think. Because in doing so, it is a mirror onto oneself. Now, luckily, I'm not the only person that has this opinion. Barry Strauss, the author of Masters of Command, focuses pretty heavily on this meeting, and he's got some great insight. Quote, Hannibal had another more personal agenda. He cared what Scipio thought of him. He didn't want Scipio basing his opinions of him on Carthaginian political slander, but wanted him to see the real Hannibal, and to see him now before the battle while they were still equals. Strauss goes on, quote, Meeting with Scipio was a gesture of respect, the equivalent of two boxers touching gloves before the bout. It was a bow to the unwritten code of conduct among fellow warriors. End quote. This is not that different than our two World War II aviators saluting one another, giving recognition to the other person's abilities. Now Strauss goes on, quote, The meeting was a way of hinting to Scipio that he and Hannibal had much in common. They were opponents, not enemies, and they could be useful to each other. The meeting was a strategic masterstroke. Hannibal was thinking not only of the field at Zama, but also of the post-war world. If Hannibal won, he could exploit a personal relationship with Scipio. If he lost, Scipio might help Hannibal avoid the fate of being shipped off to Italy to march in a Roman victory parade. Finally, there was history. Hannibal knew that if he died in battle and Rome won the war, the enemy would write the history books. When Scipio was later interviewed, Hannibal wanted him to remember the man he had met before battle. End quote. The very next day was the Battle of Zama, and the fate of Carthage would be decided. But wait a minute, how on earth did we get to this point? I mean, after all, in our last episode, we left off with a very triumphant Hannibal with a victorious Carthaginian army on Italian soil after he had just defeated the largest army Rome could muster. So it makes sense to start in the aftermath of the Battle of Cannae. The date is August 2nd in the year 216 BCE, and folks, just for the record, all dates are going to be before the Common Era unless specified otherwise. On that day, Rome suffered one of the worst military disasters in her history. In fact, to call it a bit of a disaster is a kind of an understatement. I mean, 50 to 60,000 Roman dead in a single day, 17,000 captured, 80 senators, 29 tribunes gone. Even one of their consuls, Paulus, died in that battle. Brian Caven, the author of the Punic Wars, actually comments on this, quote, "The most serious damage done by Cannae was to the myth of Roman invincibility. Cannae had been a formal trial by combat between the Roman Confederation and Hannibal, and the outcome seemed to indicate that Rome could not contain the invader or defend her allies." End quote. So what are the ramifications of such a massive military defeat? Well, several thousand Roman soldiers did manage to escape this battle. Amongst them was a much younger, and I would say much more naive, Publius Cornelius Scipio. You know, as I call him, Scipio Jr., because his father, who was a consul, had the exact same name. Now, these men find their way back to Rome, where there is a state of complete panic. But what do you expect? I mean, Hannibal and his victorious Carthaginian horde is only a few hundred miles away. They're going to come right at us. They're going to climb right over our walls, jump into our city, murder us all. I mean, how quickly can I pack? Cannae was like a stone that you throw through a pane of glass. You know, it leaves a big hole, but at the same time, it shatters everything around it. This shatter-like effect rippled through all Roman imperial landholdings. Everything that Rome had fought desperately to obtain began falling apart. And imagine yourself in the senatorial chamber. You know, you're a senator or a consul of Rome at the time, and you're getting these reports, one after the other, of everything that you're beginning to lose. And it probably went something like this. You know, imagine yourself as a tribune giving a report to the senatorial committee. "Excuse me, sirs, I don't mean to interrupt, but I've got some very distressing news from the front lines. First and foremost, the Gauls in northern Italy in the Po Valley have all gone into open revolt. They've gone ahead and slaughtered our 2 legions up there, and they managed to capture the leader of those legions, but instead of making negotiations with him, they've decided to hollow out his skull and use it as some sort of a drinking cup. Weird, I know, right? Also, large portions of southern Italy have defected to Hannibal's side. This includes areas of Samnium, Bruttium, Apulia, even Campania. And don't take this the wrong way, but the second largest city in Italy, Capua, has decided to make a formal alliance with Hannibal. Don't try to get in contact with the local Romans that used to live there. They've all been rounded up, put into a bathhouse, and asphyxiated. Bummer. Oh, by the way, Sardinia is in the beginnings of revolt. Sicily is beginning to break away. Syracuse, which was once our really good friend and ally, is, well, I don't think you can trust them anymore. They decided to defect to the Carthaginians. Oh, and nearly forgot, there's an uprising in Macedonia. The Illyrian coast is under threat. And FYI, the tribes in Spain are all rising up and trying to kick us out, and the Barcas that are living there have decided to raise another army to attack us. I think that's about all I got. Can you imagine being a senator or a consul of Rome and getting news like that? How do you respond? Where do you even begin? How does a civilization even recover from something like this? You know, you've just been given notice of the worst military disaster in your history. Your imperial landholdings throughout your quote-unquote empire are starting to fall apart. And the Carthaginians in southern Italy hold the initiative. Now here's the part that's a little unusual. Hannibal decides not to march on Rome. And this, by the way, is one of those great what-ifs in history. You know, what if Hannibal had decided to march on Rome right then and there in the aftermath of Cannae? Now, I personally don't think he would have been able to take the city. The walls were too impregnable. Rome was too large, and Hannibal's army was not big enough. Plus, siege warfare at this point in time was very rudimentary. But perhaps the psychological effect of having a victorious Carthaginian army at the gates of Rome in the aftermath of such a massive military disaster may have been enough to break up the Roman Confederation. But we're never gonna know. Hannibal opted to stay in southern Italy to rest and relax and secure the area, and this bought the Roman Senate just a little bit of time. And the Romans, being a pragmatic people, maximized on this gift. When Hannibal and his army failed to materialize, the panic factor began to subside, and then the Romans got to work. They elected a dictator. They firmly adopted the Fabian strategy. If you recall, this was the idea of not directly attacking Hannibal, but using attritional warfare to wear him and his troops down. And then they started to rebuild their forces. Adrian Goldsworthy gives an account of just how desperate the Romans were. Quote, "Within a short time, the Romans started to recover from the shock and take practical measures to rebuild their strength. A levy was carried out to form new legions, enrolling many 17-year-olds and even younger soldiers. Qualifications for military service was lowered to include poor citizens. Soon, there were at least 4 legions at Rome." Goldsworthy continues, quote, "An appeal was made to the slave households of citizens, promising freedom on discharge. Men were provided from criminals awaiting punishment and debtors, all of whom were promised amnesty if they were willing to fight. Equipment was in short supply, so the Romans went to the temples of the city, stripped them of the many trophies of foreign armor and weapons from past triumphs, giving the newly raised troops a motley appearance." End quote. If Rome had a superpower, that power would be to mobilize its almost inexhaustible manpower supply. Think about this. In early 215, just a few months after Cannae, Rome had 12 to 14 legions in the field, and that number kept getting bigger and bigger. 5 years later, it had 25 legions in the field. That's 250,000 men under arms. You don't see numbers like this until the industrial age. And what's more, Rome had this insatiable desire to continue fighting. After Cannae, there wasn't any peace negotiation. There wasn't no white flag to Hannibal, we give up. No, none of that. Rome went so far as to impose these almost insanely harsh, I would say even draconian measures on its own people. All of the captives that Hannibal had after the Battle of Cannae, and you're talking several thousand people here, Rome decided not to ransom them. In fact, it went so far as to forbid its own private citizens from ransoming their fathers and brothers and sons. And the survivors of Cannae, the ones that actually managed to make it out of there and return to Rome, they didn't come back to a hero's welcome. They weren't refitted and thrown back into the field to continue the fight against Carthage. No, these men were rounded up, placed into 2 legions, and then shipped off to Sicily to begin an exile that would last for years. Hannibal quickly realized that taking on the Roman Republic was not going to be your standard smash and grab. This was going to be a long war. He needed to bring in new troops and new supplies. He needed to secure new allies. And initially, he was fairly successful with this. Like I had mentioned, vast tracts of southern Italy came under his control. The second largest city, Capua, entered into a formal alliance with him, and he used Capua as a great base of operations. Now, that said, these new landholdings turned out to be a mixed blessing. On one end, they would provide Hannibal with supplies, sometimes with new recruits. However, the new Italian recruits were kind of weak. They weren't used to fighting. The new Italian city-states that he would take over weren't used to self-rule. And what's more, Hannibal and his army, elite as they were, there was only one of them. And they were designed around the concept of mobile warfare, to hit and run, hit and run. And now suddenly you have all this territory that needed protecting. So you can see how these areas soon became a liability, especially when the Republic was rebuilding and rebuilding in vastly large numbers. Hannibal's response was to do 2 things. He needed to bring in troops, but more importantly, he needed to have a port to bring them in on. So he went after the nearest port that he could find, which was the city of Naples. Now, he attacked Naples twice. He got repulsed twice. Again, not so good with the whole siegecraft thing, but to his credit, eventually he was able to take the city of Tarentum, but more on that later. The other thing that he did was send his brother Mago back to Carthage in order to bring in the really good Carthaginian troops. After all, he knew that if you're going to fight, you might as well fight with the good stuff, right? Mago's return to Carthage, however, is one of those moments in history that's truly heartbreaking, at least to me. You can tell that Mago isn't just devoted to his brother. He has absolute adoration for the man. And when he appears before the Carthaginian Senate, he makes Hannibal out to be like Superman. Look what he's done. He's managed to cross the Alps. He's descended into Italian soil. He's taken on Roman army after Roman army and has smashed them. He eats tribunes and senators and consuls for breakfast. The guy is unstoppable. And look what we have. Capua is now one of our cities. Vast areas in Italy are in total revolt. Mago pleads for reinforcements. Livy actually brings this plea to life. Quote, that the nearer the prospect was of bringing the war to a conclusion, the more should Hannibal be aided by every means, for that the seat of war was at a long distance from home and in the heart of the enemy's country. End quote. And then, based on Hannibal's idea, Mago does this dramatic thing to add a certain degree of flair to an already heightened situation. He takes baskets of gold rings and he pours them out onto the Carthaginian Senate floor. And there's thousands of these rings and they go everywhere. But these aren't just ordinary rings. They're cut from the fingers of Roman soldiers at the Battle of Cannae. And not just your average soldier. They're all from the aristocracy. Mago's point is pretty clear. We haven't just defeated these people. We've decapitated them, and if there's ever a time to strike, it's now. But here is the really heartbreaking point. Mago is talking to a very hostile audience. The man in charge of the Carthaginian Senate is named Hanno, who's, how do we say this politely, never really had very much love for the Barcas. Hanno has always been in charge of the peace faction. The way he figures, this entire war is Hannibal's baby. Hannibal started it, he can finish it. Why do the rest of us Carthaginians need to get involved in this madman's war? Livy actually has an account of Hanno's response to Mago. It's classic, but 2 points. I've paraphrased it for brevity, and if there is ever such a thing as a sarcasm meter, the thing would be going off the scale and starting to smoke about now. Quote, Hanno replied, I should have remained silent this day amid the general joy. But now, to a senator asking whether I still regret the undertaking of the war against the Romans, I may answer, therefore, that I have not ceased to regret the war, nor shall I cease to censure your invincible general until I see the war concluded on some tolerable terms, nor will anything except a new peace put a period to my regret for the loss of the old one. However, let us see what kind of war it is even now. And this is the part where Hanno gets really nasty. Quote, I have slain the armies of the enemy, yet you ask me, send me more soldiers. What else would you ask if you had been conquered? I have captured 2 of the enemy's camps, full, of course, of booty and provisions, yet you ask, supply me with more corn and money. What else would you ask had you been plundered and stripped of your camp? And that I may not be the only person perplexed, I wish that Mago could answer me this, for it is just and fair that I should put forth a question. Since the Battle of Cannae annihilated the Roman power, and it is a fact that all Italy is in a state of revolt, has any one of the Latin Confederacy come over to us? Has any individual of the 35 tribes deserted to Hannibal? Have they offered us peace? To which Mago looks down at his feet, looking all dejected, and responds, no to everything. To which Hanno concludes, quote, we have on our hands, then, war as entire as we had on the day Hannibal crossed into Italy. End quote. So, tragically, the Carthaginian High Command's response is to drag as much tail as possible when it comes to any type of resupply or reinforcement of Italy. And as Hannibal, again, he's an elite warrior with an elite army, but there's only one of them. And when you're getting no reinforcements, and the Republic is massively revamping its military forces, what you have done is taken Italy and turned it into the world's largest game of whack-a-mole. Hannibal goes from place to place to place, capturing cities along the way, but when he's gone, the Romans simply move in his wake and just basically recapture it. And this process gets repeated again and again ad nauseum. Now, for those of you who are interested in the play-by-play account, I recommend you read Livy. We, on the other hand, are going to leave the world's largest game of whack-a-mole behind and move on to the Sardinian front. We're going to move through this front fairly quickly. Sardinia was the proverbial kick in the crotch to the Carthaginians. It was taken, quote-unquote, illegally by the Romans between 240 and 238, which I'd like to add happened after the First Punic War ended. Rome took advantage of an uprising that landed troops, planted their flag, and then, poof, it became a Roman territory. But there was still a large pro-Carthaginian faction on the island, and it was not that surprising that in lieu of all the Roman military defeats that Hannibal had inflicted, that this group decided to rise up and rebel. Sardinia was a little like what Guadalcanal was to the Second World War. It was one of the first major confrontations between the two big powers. It was kind of on the fringe of other major fronts, and it was one of those situations where whoever got to the island the firstest with the mostest would win. Rome sent their fleet along with a man by the name of Titus Manlius Torquatus, and I'm probably saying that wrong. Carthage sent their fleet under the command of Hasdrubal the Bald. Now, the Carthaginian fleet sailed out proudly and right into a storm, and by the time they got their act together, the Romans were firmly entrenched on the island. Manlius Torquatus, again, you gotta love these Roman names, had about 23,000 men under his command, the size of a consular army. He landed on the island and moved quickly to the southern portion where he secured his base of operations around a town called Carolus. The Carthaginians landed a little to the north of that at a city called Cornus. The two armies approached one another. They did battle in the center of the island, but the Romans managed to get the upper hand. And before long, the Carthaginians were kicked out, and at that point, Sardinia came under the firm control of the Roman Senate. Now, the Romans had to fight a little bit longer there, but they had their first victory. And they were going to prove to be successful on other fronts, which brings us to Macedon. The First Macedonian War was fascinating, not so much from a military perspective, but from a diplomatic one. It's a prime example of how diplomacy, if used just right, at just the right time, will not only get you what you want, but will also completely screw around with your neighbors. However, to get a better understanding, you gotta get a little bit of the backstory. Greece, at this point in history, was divided up into three major political factions. In the north, you had the Macedonians. In central Greece, you had what was known as the Aetolian League. And in the southern portion of the country, in the Peloponnesus, you had what was known as the Achaean League. Now, much like that book, 1984, by George Orwell, these three factions were constantly fighting. And it would be a situation where Group A and B would make an alliance against C, and then B and C would make an alliance against A, and then it would be this back and forth type of thing. Betrayal, backstabbing, fighting your neighbor, that was just another day in the office for the Greeks. During the time of the Second Punic War, you had a young Macedonian king by the name of Philip V come to power. Now, Philip had made a peace treaty with his otherwise mortal enemy, the Aetolian League in central Greece, and found himself with a little bit of extra time and a free hand to declare war on somebody else. He had been eyeing the Illyrian coast for some time. The only problem is that the Romans had already moved into that area. Now, Illyria is what we would think of as the modern-day Balkans, along the Adriatic coast. Rome had moved into the area initially in 229, and it had fought vigorously for what it had. Over the years, it had built up a few cities, it had a couple of ports, and this is precisely what Philip wanted. The only thing is that Philip didn't want to enter into a war with Rome lightly. So when he heard about the disaster at Trasimene, he started building up his forces, especially his navy. And when he heard about the way Hannibal thrashed the Roman army at Cannae, he declared war. I guess he figured that if you're going to kick somebody, the best time to do it is when they're already down. So he sends an envoy to Hannibal to establish an alliance with him. He sends his envoy twice, and his delegation gets captured by the Romans twice. So at this point, the Romans know precisely what Philip is up to, and their response to this is absolutely brilliant. They send in the perfect man for the job, one Marcus Valerius Lavinus. Lavinus is given a handful of troops, about a legion or so, He takes them down to the city of Brundisium and then ships them across the Adriatic and arrives in Illyria. Now, he arrives just in the nick of time. Philip shows up with his Greek army. These two men battle it out, but Lavinus is able to hold on to a few key points. He's able to hold on to a city called Oricum, and Philip tries to take this thing out but is unsuccessful. Despite this setback, Philip is actually a very gifted commander. In 212, he returns with his Greek army and is able to take out the port city of Lysis, which effectively splits Roman landholdings in Illyria into two. And it's at this point that Lavinus realizes that playing the military card may not be his best option. He figures that the Greeks know the territory pretty well. They can run and hide when they want to. They can attack and ambush us when they want to. This may not be the best option. Lavinus, at this point, has been in Illyria for quite some time, long enough to realize just how fractured the Greeks are. And in 211, he brilliantly plays on the fears of the local political establishment. He bypasses Philip altogether, and he goes to the Aetolian League, again the mortal enemy of Philip in the past. And he points out to them, hey, Philip is doing whatever he wants. He's attacked us. He's taken a couple of our cities. He's taken the port city of Lysis. Are you going to let him get away with this? And it's at this point that Lavinus astutely sweetens the deal. He tells the Aetolian League, hey, you know what? You guys can bring in whoever you want into this fight. Go out there, recruit, go nuts. And if you guys win, you can split the plunder amongst yourselves. And then he adds, by the way, if Philip beats us, he's probably going to go after you next. And at that point, he has said exactly the right thing. The Aetolians figure, hey, this is a great opportunity. Philip is already fighting the Romans. This is the perfect time to stab him in the back. And so they declare war on him. But then they take it a step further. They start bringing in other city-states. First, the city of Elis joins them, then Sparta, then Pergamum. And while this is all going on, the Achaean League, if you recall our fellow Greeks down the Peloponnesus, see all this, and they start getting worried. They fear that if Philip falls, that the balance of power is going to get really disrupted. And so they join into the fight on Philip's side. And before you know it, you have Greeks fighting Greeks all over the country. Lavinus had created one of the biggest clusters ever, and he knew it. When he returned to Rome in 211 to assume his consulship, he actually petitioned the Senate to demobilize Roman troops that were in Greece. He figured that Philip would have his hands full with his countrymen. And here's the thing. He was absolutely right. The rest of the First Macedonian War turned into a Greek versus Greek affair. Now, granted, the armies weren't as big as the ones that were fighting in Italy. There were about 4,000 to 5,000 strong, but it was still a pretty vivacious event. The Romans, for their part, sat back, stoked the fires whenever they needed to be stoked, drank their wine, and basically watched the Greeks massacre one another. As for our young king Philip V, well, he never got a chance to meet up with Hannibal. He was too busy fighting on multiple fronts at home for that ever to happen. But here's the thing, like I had mentioned before, he was a very able commander. He started winning battle after battle, and eventually the balance of power actually started shifting towards him. And this culminated with his decisive victory over the Spartans in 207 at a place called Mantinea. But after this, Philip figured that, he'd played his cards to the most extent that they could, and he didn't want to push his luck. And so in 205, he sued for peace with the Romans, and in a moment of exquisite generosity, the Romans granted it to him. Because, let's face it, the Romans had bigger fish to fry. But here's the thing. Rome was not one to forget. Robert O'Connell, in his book, The Ghosts of Cannae, brings this home. Quote, for Philip, the alliance with Hannibal had been Hellenistic business as usual. For Romans, a stab in the back which would be avenged. For mainland Greeks, Macedonians, and all the rest, this Cannae-inspired treaty with Hannibal was a disaster of the first order, marking the beginning of the end of their independence. Once drawn into the Greeks' affairs, the Romans would not leave them alone. End quote. All right, so with Greek proceedings being concluded, temporarily at least, we move on to Sicily, which is perhaps one of my favorite theaters of operation. From a historical perspective, there is a ton of stuff to say about Sicily. If you watch that movie Patton, he talks about how Sicily is the most conquered island in history. And he relates all these people that have taken it out: the Phoenicians, the Greeks, the Carthaginians, the Romans, the Byzantine, the Arabs, etc., all the way down the line. During the time of the First Punic War, it was the focal point of aggression. Rome and Carthage slogged over this island for years. And to what end? They exhausted themselves from a military, naval, and economic standpoint. Now, I'm not going to get too deep into it right here and now. There's some previous episodes that you can listen to, hint, hint, or there's a ton of other references out there. Take your pick. In the end, Rome was triumphant. She owned most of the island, with the exception of the southeast corner, which was the independent city-state of Syracuse. Syracuse had a privileged position in the outcome of the First Punic War because she was Rome's mascot during the war. Her king, Hiero, was a big fan of Rome. He supplied Romans with troops and supplies and a base of operations. In fact, a lot of historians say that the Romans probably wouldn't have been quite so successful if it hadn't have been for Syracusan loyalty. Hiero manages to rule Syracuse for a considerable amount of time. But as they say, on a long enough timeline, everybody's survival rate drops to 0, and in the initial phases of the Second Punic War, Hiero passes away. He's succeeded by his son, who disappears under, let's call it, mysterious circumstances, and then is succeeded by his grandson Hieronymus, who is not such a big fan of the Romans. In fact, in 215, in the aftermath of the Battle of Cannae, Hieronymus starts secret negotiations with Hannibal. Hannibal's response is to dispatch an envoy to the city. Hieronymus is never able to get in contact with these people, because 13 months after he comes to power, he's assassinated. His uncle, Adronodorus, assumes power, becomes king, and then is also promptly assassinated. Becoming king of Syracuse was a very dangerous prospect, and I want you to remember this because this plays into the story later down the line. So what you have in Syracuse is a power vacuum, and it is onto this that our Carthaginian envoy arrives. 2 men, Hippocrates and Epicides, arrive at the island. They're brothers. They were actually exiled from Syracuse. They settled in Carthage, and Hannibal figured that they were the perfect men to establish good relations. Now, some people would call them opportunists. I personally think of them as political entrepreneurs. I'll let you decide. When they arrive at the island, they figure out that there is a power vacuum. They try to assume control, but they are rebuffed from Syracuse. And as they are marching away from Syracuse, they find a bunch of troops. They rally these troops to their side, and then march to the north and take out a small town called Leontini, which they use as a base of operations. From this town, they start raiding the Sicilian countryside. They start hitting Roman targets, outposts and base and that type of thing. And this, of course, catches the Senate's attention. In 214, the Senate dispatches a Marcus Claudius Marcellus along with an army. Marcellus lands near Messina and then promptly marches down on Leontini, which he takes with direct assault. Hippocrates and Epicides are, as you would think, in a bad spot at this point. What do you do when your base of operations is gone, right? So they take whatever soldiers they have left, and in a feat of luck and daring, they march back on Syracuse, they murder their opposition, and in an expeditious coup d'etat, they assume control of the city. But here's the thing, our daring duo couldn't stop there. They surmise, and surmise correctly, that the Romans are going to need to march on Syracuse. After all, Syracuse is the jewel of the island. You can't take Sicily unless you've got Syracuse. So Hippocrates and Epicides get to work. They start mobilizing the population and recruiting troops, and their work is made a little bit easier because, as I had mentioned to you before, becoming king of Syracuse was a hazardous prospect. And so, over the successive generation of one paranoid king after the other, the defenses of the city had really been built up. The city walls were very tall. They had these towers everywhere. One side of the city was on the ocean. Another side faced this swampy area. And then onto this, to make things a little bit more interesting, you throw a rocket scientist. Or at least a 3rd century equivalent of a rocket scientist, because you see, in the city of Syracuse lived a man named Archimedes. He was a profound mathematician. He was an exquisite physicist. And then on top of that, he was a designer of weapons. Archimedes is who, in my mind, is what you get when you mix someone like Leonardo da Vinci with Oppenheimer and then you throw in a little bit of Newton for good measure. The weapon systems that he came up with were arguably hundreds of years ahead of their time. When the Romans marched on Syracuse, they had no idea what they were getting themselves into. This wasn't just a well-defended town. This wasn't just a fortified city. They were going up against a fully operational battle station, and they had no idea. Marcellus and his army arrive at the gates of Syracuse in late 214. They begin to lay siege. They figure that they're going to take the city by direct assault because, of course, that's what Romans do. When in doubt, use more brute strength. If the round peg doesn't fit into the square hole, it means you just got to hit it a little harder. Well, I will give credit to where it's due. Marcellus did come up with an ingenious two-pronged assault. He was going to attack the city both by land and also by sea. In the seaward approach, he took 4 of his ships, lashed them together in order to build siege towers, which is creative. But when he launched his attack, he realized exactly what he was going up against. The landward attack came from the north. As the Roman troops started marching closer to the city, they started getting hit by a bunch of arrows. And I'm talking different shapes and sizes. Some of them were so massive that they could skewer an entire line of men in one go. Archimedes had built what we would consider to be ballistas. Think of a giant crossbow that's mounted to the ground and launches a 50-pound arrow, and there were tons of these. What's more, they came in a bunch of different sizes because Archimedes wanted to hit the Romans at a variety of different ranges. And being a mathematician, he could figure out the trajectory, so he knew exactly how to hit them. For the poor guys that managed to make it past the arrows, well, then they had to deal with the catapults. And I'm not talking about your average run-of-the-mill catapults. I'm talking about what would be considered to be proto-trebuchets. Catapults on steroids, able to launch a payload so massive that when they came down, it would squash an entire group of men. And if you recall, the Romans liked to put their men into those square maniples, which were the perfect targets. Now, if you were lucky enough to actually make it up to the city walls, there's even reports that Archimedes figured out a way to roll boulders down the side of the walls. They would hit this ramp-like structure at the bottom and then go shooting forth and manage to just wipe out entire lines of men. This turned into a disaster of an attack. And the seaward side, it didn't do any better. The ships that were coming in, they had to deal with the ballistas and the catapults, but then they had to deal with something that was known as the Archimedes Claw. Even the name itself inspires fear. As I had previously mentioned, Archimedes wasn't just a mathematician, he was also really big into physics. And he understood the concept of the fulcrum and lever, the principles that make a crowbar so successful. And what he had done was he had placed a grapple-like device at the end of a very long lever. This thing could come down and grab not just one, but a bunch of ships. And then the men inside of the city would use the lever to hoist the ship up to a pretty decent altitude, at which point they would release it. Now, if you were on board this ship and the fall didn't kill you, the capsizing of the ship and the influx of water would most likely make you drown. And this device was used over and over and over again. And if that's not enough, there are stories out there, and that may be all it is just a story, or it might be apocryphal or made up. But Archimedes was big into parabolas. And he kind of figured out that if you take a bunch of mirrors and you lined them up along the city walls, and you adjusted them in such a way to concentrate the sun's rays to a focal point, that may be enough to ignite sails or ships or people on fire. In essence, a death ray. Again, this was a fully operational battle station, right? So I guess it would be safe to say that the attack from sea, kind of like the attack from land, was a miserable disaster. Marcellus kind of sort of learned his way. He changed his tactics. From here on, he was going to barricade the city in and try to starve them out, but every once in a while he would send in an assault. And of course, this would be met with just miserable success. In fact, it got to the point where when his soldiers approached the city and they would see some random beam of wood sticking out from the ramparts, it would be enough to invoke terror. The siege of Syracuse dragged on. In fact, the Carthaginian government took advantage of this. They sent an army to the island under the command of a General Hamilcar, who successfully landed near the city of Agrigentum, which is in the middle of the island on the southern coast. Now, this posed a huge problem for Marcellus, who was stuck between the siege of Syracuse on one end and this incoming Carthaginian force on the other. Marcellus was able to masterfully detach his forces from the siege, march out, attack Himilco, and while he wasn't able to destroy the incoming Carthaginian force, he was able to damage it enough to render it basically useless. He was able to return to his siege without any further interruptions. And when he got back, he was taught through informants of a possible way of getting into the city. He was told that the festival of Artemis was coming up, and if the Syracusans liked to do anything, it was to party. So he sat back and he waited for the festivities to begin. Meanwhile, in the city, the food situation was getting kind of desperate. There wasn't enough bread. Again, the city was under blockade. Epicides, who was in charge of the city, decided to dispense extra rations of wine to compensate for the lack of bread, and you can kind of figure out how that one's going to play out. In the middle of the night, the Romans came and attacked. Now, the defenders of Syracuse had gotten very complacent for two main reasons. One, because they were very confident in the defense mechanisms that Archimedes had installed, and number two, they were really trashed. So, the Romans managed to scale the walls. They got to the Hexapylon gate in the north portion of the city and opened it up, and they quickly secured a bunch of other strategic locations. And before you know it, the Roman soldiers were just pouring into the city. The Syracusans had no choice. They began to retreat, street by street, neighborhood by neighborhood, to the citadel in the southern portion of the city, but even that didn't last for very long. Marcellus had picked just the right time to capture Syracuse, because just as he was finishing up his conquest, the relief force under Himilco arrived before the city walls. Now, this Carthaginian force made the mistake of camping out in a swampy area, and according to the references, the plague descended on their camp, and before you know it, most of the Carthaginians were wiped out. It was also at this point that a naval expedition from Carthage arrived. But seeing that the city was not exactly in Carthaginian hands, a fleet of 700 merchantmen and 150 warships decided to basically abandon the city and turn around. Now, whatever happened to Archimedes? Well, the Romans were given explicit instructions to bring him back alive. And the Roman centurion that found him in the citadel of Syracuse found him scribbling away on a piece of paper. And when he demanded that Archimedes get up and follow him right now, Archimedes' response was to wave his hand in his face and say, hey, you know what? I'm going to finish this mathematical problem first. I can almost see this in my mind. You know, Archimedes is probably having one of his eureka moments where he gets up and he's all excited and jumping up and down. And he says, you know what? I got it. I figured it out. The grand unifying theory that defines everything is as simple as his following equation. It's ugh. At which point the Roman spears him through with his sword. The rest of the Sicilian campaign is going to be one unfortunate downhill slide for the Carthaginians. In 212, Marcellus is able to complete his conquest of Syracuse. In 211, he returns back to Rome and he steals any little bit of artwork that's not nailed down. In fact, some historians go so far as to say that this is where the Romans initially got their love of Greek art. Now, the Carthaginians continue to try. You know, they still hold on to a few key locations like Agrigentum, and from time to time they send in reinforcements, but this is basically a losing theater of operation. In the end, whoever owns Syracuse is going to win. In 210, the Roman Senate gets really serious. They send in Marcus Valerius Laevinus. If you recall, Laevinus was our hero in Macedonia. He comes in and he does the masterful work of incorporating the Cannae legions into his armed forces. You know, if you recall, those were the poor guys that were exiled to Sicily in the first place. Now, with their help, Laevinus is able to kick the Carthaginians out of Agrigentum and a bunch of other strongholds, and eventually he's able to kick Carthage out of Sicily for good. Laevinus eventually returns to Rome to a hero's welcome, and to his credit, he attempts to reincorporate the Cannae legions back into the general armed forces, but the Senate doesn't want to hear anything of it. And so our poor Cannae legions are left in Sicily, in exile, waiting for a chance at redemption. And with that, the curtain closes on Sicily. So up until now, we've been talking very highly about the Barcas, and it's really hard not to. I mean, after all, they were Carthage's saving grace. Hamilcar was able to get Carthage through the mercenary wars and establish a presence in Iberia, and of course his son Hannibal was one of the greatest military minds of all time. But what about Rome? It seems like Rome was fraught with military commanders that were just the epitome of mediocrity. And Roman tactics were this kind of mixture of brute strength with more brute strength. Again, trying to ram that round peg into a square hole was the way to go. Now, this all changes in Spain. Spain was a hodgepodge of different tribal groups that were all trying to eke out their existence. There were three main tribal groups. In the western portion of the country, in what we would consider to be Portugal now, you'd have the Lusitanians. In the southeastern portion, you'd have the Iberians. And in the north, you had the Celt Iberians. Now, the take-home message is that these tribal groups would back up whoever they felt was the strongest. Whether that be Rome or Carthage, it depended on who was going to win. So you had this very labile loyalty. Keep that in mind. At the beginning of the Second Punic War, the Barcas owned a tremendous amount of territory in southeastern Spain. They had silver mines and a recruiting operation. Their capital, New Carthage, which is modern-day Cartagena, was a jewel of a city. And this was something that the Romans weren't too happy about. And so in 218, the Senate sent a consul, Publius Cornelius Scipio, in order to put an end to Carthaginian dominance in the area. Now, if you recall, Scipio made it as far as the Rhone River in southern France, where he discovered that Hannibal was already on the move. Scipio made the disastrous decision to divide up his forces. He himself went back to Italy, where he was promptly defeated by Hannibal. But his brother, Gnaeus, took the other half of the army, approximately 20,000 men, and moved onwards towards Spain. Gnaeus managed to land his forces at the city of Emporion, which is located near the modern-day border of Spain and France, and then began recruiting the locals. Now, like I said before, the locals' loyalty was kind of up for grabs. When he had a sufficient amount of force, he moved deeper into the Iberian Peninsula and met up with a Carthaginian force at an area called Sissa, where he promptly defeated this force and then moved on to establish a very strong foothold at the city of Tarraco, which, if you're interested, is the modern-day city of Tarragon. During this time, when Hannibal was off and away to fight the Romans, he left his brother Hasdrubal in charge of Spanish operations. Now, you gotta love Hasdrubal. The guy tried really, really, really hard, but the problem is that he didn't have his brother's insight or daring or talent when it came to military endeavors, and he comes across as being the comedy relief of the Barca clan. I almost feel sorry for him because everything that he endeavors to do just kind of blows up in his face. Hasdrubal does the dutiful thing of trying to send a combined land and sea expedition against the Romans. They meet up at the river Ebro, but this is going to turn into a total disaster. His land forces accomplish very little. His naval forces, after an initial skirmish with the Romans, basically run away. In fact, the Carthaginian vessels beached themselves along the shore in order to find some sort of protection with the land forces, and when the Romans see this, they just pull up and tow away the abandoned Carthaginian vessels, adding them to their own fleet, saying, hey, thanks for the freebies, suckers. In late 217, after recovering from wounds inflicted at the river Ticinus, Publius Cornelius Scipio arrives in Spain with some Roman reinforcements. The Scipio brothers are invested by the Roman Senate with proconsular imperium, which means they're given carte blanche in order to continue all hostilities that are deemed necessary for the duration. Once the Scipios, the Scipii, once the Scipii have this power, they decide to move with it. They increase their sphere of influence, they bring in more troops, they even go so far as to march on the city of Saguntum. Now, what is Hasdrubal doing while all this is happening? Well, our little Barca has got himself his hands full, taking on tribal rebellions. But Our boy has got himself a plan. Once he gets done putting down all these rebellions, which happens in about 215, he decides to take his newly minted army, add on a few more reinforcements, and then march all the way to Italy in order to join up with his brother. But here's the thing. The Romans learn about this plan, and there's no way they can allow this to happen. If the Barcas join up, from a military perspective, that would be a complete and total disaster. And so the Scipii move in to intercept, and both armies meet at a place called Iberia. The Battle of Iberia in 215 is an example of what happens when you employ tactics that are, well, I would say very similar to what were used at Cannae, except that the battle just goes horribly wrong. Hasdrubal took his weakest units to act kind of like a target and put them right in the center. And then he flanked these with his Carthaginian and African infantry to flank whatever was going to be coming in. And then, of course, on the sides, he had the cavalry and the elephants. Now, the Romans did exactly the opposite. They took their best units, the Roman legions, and then put them in the center, flanked those with their Italian allies, and then on the sides, they had their cavalry as well. When the battle began, Hasdrubal ordered his cavalry into a charge to attack their Roman counterparts. But unlike Cannae, the cavalry was not able to drive the Romans from the field of battle. It turned into an inconclusive clash of horsemen. And while this was going on, the Roman legions plowed right into the center of the Carthaginian line. Now, the Spaniards were able to hold on for a little while. They put up a bit of resistance, but in the end, they started falling back. And then they broke. When the center of your line breaks like this, it's going to be a disaster. The Romans poured through the gap, and then the Carthaginian and African infantry that were now isolated found themselves flanked and then later enveloped. The Carthaginian cavalry did very little, the elephants did even less, and the Carthaginian infantry found themselves starting to retreat, panic, and then it became a total rout. This was a decisive Roman victory on several different levels. On a tactical level, we don't know exactly how many casualties there were, but obviously it must have favored the Romans. An entire Carthaginian army was wiped out. Now, Hasdrubal did manage to make it back to New Carthage with most of his cavalry and a little bit of his infantry, but they weren't going to pose much of a resistance at this point. And on a bigger picture, on a strategic level, that army was not able to link up with Hannibal. Now, it gets even worse. When the Carthaginian high command discovered this, they took Mago, and if you remember, Mago was back in Carthage begging for reinforcements. And they actually gave him an army that was scheduled to go to Italy to help out in that front, but when they discovered this disaster in Spain, they rerouted Mago to Spain to stabilize the situation there instead. And so Hannibal wasn't depleted of just one reinforcing army, but two. Iberia is a great what-if scenario in history, and I'd love to hear your thoughts about what would have happened had that battle gone the other way. 215 to 211 was a period of steady progress for the Romans. While the Carthaginians still held on to a lot of territory, they also had to deal with more of the locals and their rebellious nature, especially in wake of a defeat like Iberia, which only makes that rebellious nature more audacious. And it was because of this that the Carthaginian high command decided to pour even more troops into Spain. They dispatched yet another army, and this one under the command of a Hasdrubal Gisco. And by the way, the Giscos were a rival faction to the Barcas, and for the purposes to avoid confusion, we're just going to call them Gisco. While this was going on, the Romans were busy expanding their sphere of influence. The Scipio brothers, the Scipii, captured more territory, they made more allies, and in 212 they managed to retake the city of Agrigentum. The Scipii went so far as to bring in a huge amount of Celtic Iberian mercenaries from the north. And with this revamped and rebuffed army, they felt secure enough that in 211 they decided to go for the gusto. They were going to invade the Barca heartland and try to kick the Carthaginians out of Spain once and for all. This audacious attack, on paper, made a lot of sense. Publius Cornelius Scipio waited for the Carthaginian forces to be divided up. Again, if you recall, there were now 3 Carthaginian armies that were operating independently in Spain under the commands of Hasdrubal, Mago, and Gisco. Once the Roman commander was sufficiently satisfied that the Carthaginian forces were far enough from one another, he sent the Roman army into an area known as the Tater River Valley. And once he got there, his plan started to fall apart. Publius Cornelius Scipio was a product of the old Roman system where you had to get as much glory as quickly as possible, and he decided to divide up his forces to attack all Carthaginian contingents at once. I think the thought process behind this was that if he did this, he might have the element of surprise and catch the Carthaginians unaware, or he could at least prevent the Carthaginians from joining together in one cohesive force. It probably would have made more sense to keep your army together and attack these contingents piecemeal, but, hindsight is 20/20. However, you can't entirely fault me for being an armchair general here. After all, the last time that Publius Cornelius Scipio divided up his forces, he was met with almost total disaster. The plan that he was going to come up with, by the way, was going to be no different. Publius Cornelius Scipio takes 2/3 of the Roman army and marches them towards the Baetis Valley, where Gisco and Mago have combined forces and are waiting for him. He sends his brother Gnaeus along with the new Celt Iberian troops towards Hasdrubal, who's located north of New Carthage. Right from the start, Publius's forces are detected and then come under the attack of Numidian horsemen that are commanded by a Massinissa. Now, we got to talk a little bit about Massinissa. He is an extremely captivating and fascinating character who also plays a very decisive role in the way that the Second Punic War is going to play out. Massinissa was the type of person that if he was on a team sport, he'd wear the t-shirt that says, "I got this." He was an MVP. And it wasn't just the fact that he was a very talented cavalry commander. He also had a high degree of charisma. He had the undying loyalty of his men. And then you throw on top of this his background, which is almost borderline romantic. He was a Numidian prince, exiled, fighting to regain his homeland. The type of person that people later write poems and songs about. But it wasn't all rainbows and flowers with this guy. He did have a dark streak. He had an agenda. He wanted to be king of Numidia, and he was going to back up whoever was going to give him that opportunity. So please keep that in mind. In 211, we find Massinissa working for the Carthaginians, doing a delaying action on Publius and the rest of his Roman contingent. And Massinissa was very successful with this. Publius found himself in some serious trouble. He got word that several of the Iberian tribes were rising up against him. He tried to send the Romans to attack him, going so far as to try to attack the Iberians in the middle of the night. But all the time, the Numidians were there to slow him down. And then Publius found out that Mago and the Punic army had appeared in his rear, and in the ensuing battle, the Roman army was destroyed, and Publius Cornelius Scipio, consul of Rome, proconsular imperium of Spain, died. His brother Gnaeus didn't fare much better. Gnaeus was sent off to take on Hasdrubal, but before he was able to take on the Carthaginian, he woke up to find that 3/4 of his army had disappeared in the night. Hasdrubal had been in Spain a lot longer than Gnaeus, and he knew that the Celt Iberian mercenaries that the Romans had hired were easily bribed. And that's exactly what he did. And for the Celt Iberians, this wasn't considered a betrayal based on their customs, it was simply a business transaction. Gnaeus found himself with a fraction of the army that he once possessed. And with his brother dead and his brother's army defeated, he had no chance of any type of reinforcement. What's worse, there was nothing holding back all 3 contingents of the Carthaginian force from converging on his spot. Gnaeus attempted to retreat, but found himself almost completely surrounded, and instead had to make his last stand on a small hill called Lorsi. And he, of course, too, didn't survive this. This was going to be another example of where a confrontation between the Barcas and the Scipio resulted in the spilling of Scipio blood. With both Scipio brothers dead, the remaining Roman forces retreated to their strongholds north of the Ebro River. Now, the Carthaginians didn't pursue them. A lot of people feel that this was because of a lot of political infighting between the Barcas and the Giscos who couldn't come up with a concerted plan. Now, this was going to be a huge mistake because the Romans held on in Spain, and reinforcements were on the way. As one can imagine, the defeat of Roman forces and the death of the brothers Scipio was a major setback in the Roman war effort. The Senate needed someone to assume command in Spain, but when they sent out the call, nobody stepped forward. And why would you? Spain was this backwater theater. It was full of barbarians. It was essentially the edge of the world. But yet, the Senate kept trying. And again, nobody stepped forward until one day when one person raised their hand in the back of the crowd. And when the Senate asked this man to come forward, the man that entered into the Senate chamber was not exactly up to their expectations. He was young, too young. He had this swagger about his walk. He had this degree of confidence and charisma that bordered on almost arrogance. And worse, he had long hair. The old men in the Senate hated this man already. When they asked him his name, he responded, "I am Publius Cornelius Scipio." Here in front of the Senate was the very son of the man that had just died in Spain. Initially, the Senate wanted nothing to do with him. They figured he was too young, too inexperienced. He'd never had a command position before, and it was against the rules to have somebody this young in charge of an entire army. But Publius did the equivalent of going over their heads. He appealed to the Comitia Censurata, and they gave him the job. Now, our young Publius Cornelius Scipio, and folks, for the record, since his father and his uncle were both dead, we might as well just call him Scipio. And by the way, I really wanted to incorporate that line, the last of the Scipi would he be, but, he had a brother. In any case, our young Scipio had a lot of things going for him. First and foremost, he had an aristocratic name. Second of all the men that would have assumed command at this point were dead, as most of the aristocracy were wiped out at Cannae. And third, and perhaps the most important, nobody else wanted the job. And so Scipio packed up his stuff, took a small contingent of Roman soldiers, and traveled to Emporion, where he met up with the rest of the Roman forces that were already there. When all was taken into account, he had about 30,000 infantry and about 3,000 cavalry, and he started making preparations right away. So I would have to say that I'm not the only person that is a huge fan of this man. This is what Adrian Goldsworthy had to say, quote, "Scipio was one of the most charismatic figures produced by the Romans during the Punic Wars. In many respects, he conformed to the ideal of the youthful military genius which has done much to shape Western ideas of heroicism since Alexander the Great. He was the familiar mixture of the man of action and the sensitive, intelligent lover of culture, particularly that of the Greek world. His operations were imaginative, bold, and aided by good fortune, so that it is sometimes easy to overlook the careful preparation and planning which underlay the sense of youthful impatience." End quote. The rest of 210 was a period of training for Scipio and his men. Scipio did this thing where he would emphasize training, drill, tactics above everything else. And by 209, he felt that he was ready. At this point, he did something that was a little unusual for a Roman. He sent out reconnaissance, and he discovered that the Punic armies were well dispersed. His scouts informed him that Hasdrubal was near the modern-day city of Toledo fighting a Carpentani tribe, Mago was near the Pillars of Hercules, which is all the way down in Gibraltar, and Gisco was fighting the Lusitanians in what we would consider Portugal. The biggest problem, or opportunity, I guess, depending on which way you look at it, is that each one of these Carthaginian contingents is over a 10-day march to the capital. And Scipio picks up on this fact, and with that, he decides to attack New Carthage itself. Now, he manages to mobilize about 25,000 infantry, about 2,500 cavalry, and then he brings the Roman fleet along with him, which he places under the command of his good friend and competent commander, Gaius Laelius. The Romans move in secrecy, and they arrive suddenly and rapidly in front of the city. In fact, he does such a good job of this that he completely surprises the garrison of about 3,000 men that are defending New Carthage. Now, as I've previously described it, New Carthage was a jewel of a city. It was built on essentially an island. There was a small landward approach from the eastern side, and on the western side there were a couple of man-made bridges, but otherwise it was almost completely surrounded by water. In the north, you had this lagoon, and in the south, you had this deep water bay, which made New Carthage not only a great city, but also a really good port. Scipio's first action was to attack the city directly. He sent in his forces via the little land bridge on the eastern side. He had a diversionary attack on the western side, and then he sent the fleet in to attack the seaward wall. Now, this attack failed miserably, but it did manage to catch the attention of the garrison. And the very next day, instead of waiting the customary 1 week to rebuild his forces, he attacked the city again. But this time, the man had done his homework. He had learned from fishermen in Tarraco that the lagoon on the north portion of the city was something that could be crossed at the right time of day during low tide when the wind hit the water just right. And so he attacked the city in a direct frontal attack, but again, this was meant as a diversionary tactic. While the garrison was focusing all of its attention on the south and eastern walls, Scipio had sent a contingent of about 500 Romans to cross the lagoon, and with scaling ladders, they managed to climb over the northern wall, climb into the city, and hit the garrison from the rear. At this point, it became just a matter of time. The Carthaginians had to fall back, the Romans made it to the gate, opened it up for their compatriots, and before long, New Carthage was in the hands of the Romans. The fall of this city was going to be a massive blow against the Carthaginians. This wasn't just their capital, this was their base of operations. It was a place where they stockpiled war material. It was their treasury, their training center, not to mention the fact that there were nearby silver mines. And now, Scipio had a perfect springboard for a deeper invasion into Spain. Now let's talk about Scipio's tactics here. I mean, you have a Roman that's using reconnaissance and military intelligence and diversionary tactics in order to accomplish his goals in a very limited amount of time. And this is amazing stuff. Scipio was learning, and truly learning from the master. Brian Cavins, the author of the Punic Wars, writes this, quote, Scipio had fought against Hannibal at the Ticinus, perhaps at Trebia, and definitely at Cannae. He had devoted, we may be sure, a great deal of thought to the identification of what it was, apart from the genius of the commander, that made the Punic army superior to the Roman. When he found himself with truly independent command, he set about transforming an army that had been regarded tactically as a single monolithic body of infantry with weak cavalry support into a composite body made up of heavy infantry, light infantry, and cavalry units, each of which might be required to maneuver independently on the field of battle. End quote. Now, also like Hannibal, Scipio trained a bunch of sub-commanders to also think and operate independently, but then at the same time fight as one. And he got a chance to use this new army in 208. It was in this year that Hasdrubal attempted to link up with his brother Hannibal again. He had built up another army, and when the Romans found out about this, they moved in to intercept, but this time Hasdrubal was going to play a little hard to get. Our beloved Carthaginian commander did everything he could this time to make sure that he had a great defensive position. He took his forces, put them on top of a hill, there was a ring of fortifications, and then he was flanked on two sides by a river. He had about 25,000 men along with his Iberian allies, and when Scipio discovered this, he was really dismayed because his opponent had such a strong position. But Scipio realized that the longer he waited to attack him, the more chance another Punic army would arrive. And so Scipio came up with an interesting plan. The Battle of Baecula, as it later was known as, started off with a direct frontal assault by Scipio's light infantry. The Velites were able to make a little bit of progress despite being hit by successive volleys of incoming missiles. But what it did do was distract Hasdrubal from what was really going on. Scipio was going to do a pincer attack. He had taken his heavy infantry and divided it up into two parts. He commanded the left flank, and he had his sub-commander Laelius command the right. Now, the training and discipline that he put into this really paid off. Both pincers were able to move in secrecy, and even when the Carthaginians did discover this, Hasdrubal did nothing about it. The two wings managed to get to the top of the hill and then clash directly into the flanks of the Carthaginian army. And when that happened, Hasdrubal, despite all of his preparation and defensive positions and high grounds and fortifications, found himself being routed from the field of battle. The Battle of Baecula turned into a tactical victory for the Romans, but a strategic defeat. While Scipio was able to inflict a lot of casualties, especially on the Carthaginian cavalry, the bulk of the Punic army managed to escape, and Hasdrubal took this army all the way to Italy in an attempt to link up with Hannibal, but more on that later. Now, just as an aside, one of the reasons why Scipio was also so successful was because of his legendary leniency. When he took New Carthage, he left the aristocracy for the most part alone. And when he won at Baecula, he had a lot of enemy captives. Amongst them was a man by the name of Massiva, who turned out to be the nephew of our Numidian horseman, Massinissa. And Scipio tactfully let this man go. So what was the strategic situation at this point? What was the big picture in Spain like? Hasdrubal had left for Italy. Essentially, the only commanders left were Gisco and Mago, who promptly retreated to the city of Gades, which was the last Carthaginian stronghold in the southwest portion of the country. Well, Carthage decided to send in another army to support Spain, instead of supporting Hannibal. This army was discovered, ambushed, and destroyed by Scipio's new subcommander, Silanus. And now the Carthaginians were really in a bad spot. Gisco, who's still stationed in the city of Gades, decides to build up a formidable army. And by that I mean 60,000 infantry, 4,500 cavalry, 32 elephants. He places Mago as his second-in-command and then assembles his forces to march out and take on Scipio. Scipio acknowledges him, and the two forces meet around the city of Ilipa, which is about 10 miles north of the modern-day city of Sevilla. Scipio's forces are not quite as formidable. He's got about 45,000 infantry and about 3,000 cavalry, but, that's just not going to stop him. And thus the stage was set for a pitched battle. The Battle of Ilipa in 206 was important for several different reasons. Aside from being a battle that would decide which way things were going to go between the Romans and Carthaginians in Spain, it also showed Scipio's evolution as a commander in his ability to maneuver and outthink his opponent. After all, Scipio had to come up with a way to take on an enemy that was larger than himself. So this is what he did. Both of the forces were arranged on two separate hills that were separated by a plain between them. And Scipio would arrange his forces, and the Carthaginians would do likewise, but Scipio wouldn't give the order to attack. He wanted the Carthaginians to see his battle formation and get used to it. Every morning, he would take his best troops, his legions, and put them in the center. He would take his new Spanish infantry, the mercenaries that he had just hired from the Iberian Peninsula, and put them on their flanks. And then on the extreme wings, he would have his cavalry and his veilletes, his light infantry. The Carthaginians did likewise. They put their Carthaginian infantry, their best troops in the center, flanked by their Spanish mercenaries, and then the cavalry and the elephants would be on the extreme wings. Now, Scipio would wake up every morning, have his forces arrange themselves in the exact same battle formation, and the Carthaginians would do likewise, and then they would just stare off at each other. Neither side would give the command to attack, and this happened day after day after day, until, of course, the day that Scipio was actually ready to attack. On that morning, Scipio got his men up at the break of dawn, even earlier than that. He had them eat a very hearty meal, drink plenty of water, and then he sent his veilletes out to wake the Carthaginians up. The veilletes, the light infantry, managed to make their way all the way up to the Carthaginian camp because at this point the Carthaginians were getting a little complacent, at which point they showered the enemy camp with tons of javelins. When the Carthaginians finally woke up, they realized that the Romans were already in battle formation and they rushed themselves to get into formation. Missing out on breakfast, missing out on drinking water, the whole spiel. Ilipa took place sometime in the summer. We're not exactly sure of the exact date, but we're talking southern Spain here, so it's obviously really hot outside. And Scipio used that to his advantage. He waited and let the day slowly pass by. He figured the longer he waited, the more the Carthaginians would sweat it out. When he finally figured that the Carthaginians were fatigued enough, he gave the order to attack. But here's the thing. Scipio had changed up his battle formation. He had placed his weakest units, the Spanish infantry, in the center, and he had taken his strongest forces, the Roman legions, divided them up into two groups, and had placed them on the Spanish flanks. When the Carthaginians saw this, they couldn't make heads or tails out of it. They didn't understand what kind of advantage he could possibly get out of this. And even if the Carthaginians wanted to change up their formation, they couldn't. They'd already assembled, and Scipio had given the command to attack. Now, Scipio told his Spanish units to march slowly towards the Carthaginian center. While this was going on, he had the Roman legions on the wings move in quickly, and when they got within half a mile of the enemy, he sprung his trap. The Roman legions on the left flank turned 90 degrees to their left, and the Roman legions on the right flank turned 90 degrees to their right. And suddenly, these two blocks of soldiers turned into a column. And when you have a column, men can move faster. And at this point, the left flank moved quickly to the left, the right flank moved quickly to the right, and what Scipio was able to do was extend his forces beyond the flanks of his enemy. When the Roman legions were in a suitable location, Scipio gave the order, and both wings turned 90 degrees again to face the enemy, but now they were in a perfect position to flank the Carthaginians. Think about the amount of discipline that was required to move tens of thousands of men in a concerted effort like this. I mean, it's incredible. And the fact that he was able to make such an audacious move so close to the enemy, I mean, he was only half a mile away. Half a mile you could probably cross at a slow, leisurely walk in about 10 to 15 minutes. Brian Caven, again the author of the Punic Wars, talks about just how devastating this move was. Quote, "The center, the flower of the Punic army, was unable to play any part in the fighting. If it had gone forward to engage Scipio's center, it would have run the risk of being cut off from its camp by the collapse of the wings. If it had changed front so as to support the wings, it would have exposed its own flank to a devastating charge by Scipio's Spaniards. The heat of the day, their unfed condition, and the impaired confidence, for they were aware that the enemy had seized the initiative, all contributed to the defeat of Hasdrubal's men, whose fighting retirement degenerated first into full retreat and finally into total rout." End quote. The Battle of Ilipa effectively ends Carthaginian rule in Spain. Now granted, Gisco manages to make it back to Carthage. Mago manages to hold on a little bit longer in the city of Gades, but eventually Gades falls to treachery. Scipio, on the other hand, opens negotiations with Massinissa, who, let's face it, our Numidian prince has got himself an agenda, and he no longer has confidence that the Carthaginians are going to make him king. Now, what else is there to say about our Roman commander? Scipio spends a little bit more time in Spain solidifying his position, but the very next year, in 205, he returns to Rome to assume the consulship, thereby becoming one of the youngest consuls in Roman history. The Scipio have indeed returned. The Italy that Scipio returns to in 205 is vastly different than the one that he left. Rome is in a much stronger position. We've been kind of ignoring the Italian front up until this point, but it's probably a good idea we get back to it. Hannibal, as we had mentioned before, won at the Battle of Cannae. A lot of different portions of southern Italy defect to his cause. Capua becomes his base of operations, and then Hannibal desperately needs a port. He attacks Naples twice, doesn't succeed. And then as the Carthaginians have kind of a lukewarm reception to the whole idea of warfare, he doesn't get the reinforcements that he needs, and the Italian front devolves into this attritional war state. You know, the Romans don't want to attack him directly. They're employing the Fabian strategy. They're going to try to starve him out. And this is going to be a long process. And as we described it before, it turns into this giant game of whack-a-mole. Hannibal has an elite, powerful army, but there's only one of them. He goes out, he captures a city or a territory, and then as soon as he moves on, the Romans move back in, and the process repeats itself over and over again. But despite these setbacks, Hannibal was not the type of person to quit. In 212, he marches his army out from Capua towards the port city of Tarentum. You know, again, he really needs to have a port in order to bring in supplies and reinforcements. Along the way, he bumps into an army under the command of Gnaeus Flaccus, who, defying the Fabian strategy, sends a smaller army of about 18,000 men to attack Hannibal. Of the 18,000 men that Flaccus sends in, only about 2,000 make it out. Flaccus is fired for gross incompetence, and the poor men under his command are exiled to Sicily to join the Cannae legions in exile. Now again, Hannibal is a very lethal force. This Battle of Herdonia, as it was later known, repeats itself again in 210, where another general decides to do the same thing with the exact same results. When our Carthaginian commander arrives at the city of Tarentum, he employs the tried and true method of waiting for everybody in the city, all the Romans, to be completely drunk, and then having conspirators fling open the gates for him. The Carthaginian army pours into the city, but at the last moment, the governor of the city, a one Marcus Livius, despite his extreme drunken intoxication, manages to rally the Roman troops together where they take refuge in the citadel of the city, which just happens to block the port. It's one of those two-step forward, one-step back kind of moments. There's a story of how Hannibal, ingeniously out-of-the-box thinking here, takes the ships in the inner harbor, puts them on these log rollers, and manages to roll them across one of the larger streets to the outer harbor. But with the citadel in Roman hands, Tarentum is effectively neutralized as a port. And this just as a Carthaginian fleet shows up and then has to be turned away. This is going to be an example of how a city that the Punic forces managed to capture ends up becoming a liability. Now, they're not able to stay around Tarentum for very long. In 211, Hannibal gets reports that the city of Capua is now under attack. Indeed, a man by the name of Claudius Nero has taken his Roman force and has not only managed to march on Capua, but has managed to surround the city with a dual ring of fortifications, one facing inward to lay siege, and another one on the outside to provide protection. Hannibal, of course, has to disengage from Tarentum, march back across the peninsula, and then attack these ring of fortifications, which he does twice, but he's not able to break through. And that leaves him in a very difficult situation. After all, his greatest ally is under threat, and he can't do anything to help him out. And he reasons that if he attacks something that is more near and dear to the Romans, it might psychologically unnerve them enough to make them disengage from Capua. And with that, he abandons Capua and marches on Rome. But the Rome of 211 is much different than the Rome of 216. It's much more confident. Again, Rome had about 25 legions in the field. That's almost 250,000 men under arms. And when he marches on Rome, this confidence shows. The Romans go so far as to take the garrison legion of Rome, fling open the gates, and march it around the city right under Hannibal's nose. To indicate to him, hey, we see you and the rest of you Carthaginian scum up on that hill, and we don't care. Go nuts. Ravage the fields. Destroy the countryside. We're used to it by now. Do what you want. We got you outnumbered. I want to take a moment to point out the poignancy that at least I feel about this particular moment in time, because I think this was a personal high-water mark for Hannibal. When you read the history books or you listen to a historian talk about high-water marks, it's kind of easy for them to point them out because they've got a quantity of time for retrospection, and in this case, over 2 millennia. But how many times in history does a commander walk out onto a field and realize and think to themselves, you know what, this is about as far as I'm going to get? I wonder if these were the thoughts that might have gone through the head of somebody like Robert E. Lee when he saw his forces being thrown back at the copse of trees after the ill-fated Pickett's charge on the 3rd day of Gettysburg. I wonder if Rommel might have thought something like this when he saw the Quatara Depression in North Africa and realized his famous flanking maneuver would no longer work, and then he was turned around at El Alamein. You have to admit, there's a certain degree of sadness thinking about all this. Hannibal, with his one good eye, gazing onto the great city of Rome before him, so close yet so far, knowing that he's probably not going to get much further than this. Things start going really bad for the Carthaginians at this point. Hannibal has to withdraw from Rome. In 211, Capua falls. And then in 209, the Romans managed to recapture the city at Tarentum as well. And so the area that Hannibal now owns is limited to a small section along the toe of the Italian peninsula. Now it's onto this that his brother Hasdrubal finally shows up. If you recall what I said about Hasdrubal before, the man was committed to his brother. He'd been trying to get an army into Italy for quite some time. But when it comes to anything military, how do you say this nicely? The guy gets at least an A for effort, right? He took his army after his defeat at the Battle of Baecula, managed to escape the clutches of Scipio, escaped the Iberian Peninsula, and then took the same path through Gaul and then across the Alps, and then arrived in Italy in 207. His appearance actually caused a great deal of concern within the Roman Senate, almost to the point of sheer panic. The Romans were worried that if the two Barcas managed to combine their forces, they'd create some sort of Carthaginian super army that would, under the command of somebody like Hannibal, run amok, maybe even take out Rome, God forbid. Not likely, but there was a great deal of fear. I mean, to the Romans, this was worse than like a zombie apocalypse. But it's interesting to see the manner in which the Romans dealt with this new challenge. It shows how the Roman system was evolving. Adrian Goldsworthy comments on this, and I'm paraphrasing a little bit here. Quote, "This was not like 218. The Romans were in a far higher state of mobilization, their leaders and armies more experienced and effective. Their response to the news of the Carthaginians' intentions was rapid." End quote. After arriving in Italy, Hasdrubal does this thing where he cautiously moves along the eastern seaboard of Italy, along the Adriatic coast. He's, of course, picked up by a Roman army who kind of shadow him from a distance, but they don't exactly know what he intends to do. Hasdrubal, of course, is trying desperately to get in contact with his brother in order to link up their forces, and then he does something that makes me kind of question his abilities as a commander. He sends out these messengers in order to get in contact with his brother, who he thinks is someplace down in southern Italy. He doesn't know exactly where. And he writes in his note, "Dear Hannibal, finally made it to Italy. The weather is great here. I'm here with the boys. I'm in location X. I'm going to be moving to location Y. Come and find me. Oh, postscript, don't tell the Romans." And of course, as soon as he sends out the messengers, every single one of them gets intercepted by the Romans, and now they know exactly where he's going to. The Romans up until this point had taken a very defensive posture when they heard about the two Barcas entering into Italy. They had divided up their forces. One consular army was up in the north under the command of Marcus Livius Salinator, who was keeping a close eye on Hasdrubal. Meanwhile, another consular army was down in the south under the command of Gaius Claudius Nero, who was also keeping a close vigil on Hannibal. Now, when they figured out what Hasdrubal was up to, they figured they were going to take out the lesser of the two evils, and so Nero does this thing that was quite impressive. He leaves a skeletal force near Hannibal, but they light multiple fires in order to give the appearance that their army isn't moving, and then in the middle of the night, he force marches his men all the way to the north and links up with Salinator. Hasdrubal quickly realized that he wasn't dealing with just one consular army, but with two. And at that point, Hasdrubal's only recourse was to try to retreat. He manages to withdraw his forces in the middle of the night, kind of march them to the north. But the problem is that the Carthaginians don't really know the lay of the land. They're still relatively new to Italy. Their guides betray them, misdirect them, and before you know it, the entire Carthaginian force, which hasn't had any sleep, hasn't had any chance to get anything good to eat, is now lost along the banks of a river called Metaurus. And it was here that both Roman consular armies managed to find the Carthaginians and pounce on them. The Battle of Metaurus on June 22, 207, despite all the Roman advantages, was actually a battle that could have gone either way. This was a giant infantry clash. On one side, you had the Carthaginian infantry along with their Spanish mercenaries, and on the other side, you had the Roman legions. Both lines basically moved towards one another, and they started to brawl. Initially, Hasdrubal actually gained the advantage. His heavy infantry managed to smash into the Roman left flank and began to make it waver. And who knows, if this had continued, this might have been a Carthaginian victory. But this battle also shows how the Romans were evolving in regards to their tactics. They were learning, they were adapting. Nero, who was on the right flank, realized that the Roman right flank wasn't really doing much, and so he stripped the entire line down to just a skeletal force, then took all of these men, marched them around behind the Roman army, and threw it into his enemy's flank. Nero, to say the least, was a gambling man, but his gamble paid off. The Romans managed to come in not only on the Carthaginian flank, but they managed to actually get around behind the enemy line. And of course, this is not a very sustainable position. Hasdrubal watched as his men began to fall back. They began to retreat, stumbling into one another. The retreat became into a rout. And at that point, Hasdrubal knew that the game was up, that his cause was lost, and in a final moment of defiance, he charged his horse directly into the Roman line, where he was immediately cut down. The Romans pressed their offensive. They charged directly into the Carthaginians, wiping out this entire force. And to drive home the point, Nero had the head of Hasdrubal thrown into Hannibal's camp a few days later. This is going to be another nail in the coffin of the Carthaginian campaign in Italy. And it's not going to be the last. In 205, Mago, another devoted brother of Hannibal, shows up in Italy as well. As you recall, he got kicked out of Spain after the Battle of Ilipa. But the force that he arrives with is so small, it's only about 12,000 infantry, about 2,000 cavalry, that the Roman Senate doesn't freak out. There's no panic. They don't even send a consular army to deal with it. They send a praetor. In 203, a man by the name of Publius Quintilius Varus shows up with 4 legions, and the ensuing battle isn't even so much a battle, it's kind of more of a mop-up operation. It's during this clash that Mago gets hit in the thigh with a javelin. He has to withdraw from the field, and he watches as his army collapses before him. And then on his way back to Carthage, he dies from the wounds. Now, Hannibal doesn't have very much time to lament the loss of his brothers. In 203, he gets the call from the homeland. Carthage is now under attack, and Hannibal has no other option than to withdraw from Italy and go back to North Africa. So how did it end up like this? How is it now that Carthage is a place that's under attack? Well, if you recall, in 205, Scipio returns from Spain to Rome to assume his consulship. His first executive order, so to speak, is that he is going to invade North Africa. He knows that by bringing war to the Punic homeland, he is not only going to gain the initiative, but he's going to force Hannibal's hand. Now, this is an idea that does not go over well within the Roman Senate. The Senate does not like Scipio. He's too young. He's too popular. His hair is too long. The members of the old guard in the Roman Senate, including the very venerable at this point, Fabius Maximus, want to stick to the Fabian strategy. They want to kick Hannibal out of Italy first, and you can't exactly blame them for doing this. I mean, this is a strategy that seems to have been working up until this point. So members of this establishment try to do everything they can to block Scipio. There's fierce debate going on in the Senate House. They try to demonize him in the eyes of the people. There's even a suggestion that they go so far as to ban Scipio from raising fresh troops in Italy. It's sad, but they really want him to fail. So, despite this ban on raising troops, Scipio's popularity at this point is out through the roof, and when the call goes out, he gets about 7,000 Italian volunteers. But he knows that he needs even more troops and more allies, so he does 2 things. First, he sends his sub-commander Laelius to North Africa in order to continue negotiations with the Numidian prince Massinissa, who is at this point very pro-Roman and in the process of fighting a civil war in Numidia for domination. Second of all, Scipio knows he needs to tap into a manpower source of men that are not only experienced in war, who have fought against Hannibal, and most importantly, are people that the Senate would basically overlook. Scipio doesn't have to look very far for this. On the island of Sicily are 2 entire legions of men that have been exiled by the Senate for their failure at the Battle of Cannae. Men who fought against Hannibal and were placed on that island and have been waiting for over a decade for a chance at redemption. And Scipio gives them that shot. In 205, he moves his entire force to the island of Sicily and begins intense training for over a year. Now, the Senate is not exactly happy with Scipio because he's basically found himself a loophole. And so what they do, since they can't exactly court-martial the guy, is they send a board of inquiry. They start spreading rumors that the guy's loafing about and basically wasting military resources. But when this board of inquiry arrives on the island of Sicily, they realize that Scipio has trained and drilled one of the finest Roman armies that has ever walked the earth. By 204, Scipio is ready to unleash this army. The invasion of North Africa begins by Roman forces landing near the city of Utica. Scipio immediately links up with his now ally Massinissa, and the 2 of them lay siege to the city. The Carthaginian response to this is quite immediate. They recruit a massive army. and then place it under the command of Hasdrubal Gisco. And if you recall, Gisco was the very man that Scipio managed to defeat at the Battle of Ilipa. However, Gisco is not going to be doing this alone. He brings in his Numidian allies under the command of a King Syphax, who just happens to be the very same man that Massinissa has been fighting with this entire time for domination of Numidia. Syphax is kind of an interesting character. He's one of these people whose loyalty is always available to the highest bidder. But Gisco comes up with a creative solution for this. He brings Syphax into the family by arranging a marriage between him and his daughter Sophonisba. Now, just a note on Sophonisba. She is a woman who the historians regard as having surpassing beauty and exceptional intellect. She makes Helen of Troy look like a walrus, but at the same time has the cunning of a Cleopatra. And she keeps him in line. Every time Syphax whines and complains that he doesn't want to fight, she smacks him in the head and he goes right off to battle. So these two forces eventually meet up in an area south of Utica. And this is a huge problem for Scipio because he's vastly outnumbered and he knows that he's not getting any more reinforcements. Again, as I had mentioned before, the old guard in the Roman Senate want him to fail. So he's got to come up with a plan B, and he's got to do it fast. And what he does is he sends off a peace delegation to the enemy camp. But what he's really doing is he's scouting out the enemy looking for any signs of weakness. And he discovers one. He finds out that the Carthaginian camp, all of their dwellings, their huts, their tents, they're made out of things like straw and cloth and wood. And so, based on this, he comes up with an ingenious idea in order to ambush his enemy. In the middle of the night, he sends out his forces, along with Massinissa's cavalry, and he positions them right outside the Punic encampment in hiding. And then he starts sending in soldiers one by one in order to start lighting fires all over the enemy camp. Now, like with any plan, you need a little bit of luck, and that's exactly what he got. The wind hit the fires just right, and before you know it, the entire Punic camp became one giant bonfire. The ensuing conflagration managed to wipe out a big chunk of Gisco's forces. And the ones that managed to escape the flame, well, as soon as they ran out of the camp, they ran directly into Scipio's waiting ambush. This quickly devolved into a slaughter. And with that, Scipio was able to rout this entire Carthaginian force. The only major downside to all this was that both Syphax and Gisco both managed to escape. They rounded up the survivors, they brought in more mercenaries, Carthage reinforced them again with more troops, and then in 203, they had themselves another army. These two forces managed to confront one another at a place called the Great Plains. Now, I'm going to spare you the details, but suffice it to say that between Scipio's military expertise and Massinissa's cavalry abilities, well, they managed to mop up. But this time, Gisco and Syphax didn't get quite so lucky. When Gisco returned to Carthage, he was met by a less than enthusiastic Senate. They promptly relieved him of his command as they came to their senses and realized that, Gisco was a complete and total idiot. And then you got to kind of feel sorry for the man. He had to end up committing suicide in order to avoid a Carthaginian lynch mob. And his compatriot Syphax didn't do that much better. Syphax jumped on his horse and ran all the way back to Numidia, where he took refuge in one of his palaces. And, of course, Massinissa was right on his heels. But as I've always emphasized, Massinissa was the better horseman. He managed to catch up with Syphax, capture him, put him in chains, and then have him executed. After all this time and all this fighting, Massinissa finally got what he wanted. He was king of Numidia. Okay, but here's the part where it gets a little weird and surreal. When Massinissa is done executing Syphax, he starts going through all of his stuff in his royal palace, and it's at that point that he discovers Sophonisba, Syphax's wife, if you recall, the daughter of Gisco, the woman of surpassing beauty and incredible intellect waiting for him. And her charms worked on him just as well as they did on Syphax. Massinissa marries Sophonisba right on the spot. And when Scipio hears about this, he doesn't like it. He immediately declares Sophonisba a prisoner of the Roman state. He figures that his best cavalry commander being married to the daughter of his enemy is just too much of a conflict of interest. Massinissa really didn't have much of a choice. He grudgingly agreed with Scipio. I guess in the end being king of Numidia was enough for him, but where did that leave her? Well, Sophonisba was really given two choices. She could either be shipped off to Rome and become a prisoner and put on display someplace, or she could continue to be defiant. And being the daughter of a Carthaginian noble and the sworn enemy of Rome, she opted to do the latter. In a last act of defiance, and this kind of is a bit of foreshadowing of what's going to be happening in the future, the story of Cleopatra readily comes to mind. She decides to drink poison and take her own life. She would rather be dead than be a prisoner of Rome. And that gives you kind of an idea of just how nasty this war was getting. Now, speaking of bad situations, Carthage was in a desperate spot at this point. Her armies were wiped out, her generals were mainly dead, the Barca clan was almost non-existent, and their only good general, Hannibal, was in another continent. So the Carthaginian high command, their senate, did what they had to do. They played the peace card. You ever heard that old expression every once in a while, declare peace? It really messes around with the enemy's mind. And that's exactly what they did. They sent out these peace negotiators to Scipio. Scipio imposed this extremely harsh treaty with very harsh terms, which Carthage readily agreed to. And if you're thinking to yourself, this is probably too good to be true, then you're absolutely right. What Carthage was actually doing was buying time. After the disastrous defeat at the Battle of the Great Plains, Carthage sent out the call to Hannibal saying, hey, you know what? We are really in trouble here. We need your help. We need you to come back as soon as possible, and if you could bring your army, that'd be great. And here's the thing. Hannibal, despite getting lackluster support from the Carthaginian Senate, their inability to really give him a lot of troops and supplies, rerouting troops to other fronts, in a way almost being partly responsible for the death of both of his brothers. Despite all that, Hannibal decided to answer their call. In 202, he returned. Now, keep in mind that the land that he's returning to is a place that he has not seen in almost 3 decades. I mean, he was a small child when he left with his father for Iberia, so he's kind of returning to almost a foreign land. Now, of course, he doesn't come alone. He brings his army, or at least what's left of it. And these troops that are returning from the Italian front, they are battle-hardened veterans. These are the same people that fought at Cannae. But the problem is that the troops that he picks up when he returns to Carthage are the exact opposite. They're abysmal. They've either never been tested or they've been beaten over and over again in battle. And the real problem for Hannibal is that he doesn't have very much time. Scipio is basically on his doorstep, and he has to figure out a way to integrate these two forces into an effective fighting machine. In the end, Hannibal, whether he's ready or not, has to move out. And so he takes his army to the south of Carthage to a small town called Zama, where the Romans are waiting for him. And then, in true Hannibalistic style, he starts sending out recon parties to kind of figure out what his enemy's up to. He sends 3 spies directly into the Roman camp. Now, these spies are found out, they're captured, they're brought before Scipio, but instead of being executed, Scipio gives them a guided tour of his camp. And he does this because Massinissa and the rest of the cavalry haven't shown up, and he wants to try to use a little bit of subterfuge. He wants to convince Hannibal that, the Roman force doesn't have any horsemen. But here's the thing. After the spies are released back to Hannibal and they report their findings, Hannibal is intrigued because he knows already about Massinissa and the cavalry force. And he wants to meet this guy. Who is this young Roman commander, this Scipio, who has been undefeated in battle, who's using all of these unorthodox techniques, who's using audacity of movement on the battlefield, who's now using subterfuge? That's kind of Hannibal's game, right? Hannibal's curiosity, the intrigue of the situation, is just a little bit too much for him. He's got to meet the guy. And of course, this is what prompts the meeting that we began this entire episode with. Now, of course, some historians say that this meeting was done for the leaders to hash out some sort of peace deal. Others say it was a chance for the commanders to buy time to bring in more reinforcements. But as I had mentioned to you before, I think there was much more to it than just that. You had 2 commanders that were in charge of respective armies that were geniuses at what they did. They were in a league all unto themselves. And when you end up in a situation like that, it's almost like you have to reach out to that other person in order to understand yourself. It goes without saying that the political situation was not conducive to a peace-negotiated settlement. I think that was kind of an inevitability. But for that night, these two men didn't meet as enemies, they met as opponents. And if the situation was a little different, these are two men that could have been even colleagues. And what a powerful combination that would have been. The rest of the meeting was conducted on very amicable terms, and both commanders left with a certain degree of appreciation for the other, if not a sense of awe. They returned to their own commands, and the next morning the scene was set for one of the most climactic battles in human history. On both sides, you had two massive armies that were led by two of the most capable military geniuses of their time, two men that had never been defeated in a pitched battle before. On both sides, you had the veterans of the Battle of Cannae squaring off at one another. On one side, you had a group that was fighting for redemption, and the other, they were fighting for their very survival. And when the command was given, both forces started moving towards one another, and with that, the Battle of Zama began. Delenda est Carthago. Fortune now puts before us the most glorious of rewards. In whichever way this battle is decided, should we not be at once the most foolish of mankind if we abandon glory, and instead deliberately choose the worst of misfortunes? Charge then the enemy with the steady resolve to do one of two things: to conquer or to die. The Punic Wars, Part 6, Delenda est Carthago. Welcome back to Flashpoint History. This is going to be the 6th and final episode of the Punic War series. A war so long, it took me 6 episodes just to get to the end of it. In our last episode, we talked about how Rome managed to claw her way back from the brink, not only managing to reassert her dominance over Italy, but also her overseas empire, and then brought the fight to the Carthaginians by invading North Africa, and this all culminating at the pivotal Battle of Zama, where we actually left off. So, a couple of years ago, a really good friend of mine and I decided to take a vacation. He is a mountain climber, originally from Colorado, and his big thing is to climb the tallest peak on every continent. And I'm a big fan of Hemingway, and between the two of us, our agendas seem to cross with Mount Kilimanjaro. So we found ourselves in an airport in Nairobi, waiting for our connecting flight into Tanzania. And as one does when you have 2 to 3 hours to blow in an airport, you find yourself the nearest bar and you get yourself a beer. Now, while we're doing this, he comes up with this topic that to this day gives me pause for thought. He states that humanity has become the least barbaric it has ever been in history, especially within the last 100 years. And I thought to myself, there's got to be something really wrong with this statement. In the last 100 years, we've had 2 world wars, genocide, Holocaust. We live in an era of almost perpetual warfare. How can you possibly come up with this? So he tells me that he's been reading this book called The Better Angels of Our Nature by a professor of psychology from Harvard named Steve Pinker. And in this book, he makes a very good argument that based on facts and statistics, murder rates, etc., that humanity now gets along better with itself than any time in the past. And the reason we feel that we live in a much more violent era than we do is because of mass media. Now, it's actually a very compelling read, and I'll give you the synopsis. Quote, "Tribal warfare was 9 times as deadly as war and genocide in the 20th century. The murder rate in medieval Europe was more than 30 times what it is today. Slavery, sadistic punishments, frivolous executions were all unexceptionable features of life for a millennia, then suddenly targeted for abolition. Wars between developed countries have vanished, and even in the developing world, wars kill a fraction of the numbers they did a few decades ago. Rape, battering, hate crimes, deadly riots, child abuse, cruelty to animals, all substantially down. How could this have happened if human nature has not changed? What led people to stop sacrificing children, stabbing each other at the dinner table, or burning cats and disemboweling criminals as a form of popular entertainment? Was it reading novels, cultivating table manners, fearing the police, or turning their energies to making money? Should the nuclear bomb get the Nobel Peace Prize for preventing World War III? End quote. Like I said, this does give one a lot of food for thought. And one of the best examples that readily comes to mind of how humanity has progressed is the way that wars end now as compared to the way wars ended in the past. Take, for example, the way in which the Second World War ended in Europe. This was probably one of the most destructive wars in human history, and at the end of it, most of Europe was laid waste. Cities like Dresden, Berlin, there was nothing left. There are parts of Europe where people were literally starving to death in the streets. And yet, in the aftermath, you had institutions like the United Nations in order to oversee the peace, and you had programs like the Marshall Plan enacted in order to rebuild. Granted, there was a lot of political innuendo behind this. A lot of people say that the Marshall Plan was done by the Western Allies to prevent Western Europe from falling under the sway of Soviet influence, and, even myself, I buy it. But at the same time, you have to admit there was a plan for reconstruction in play, and it was enacted by people who are former enemies. There is a certain degree of enlightenment to this. Keep this in mind as we talk about the Punic Wars, and specifically juxtapose this to the way in which the Punic Wars ended. In the last episode, I talked obsessively about the way in which Rome managed to claw her way back from near annihilation. And not just that, she was able to reassert her domination over the central and western Mediterranean, but most importantly, she was able to find the military answer to Hannibal's tactical skills and military prowess. Under the command of the Roman maverick general, Publius Cornelius Scipio, Rome was able to successfully invade Carthaginian territory in North Africa, and thus the stage was set for one of the most pivotal confrontations between arguably two of the greatest and, up to that point, undefeated generals of antiquity. Now this is kind of the unusual part. Both of these men were intrigued by the other. They were both military geniuses, they understood logistics and tactical maneuvering, they both had problems with their respective governments, and ironically, the one person that could understand them the best was their sworn enemy. This was going to be the beginning of a very peculiar bromance. According to the record, both Hannibal and Scipio met the day before the Battle of Zama in order to discuss peace terms. The historians even give us an account of what these two men said, but I think you need to take it with a grain of salt because a lot of this stuff sounds like Roman propaganda. According to Polybius, Hannibal was trying to weasel his way out of a fight. Now, does this even sound like Hannibal? Quote, "It is about you that I am anxious, Scipio, for you are still a young man, and everything has succeeded to your wishes. As yet, you have never experienced the ebb tide of fortune. What then is the point that I am seeking to establish by these arguments? It is that Romans should retain all the countries for which they have thus far contended, and the Carthaginians should engage never to go to war with Rome for these. For I am persuaded that such a treaty will be at once safest for the Carthaginians and most glorious for you and the entire people of Rome." End quote. Yeah, right. You have Hannibal Barca, one of the greatest military minds of all time, coming across like a used car salesman. Scipio's response, I think, is equally Roman propaganda. You have to almost imagine Scipio standing on some sort of pedestal, the wind hitting him just right so that his hair is fluttering and the cape is flowing in kind of a defiant manner, his sparkly teeth kind of thing. Quote, "What then is the conclusion of my discourse? It is that you must submit yourselves and your country to us unconditionally, or conquer us in the field." End quote. You just gotta love the arrogant defiance of all this. Now, I don't know about you, but for me, it totally reminds me of the encounter between the Greeks and the Persians at Thermopylae, where the Persians came up to the Greeks and said, "Hey, you know what? We're going to be taking over your country, and we just need you to lay down your weapons, and we're all going to be cool." And the Greek response was, "Mulan labe," which means, "Persian, if you want our weapons, come and take them." Of course, at this point, peace negotiations completely fail. After all, Rome and Carthage have not gone this long and fought this many conflicts in order to turn back now. And as far as Scipio and Hannibal are concerned, well, it's a very simple concept. Before these two men can be good friends, well, they got to attempt to at least kill each other once, right? The very next day, on October 19th, 202 BCE, which, again, folks, all dates are before the Common Era unless specified otherwise, these two massive armies, with their undefeated military genius commanders, lined up on the field, and the Battle of Zama began. Now, the two forces that met on the field of battle that day were vastly different. According to the historical record, the Carthaginians had the advantage when it came to infantry, at least in number. When it came to quality, not so much, but I'm going to get to that in a second. The Romans, on the other hand, had the superiority when it came to their cavalry. And not just that, they were also backed up by the Numidian prince, now king, Massinissa. Massinissa, if you recall from my previous podcast, was a complete and total prodigy when it came to any type of cavalry command. Ironically enough, Massinissa started the war fighting for the Carthaginians and actually had a big part to play in the death of Scipio's father and uncle while they were in Spain. Now, this was a fact that Scipio was willing to overlook when he saw Massinissa's skill. I guess in the end, winning on the battlefield meant more to Scipio than any type of family loyalty. Now, as I'd mentioned before, Hannibal's infantry was not exactly the best. It really consisted of a bunch of different contingents that the Carthaginian government kind of smacked together, threw at Hannibal, and said, hey, you know what? Good luck, because you're going to need it. Goldsworthy actually comments on this, quote, the infantry in the center was split into 3 lines, mirroring the Roman formation. The first line was composed of Ligurians, Gauls, Balearic slingers, and some Numidians. This appears to have been the remnants of Mago's army brought back from Italy, Mago being Hannibal's deceased brother. The second line consists of troops raised for the defense of Africa, Libyans, and a strong contingent of Punic citizens making a rare appearance as a formed unit during the wars. The last line, held back a couple hundred yards behind the second, consisted of his own veterans, a mixture of many races, nearly all now equipped with Roman armor and shields. End quote. Compare this to the Roman legions. These men had been trained ad nauseum for years to work as a cohesive unit. Scipio had done a masterful job when it came to their training. In fact, he incorporated the Cannae legions into his army. If you recall, these were the men that had been defeated at the Battle of Cannae and were put into exile by the Roman Senate for over a decade. These men had been waiting for 14 years for a chance of redemption. When it came time for that all-important pre-battle motivational pep talk, Scipio had to give one speech to his homogeneous men, whereas Hannibal had to delegate to several different commanders in order to get his point across. Livy gives us a poignant, if not somewhat corny and melodramatic, description of the scene. Quote, there was a confused roar as his soldiers shouted encouragement to each other in a wide variety of languages. A vast army sharing neither language, culture, weaponry, clothes, nor appearance, and not even united in the reasons why they fought. The auxiliaries were there for the money and the prospect of plunder. The Gauls had their own special and long-standing hatred of the Romans. The Moors and Numidians were terrified by the prospect of a future tyranny under Massinissa, who was now no longer powerless. As for the Carthaginians, Hannibal reminded them of their city walls, the gods of their homes, the tombs of their ancestors, their parents and children and wives, all cowering in terror. He played upon their hopes and fears, picturing for them 2 dire alternatives with no middle way between, either slavery and death, or else domination over the world. End quote. So, just to recap, this battle was brought to you today by greed, hatred, fear, and Carthaginian self-interest/self-preservation. Any questions? Hannibal's master plan was to smash through the Roman center. He didn't have the cavalry that he did in previous battles, so his chances of flanking and enveloping the enemy were almost nil. So the first thing that he did was send in the elephants. This was a tactic that worked really well against the Roman general Regulus when he invaded Carthage in 255, and he figured if it worked then, it's going to work now. But he was dealing with Scipio, and this was a game of chess. Both men could understand the other person's move 3 moves in. According to the record, Hannibal had about 80 elephants under his command, which was a lot for a Carthaginian army, which also implied that they were probably hastily put together and poorly trained. Now, the Standard Roman army consisted of these packet of men that were arranged in squares known as maniples. Maniples had about 80 to about 120 men in them, about the size of a modern-day company. The standard deployment consisted of arranging these maniples in a checkerboard pattern in 3 lines. The first line was known as the hastati. Now, the hastati were the younger men, and the theory behind it was that, they were younger, more vibrant, more rambunctious, perhaps a little bit more stupid, and therefore much more eager to engage in battle. Now, if you managed to survive the hastati, you were graduated up to the second line, known as the principes, who were the men of prime age. And this was followed up by the triarii, who were men of the quote-unquote seasoned age, and their purpose was to provide kind of guidance for the rest of the men. Now, of course, the triarii and the principes would also engage in battle as well, and as I had mentioned before, they were arranged in a checkerboard pattern, and the idea behind this was that if the first line began to waver or there were gaps that opened up, the second and third line could kind of plug those. So it was kind of a flexible offensive system. Scipio had the inclination that Hannibal was going to send in the elephants first. And so instead of arranging his maniples in the standard checkerboard pattern, he arranged his maniples one directly behind the other in order to create these alleys between the men. Now, to prevent the Carthaginians from seeing what he was doing, in front of these maniples he arranged a line of velites, which were skirmishers, in order to block the view. Now, as the elephants got closer and closer, Scipio had his men sound their trumpets and bang their swords against their shields in order to create this cacophony of noise. Many of the elephants panicked and began to retreat. Those that continued on, Scipio had the velites move aside to reveal the alleys that he had created with his maniples, and a lot of the elephants just simply went down the path of least resistance. The Roman soldiers on either side of these alleys were anything but passive. They were trained by Scipio to throw their javelins to take out the elephant drivers, and with that, Hannibal's great elephant charge completely failed. What's worse, the elephants that retreated smashed back into Hannibal's front line, taking out a good chunk of his infantry and smashing into his left cavalry wing, totally destabilizing it. Scipio, watching all of this unfold, recognized an opportunity when he saw one, and with that, he sent in all of his horsemen on both wings in a 2-pronged attack. On his left flank, he sent in the Roman cavalry under his sub-commander Laelius to take on the Carthaginians on that side, and on his right wing, he sent in Massinissa with the Numidian light horse against, ironically, the Numidian horsemen that were fighting for Hannibal. Now, this wasn't going to be the first or last time in history that you have people of the same ethnicity trying to fight and trying to kill one another. There's a great example during the American Civil War where you had this northern Irish brigade taking on a southern Irish brigade at the Battle of Fredericksburg. This was a fight where when both sides saw each other, they were like rooting and hollering and yelling and taking off their hats and kind of, hey, this is like recess for them, until they figured out that, hey, wait a minute, these guys are the enemy, and they had to level their rifles and start shooting at one another. In any case, the cavalry clash that occurred that day was fairly inconclusive. Neither side really gained much of an advantage, but Hannibal realized that this was probably just a matter of time. He knew that his cavalry was outnumbered and for the most part outclassed, and so he gave the order for his horsemen to evacuate the field, because he guessed, and guessed correctly by the way, that if he did this, he would draw off Scipio's men. And that's exactly what happened. The battle at this point, despite the military finesse and genius of the commanders on both sides, essentially became an infantry brawl. And the best way to think about it is in terms of a giant tug-of-war. Both sides had 3 lines of men. Scipio sent in all 3 of his. Hannibal only sent in his first 2, keeping his Cannae legions, his veterans, in reserve. And it seems kind of like a dumb move, but Hannibal's plan was that his first 2 lines were going to weaken Scipio's forces, and then his veterans were just going to march in triumphantly and do kind of a mop-up operation. When both sides got into close-quarter combat, the fight went something like this. And again, think of it in terms of a giant tug-of-war. Scipio's first line, the hastati, the youngsters, smacked into Hannibal's first line, driving him back. Hannibal's first line retreated into his second line, who reinforced him, counterattacked, took on the hastati, destroyed them, and pushed them back. The hastati retreated back into Scipio's second line, the principes, who counterattacked, smacked into Hannibal's vanguard, and at that point, Hannibal's first 2 lines began to disintegrate. Polybius's account of this is, well, it's a little biased, and I had to paraphrase it in order to make it sound cool and make it flow. Quote, "The whole affair now became a trial of strength between men at close quarters. The Romans, however, trusting to the steadfastness of their ranks and the excellence of their arms, still kept gaining ground, their rear ranks keeping close up with them and encouraging them to advance, while the Carthaginians did not keep up with their mercenaries nor support them, but showed a thoroughly cowardly spirit. The result was that the foreign soldiers gave way, and believing that they had been shamelessly abandoned by their own side, fell upon their own men as they were retreating. They now fought with even more desperation, and thus it came about that their charge threw the maniples of the hastati into confusion. But the officers of the Principes caused their lines to advance. However, by now, the greater part of the mercenaries and Carthaginians had fallen either by mutual slaughter or by the sword of the hastati. Those who survived and fled, Hannibal would not allow them to enter the ranks of his veteran army, but instead ordered his men to lower their spears and keep them back as they approached." End quote. Think about this. This is kind of like the Eastern Front for the Russians in the Second World War. If you're not shooting at Germans and you try to retreat, you're going to get shot by your own people. The Romans at this point had the opportunity to really press the offensive. They could have just slammed directly into Hannibal's veteran infantry, but I think if they had done that, it probably would have resulted in disaster. This is kind of what Hannibal was expecting, but Scipio saw this. And to his credit and to the discipline of his men, he was able to reform them right there in the field. But instead of forming the standard triple line that the Roman army usually did, what he did was he had his men form one contiguous line, the hastati in the middle, the Principes forming up on their wings, and then the Triarii forming up on the extreme wings of that. Hannibal, recognizing the danger of having his flanks exposed, maximized on this delay in battle and reformed his line as well. He did the exact same thing. He formed one contiguous line with his veteran infantry in the middle and the remnants of his first two lines forming up on the wings. What you had now was one long Roman line going up against one Carthaginian one. And a lot of historians debate about what happened at this point. Some argue that Hannibal started gaining the advantage, drilling holes into the Roman line and actually pushing through. And who knows, if it had continued this way, this might have been a Carthaginian victory. But then Hannibal turned around and realized right then and there that this was going to be, as they say, an inauspicious day for the Carthaginians. Livy gives us the climax of the battle. Quote, "That was the beginning of a completely new battle. The Romans now faced their real enemies, a match for them in quality of equipment, military experience, famed for their deeds, and with fears and expectations just as great as their own. But now the Romans had the advantage both in numbers and morale, since they already routed the elephants and, having broken the enemy front, were challenging their second line." Livy, of course, is referring to the fact that the Roman legions are finally taking on Hannibal's veterans. These groups of men were both veterans of the battle at Cannae. Both were looking for a rematch and redemption. Livy continues, quote, "At this critical moment, Laelius and Massinissa returned from a fairly long pursuit of the defeated cavalry and charged the Carthaginian rear. This attack by the cavalry finally broke the Carthaginians. Many were surrounded and slaughtered where they stood. Many others scattered across the open fields in flight, but died at the hands of the cavalry, who in the end held all the escape routes." End quote. The Battle of Zama was now over, and this was clearly a Roman victory. The Carthaginian losses were staggering. 20,000 killed, another 20,000 captured, pretty much the entire bulk of their army gone. Hannibal managed to escape and eventually made it back to Carthage. Now, historians go back and forth whether or not this was a foregone conclusion that this was going to be a Roman victory. Think about for a second what Adrian Goldsworthy states in his book, The Punic Wars. Quote, "It is impossible to know which phalanx would have eventually have prevailed if the Roman cavalry had not returned to take the enemy in the rear. Hannibal's tactics were not intended to surround and annihilate the enemy to the same degree as his earlier victories. He did not need such a complete victory. If Scipio had suffered a clear defeat, then it most likely would have been the end of the African expedition, even if much of the Roman army had escaped." End quote. So the 1,000 talent question at this point is, why didn't Scipio take his forces, march them on Carthage, and just take it out? And I think the answer is that he probably couldn't have. Carthage was a massive city with impressive fortifications, and Scipio had a tremendous amount of pressure coming from the enemies that he had within the Roman Senate. There was actually even a plan in play to have the guy replaced. So he wanted to end this war as soon as possible. And so Scipio did something that would make a future American president, Teddy Roosevelt, extremely proud of. He sent in the Roman fleet as a show of strength to surround Carthage. This was the carry a big stick, walk softly, gunboat diplomacy kind of thing at its finest. This actually had the effect that Scipio wanted. The peace terms that the Romans wanted were pretty harsh. It started off with the Carthaginians having to give up all their war elephants. I mean, come on, you can't get any lower than giving up your elephants, right? But it did. They had to give up all overseas possessions, they had to acknowledge Massinissa' Numidian kingdom, and the Carthaginians had to pay a war indemnity of 10,000 silver talents, which I have no idea what that is, but it was a number so big that the Romans gave the Carthaginians 50 years to pay it off. What's more, Carthage could no longer have a fleet, at which point 500 ships were drawn out into the harbor and set ablaze. And finally, and most importantly, Carthage could not declare war on anybody else without Rome's permission. With the war fairly concluded, Scipio returned to Rome to celebrate a triumph, a huge fiesta in his honor, whereas Hannibal had to do the less than envious task of having to deal with the Carthaginian Senate. Hannibal being a military man, he was a pragmatist, and he knew that while these terms were harsh, it made much more sense to deal with that than to fight a war that Carthage just couldn't win at this point. Livy fills us in about what happened in the Carthaginian Senate chamber that day. This is an encounter between Hannibal and a senator named Gisco, and I personally would have to say that this is a scene that a lot of people would pay probably good money to see. I mean, imagine this happening in the floor of the U.S. Senate today. Quote, "When the envoys brought these terms back and laid them before the assembly, Gisco came forward and protested against any proposals for peace. Hannibal, indignant at such arguments being urged at such a crisis, seized him and dragged him by main force off the platform. This was an unusual sight in a free community, and the people were loud in their disapproval, to which Hannibal responded, 'I left you when I was 9 years old, and now after 36 years' absence I have returned. The art of war, which I have been taught from boyhood, I think I'm fairly well acquainted with. The rules and laws and customs of civic life in the Forum I must learn from you.' After this apology for his inexperience, he discussed the terms of peace and showed that they were not unreasonable, and more importantly, that their acceptance was a necessity." End quote. With the Carthaginian capitulation, the Second Punic War finally came to an end. Rome put Carthage on the back burner. She now had bigger issues to deal with. And Rome was changing. She was evolving. And this showed in multiple different areas. The militia system that she had was being replaced by having standing armies on multiple fronts. The tactics that her generals were employing were radically different. I mean, if you look at the stuff that Scipio pulled off at Ilipa or Nero pulled off at Metaurus, I mean, these are things that generals in 218, when the war started, wouldn't even have dreamt of. There was the development of a navy. There was a logistical system to back all this stuff up. Rome was truly thinking along the lines of a global, or at least a Mediterranean empire. But here's the thing, you don't necessarily just need to take my word for it. Adrian Goldsworthy also comments on how the Second Punic War had this global mindset change for the Roman Republic. Quote, "From the beginning, the Romans were able to produce in considerable quantity armies which were average in their quality and the skill of their commanders, giving them an advantage over all but Hannibal. As the war progressed and the Roman leaders and soldiers gained experience, their superiority over the other Punic armies became even more marked. Had the Romans not found the troops to fight and win the campaigns on the fronts outside Italy, then the outcome of the war would surely have been very different. It is to the immense credit of the Roman Senate that it continued to commit men and resources to distant theaters when disaster appeared to threaten in Italy." End quote. It's one of those things that once you start expanding into the world stage, it's very difficult to go back to being just a simple Italian power. The megalomania is already there. Now let's talk about what was going on different fronts. Spain was kind of Rome's Afghanistan. This was a front that was almost in a perpetual state of war. Rome had to deploy several standing armies, and it was a very unforgiving front. There's stories where Roman soldiers, if they let their guard down even for a moment, would get slaughtered. Another really difficult area for the Romans was Cisalpine Gaul. This is the Po Valley in northern Italy, south of the Alps. The Roman Senate committed more consuls and legions to this area than pretty much any other, and the war with the Gauls was fierce. Many of the tribes were virtually annihilated, destroyed. The Romans, of course, would call this securing their northern border. In our modern era, with the advent of such things as like the Geneva Convention, we'd probably call this ethnic cleansing, and I don't think you'd be completely wrong by calling this genocide. However, one of the biggest problems that Rome had to contend with was Macedonia and Syria, its eastern front. But then again, who doesn't have problems with their eastern front? I mean, just ask Napoleon or the Wehrmacht. All right, we should probably start with Macedonia. Macedonia, if you recall from the previous podcast, was run by a Philip V. He was a king with a penchant for war. This was a man who picked the most opportune time he could find to declare war on Rome. Rome at this point was reeling from its disasters at Lake Trasimene and Cannae, and he figured he was going to kick him in the crotch while they were down. Now, the war between them was essentially a Greek versus Greek affair. The Romans figured out a way to get the Greeks to slaughter one another and then sat back and watched them do it. At the end of this war, there was this uneasy truce between Philip and the Senate. The Senate was busy taking on the Carthaginians, and they figured they're going to throw this guy a bone. They gave him an easy peace deal. Philip completely maximized on this reprieve. He started making deals with other empires, including Antiochus III of the Seleucids, who occupied Syria at the time. He started expanding his sphere of influence and began attacking other cities. He invaded Asia Minor, took on cities like Samos, Miletus, Pergamum, and this began to worry the other Greek city-states. Places like Rhodos and Pergamum actually started sending pleas to Rome for help. The Romans had to debate about what they wanted to do. There was a big portion of the Roman Senate that didn't want anything to do with the Greeks. But the pro-war faction actually had a precedence. They stated, hey, you know what? There was another time in our history where there was a distant land, where there was an upstart that started attacking other cities, including a place called Agrigentum. And you know what happened there. So the Romans decided to send an ambassador to the city of Athens, where they met up with the king of Pergamum, known as Attalus I. And it was that point that the Romans declared Athens and the Aetolian League as allies. Now, Philip V basically ignored this and continued to attack everything, including Athens. Thus started the Second Macedonian War. Rome sent its consul, Publius Galba, and he and his successor, Publius Villius, made very little headway because they adopted this kind of defensive policy. But then Rome found the right man for the job, and the war completely changed. Enter onto the scene a Titus Quintius Flamininus. Flamininus was a Philhellene. He was a big fan of Greeks and Greek culture, and he wanted Philip not to just stop attacking the Greeks, but he wanted him out of Greece and back in Macedonia for good. And so, in 198, he decides to abandon the defense-only policy and launches a full-blown attack on Philip and Macedonia. Now, when Philip realizes that this Roman is coming after him, and more importantly, that a lot of the Greek city-states see this invasion and start going over to the Roman side, he sues for peace. But Flamininus' consulship is almost over, and let's face it, the man wants glory. And so Flamininus responds by asking Philip for these crazy, wacko peace terms, which Philip can't accept, and so the war goes on. Both of these forces meet up at a place called Cynoscephalae in June of 197, and the reason why I bring up this particular battle is because it shows how the older Greek tactics of the phalanx are no longer able to keep up with the newer Roman tactics. The triple axes, the three lines that make up a Roman legion with its built-in sense of flexibility and maneuverability. Cynoscephalae was a surprise encounter between both forces. But to be fair, there was a hill that separated them, and there was morning fog that obscured the view. However, when both forces did discover that the other one was there, they hastily maneuvered their forces into position and went right into the fight. This was going to be a contest to see who could take the hill. Now, as I had mentioned before, this was a rapid deployment, and so the battle broke down into two distinct wings. The Romans on the left wing were actually pushed back by the Macedonians, whereas the Romans on the right wing were able to push the Macedonian phalanx back up and across the hill, and then halfway into the fight, a tribune on the right wing broke off with 20 maniples, wheeled them around, again, think Romans and flexibility, wheeled them around and smacked them right into the Macedonian right wing. Now, the phalanx was designed only for frontal attack. If you were able to attack it from the flank or even from the rear, you would demolish them. And at that point, the Macedonians knew that they were going to be destroyed. Philip quickly recognized this, and he ordered his men to raise up their long spears, known as sarissas, as a symbol of surrender, which apparently was a Greek tradition, which I personally find very enlightened. But the Romans either didn't understand or they just didn't care, and the Roman commander watching them do this figured, hey, you know what, with their spears up, it's going to make it really easy to kill them. Go get them, boys. At which point, the Macedonians got slaughtered. Flamininus managed to get his glory, and what's more, he managed to invoke some pretty harsh peace terms on Philip. Philip had to evacuate Greece, he lost territory to the Aetolian League, there was a war indemnity, he had to give up his navy. But I think Flamininus made a mistake. He allowed Philip to hold on to Macedonia. Philip keeps his mouth shut and keeps things quiet, but he dies in 179, and Macedon is taken over by his son Perseus, who, let's just say the apple doesn't fall too far from the tree, and Perseus is a hothead just like his father, starts creating trouble in Greece again. The Romans have to intervene again, and the Third Macedonian War that breaks out between 171 and 168 is almost an exact rehash of the previous war. Perseus decides to take on the Roman army under the command of Lucius Aemilius Paulus at a place called Pydna in 168. Now, see if any of this sounds familiar. The Roman legion, with its improved flexibility and maneuverability, does a tactical retreat, luring the phalanx into rough, uneven ground. The Macedonian line loses cohesion, at which point the Romans manage to outflank them and destroy them. But here's the difference. I mean, after all, you can only beat up on the Romans so many times before they learn their lesson. This time, they take Perseus into custody, put him into chains, parade him around in a Roman triumph, and then have the sense to have him locked up or executed. As far as Macedonia is concerned, well, Macedonia is no longer an independent state. It's well on its way to becoming a Roman province, and you know what? It only took the Romans 3 wars to figure this out. The Macedonians weren't going to be the only people to give the Romans a hard time on the Eastern Front. There was also the Seleucid Empire. The Seleucids were one of the successor states that formed when Alexander the Great's massive Macedonian Empire broke up into 3 parts. The leader of the Seleucids was a man named Antiochus III who, well, to say that he didn't have very much love for the Romans is a bit of an understatement. This was a man that also had a habit of attacking a lot of his neighbors, including the Ptolemies. In 201, he engaged and utterly defeated an Egyptian army at a place called Panemon, which allowed him to complete the conquest of Syria in 198. This was going to be the same man who one day was going to shelter Hannibal when he was forced to flee from Carthage, but, more on that in just a little bit. Antiochus is somebody that I would have to say was a bit of an opportunist. He saw what was going on in Macedon and in Greece, and he realized that there were a lot of Greeks and Macedonians who did not exactly have a great deal of love for the Romans either. And so, in 191, based on this anti-Roman sentiment that was developing there, he decided to cross over the Hellespont and invade Greece. Of course, he doesn't actually call it an invasion. He calls it a liberation, and he sends out the call to anybody that'll listen that, he's here to liberate the Greeks from Roman oppression or something along those lines. But immediately after getting into Greece, he makes a major faux pas. The historian Appian gives the account, quote, Antiochus marched against the Thessalians and came to Cynoscephalae, where the Macedonians had been defeated by the Romans, and finding the remains of the dead still unburied, gave them a magnificent funeral. Thus he curried favor with the Macedonians. That's actually kind of a really nice move. You're coming into a foreign country, you find dead bodies on the ground, and you figure you might as well bury them in a dignified way. What could possibly go wrong? Well, give it a little time. Appian continues, quote, Antiochus then accused Philip of leaving unburied those who had fallen in his service. Until now, Philip had been wavering and in doubt which side he should espouse, but when he heard of this, he joined the Romans at once. End quote. This was going to be a downhill thing for Antiochus from this point onward. The Greeks got together and decided to oppose him at Thermopylae, of all places. And yes, this is the same Thermopylae that 300 years before King Leonidas and the 300 Spartans took on the Persians. Except in this case, the Greeks were able to throw Antiochus back into Asia Minor, and at that point, the Romans got involved. The Roman Senate opted to send Lucius Cornelius Scipio, who was the brother of Scipio Africanus, the guy that defeated Hannibal. Later in 191, as the Roman army was pursuing Antiochus after his defeat at Thermopylae, they were able to meet up with him at a place called Magnesia. Now, to make a long story short, the Romans were able to clean his clock. And just like with the end of the Macedonian War, the Seleucids were forced to give up territory, move out of Asia Minor, and to pay this massive war indemnity. It was 15,000 talents this time, which was even more than Carthage had to pay. Up until this point, we've been talking a lot about how Rome emerged from the Second Punic War in a completely triumphant way. It was establishing this magnificent world empire. But what happened to our protagonists? What happened to Scipio and Hannibal? What happened to their bromance? The Rome that Scipio returned to was not exactly what I would call a very friendly environment. It was changing. There was this political conservative backlash against people like Scipio. The older senators that had been there were not exactly happy with the idea of all these youngsters acceding to high rank too early in life, gaining too much power and popularity. And here's the thing, they kind of had a point. If you look at men like Flaminius, with his victory over Philip V, Lucius Scipio with his victory over Antiochus III, or Aemilius Paulus with his victory over Perseus, all of these men came back from their campaigns loaded. And this can be a very frightening thing for a government that bases its virtues on the ideals of shared power. So it really shouldn't come as that much of a surprise that there were political attacks left and right throughout the Senate chamber, especially against men like Scipio and his brother. These were led by a conservative wing of the Senate that was headed by a man known as Cato the Elder. The accusations that the Senate came up with were all over the board. They accused Lucius Scipio, who was Scipio Africanus' brother, of misappropriating funds during the war in Syria. They were particularly not happy with Scipio Africanus himself for defending Hannibal on several points. And they kind of had a point. How come Hannibal wasn't executed after the Battle of Zama? How come he wasn't in chains being paraded through the streets in some Roman triumph? I think in the end, the Senate was just not happy with the concept of their bromance. Now, Adrian Goldsworthy, again in the book The Punic Wars, gives an exceptional account of what happened during the trial of the Scipio brothers, and keep in mind the exact date that the Senate decided to accuse Scipio of his wrongdoings. It's absolutely heartbreaking. Quote, both men refused to answer the accusations and relied upon their past achievements and reputation to prove that they were true servants of the state. Africanus publicly tore up his brother's account books for the war to demonstrate his contempt for the charges. When his own trial was reconvened on the anniversary of Zama, stab in the back, he declared that he intended to go up to the temples of the Capitoline Triad and give thanks for his victory. The mass of the court, apart from the prosecutors and their slaves, and all of the many onlookers thronging the forum, promptly followed him, abandoning proceedings for the day. Despite this display of the charisma that had once inspired his soldiers and his continued popularity with the people, the prosecution was renewed and few senators actively supported the brothers. Africanus depressed by the ingratitude of the state that he had served so well, went into voluntary exile. End quote. Scipio Africanus was perhaps one of the greatest military minds in history, and yet political life destroyed him. Being hunted and persecuted by the Senate, he never returned to the public eye, and instead opted to stay in his voluntary exile, living in his private villa outside of the city until the time of his death in 183. According to the record, he made it a point to be buried outside of the city limits, with the inscription on his tombstone, Ingrata patria ne ossaque Dea mea habeas, meaning, thankless country, thou shalt possess not even my bones. Now, what is to be said about Hannibal? What is to be said about our other protagonist? Well, after the Battle of Zama ended, and the Second Punic War came to a close, Hannibal was elected suffete, which is kind of like the president of the Carthaginian Senate. He came to power in 196 and realized right away that there was a tremendous amount of corruption, and what's more, most of the wealth of Carthage was being routed into the top 1%. Hannibal, being a man of the people, decided in 195 to enact reform, and his reforms were extremely effective. He was able to restore power to the popular assembly, he rebuilt most of the middle class, and he wiped out a great deal of corruption. It was because of the reforms that he enacted that Carthage was able to enter into a great state of revival. In fact, she was in such a good footing after a couple of years that she had the capacity to pay off her war debt in 10 years instead of in 50, even though Rome didn't allow it. You would think that this might have bought Hannibal some sort of re-election, but instead it backfired. The Carthaginian oligarchy, which was jealous of his abilities, not unlike the Senate being jealous of Scipio, actually went to Rome to complain about him. He was sold out by his own people. The Romans responded by sending in a delegation of 3 people to publicly accuse and denounce Hannibal. And the only person in the Roman Senate that opposed this action was Scipio. Like I've mentioned before, repeatedly, these 2 men truly understood each other. They knew the potential of what the other could bring to the table. They both knew that they were exceptional for their respective governments, and what's more, they knew that there was a possibility in the future that Rome and Carthage could work well together. But when Hannibal saw this delegation of 3 showing up at the gates of Carthage, he knew it was a death sentence. And so he went into exile. He escaped from the city of Carthage and fled all the way to the home city of Tyre, and then from there to the court of Antiochus III in Syria. But when the Seleucid Empire lost against Rome, one of the stipulations of the peace treaty was to hand over Hannibal, and so he had to escape again. He managed to escape and fled to the court of King Prusias in Bithynia in 183, but he wasn't able to stay for very long because the Romans managed to catch him at this point. And Livy explained what happened. Quote, "When Hannibal was informed that the soldiers were in the vestibule, he tried to escape through a gate which afforded the most secret means of exit. He found that this, too, was closely watched and that the guards were posted all around the palace. Finally, he called for the poison which he had long kept in readiness for such an emergency. 'Let us,' he said, 'relieve the Romans from the anxiety they have so long experienced, since they think it tries their patience too much to wait for an old man's death.' He thus drained the cup, and such was the close of Hannibal's life." End quote. Hannibal Barca died in the year 183 before the Common Era, the very same year that Scipio did. But it is stated that before their deaths, these 2 men met one last time in the city of Ephesus during an embassy. They didn't meet as combatants or enemies or opponents. They actually met as friends. And Livy gives us an account of their final conversation. Quote, "When Africanus asked who, in Hannibal's opinion, was the greatest general, Hannibal named Alexander because with a small force he routed armies innumerable and traversed the most distant regions. As to whom he would rank second, Hannibal named Pyrrhus. No one had chosen his ground or placed his troops more discriminately. When he continued, asking whom he considered third, Hannibal named himself without hesitation." End quote. But the conversation continued, and Africanus asked Hannibal who he thought would have been number one if he, meaning Hannibal, would have won at Zama, to which Hannibal replied, "Then I would have been number one." And if you think about it, this was a compliment to both men. The lead up to the Third Punic War was a testament to Roman anxiety. The years between 200 and 150, Rome began to fear everything, including fear itself. Carthage was once again growing very wealthy and powerful, and there was this political conservative backlash, as we had mentioned, within the Roman Senate. Men like Cato the Elder were gaining considerable amount of influence. Cato is somebody that I would personally describe as, how do I say this nicely? The man was a total douchebag. When it came to politics, he was great, but with anything else, not so nice. He was the guy that went after Scipio. He went down in the record books as saying things like, when your slave gets too old, they become useless, and the first thing you need to do is sell them. He also had a distrust of anything that was science or medicine. He would treat his own family members to just absolutely horrible outcomes. And when it came to Carthage, he was probably one of the most vehement opponents there was. Now, just as it happened to be, in 153, Carthage started having more troubles with its next-door neighbor, Numidia, which was still under the control of Massinissa. Rome, deciding to try to soothe things out, sent a delegation to intervene, and Cato happened to be in that delegation. When he arrived in Carthage, he was impressed, but at the same time very much dismayed by the prosperity that he saw. The citizens lived in nice homes, there was wealth to go around, the people were happy. He didn't like this one bit. He figured Carthage should be ghetto at this point. The man was afraid. He feared the idea that Carthage could rearm and pose another threat to Rome. There was this famous scene that when he finally did return to the Roman Senate, he unfolded his toga and these 3 giant figs fell out. Now, of course, we live in a modern era where, we have bananas imported to us from another continent. We don't think anything of it. But in the 2nd century BCE, this was a big deal. He was emphasizing to his people that these figs are still ripe, and they came from Carthage, which is only 3 days away by boat. They could be on top of us at any moment. It was at this point that Cato started ending all of his speeches with his famous phrase, Carthago delenda est, or, as I like it, delenda est Carthago, meaning Carthage must be destroyed. Do you have any idea how annoying that would get after a while? People of Rome, I'm going to pass an agricultural bill, and Carthage needs to be destroyed. People of the Senate, we need to build a new temple, and Carthage needs to be destroyed. Honey, I'm going to go get milk, and Carthage needs to be destroyed. This brings us up to the critical year of 151, in which Carthage managed to pay off a war debt. She no longer felt any type of obligation towards Rome or any previous treaty, and Rome felt very much otherwise. Carthage was still having problems at this point with her Numidian neighbors who were constantly raiding into her territory. And so Carthage did the unthinkable act in 150 of rebuilding her army and attacking Numidia. As I had previously mentioned, the Numidians were still under the command of Massinissa, who was the last of the survivors of the Battle of Zama. This man was incredible. At the age of 88, he would still get up onto his horse and, without a saddle, ride with his men into a fight. And when he died at the age of 90, he left behind a 4-year-old son. I'll let you do the math. This war was going to be an unmitigated disaster for Carthage. She fought and lost, and then to add insult to injury, she now had to pay another war indemnity, this time to Numidia. The Romans that were sitting back and watching this happen didn't care whether or not Carthage won or lost. What they cared about was that Carthage had the capacity to rebuild her army. Fearing this potential, Rome wasn't going to be messing around. The Senate formally opted to go for war in 149 and sent in the army, the navy, and both consuls in order to bring Carthage to bear. And as the city of Utica had recently defected to the Roman side, this provided the perfect entry point. The Roman army was under the command of a consul named Manius Manilius, and the navy was under the command of a Lucius Marcius Censorinus. When both of these consuls arrived in North Africa, they started making these demands that were kind of outrageous, each one more progressively wacko than the last, and the idea was really to incite a war. The first demand was that the Carthaginians had to hand over 300 hostages of its elite families, its aristocracy, to which Carthage said, okay. And then the Romans demanded, we want you to give over a ton of weapons and armor, to which the Carthaginians said, no big deal. And then the Romans had to come up with something really creative, so they said, hey, you know what, Carthage? You need to take your entire city, pack it up, every brick, every stone, every doorway, your city walls, everything, and move it 10 miles inland. Censorinus, the consul, gave the excuse that the sea, the Mediterranean, was an unhealthy influence. His take on it was that, hey, you know what? Look at that huge body of water out there. If you put your foot in it, you're going to get wet. And ignore the fact that you could get trade out of it, you could expand your empire from it, you could provide for the wealth and nourishment of your families. No, trust me, it's all bad. Well, what do you do in a situation like this? I mean, Carthage was literally backed up into a corner. It had no choice but to declare war, and people within the Carthaginian Senate that continued to talk about peace were actually lynched at this point. The Romans, I don't think, knew what they were getting themselves into. This wasn't going to be a standard war where you had multiple different battles. This was going to be essentially a siege of Carthage. And the Romans actually showed up with a pretty impressive force. A couple of sources claim that they had about 50,000. Some claim they had about 80,000, along with about 4,000 cavalry. When they showed up with this massive army at the city gates, the Romans were actually surprised that the defenders just didn't give up. Adrian Goldsworthy gives a reason why, and this is a little paraphrased. Quote, Carthage was a large and well-fortified city, surrounded by over 20 miles of circuit walls, difficult to approach, and with its own harbors, the city was very hard to surround and blockade. An especially strong triple line of defense based primarily on a wall 30 feet wide and 60 feet high and fronted by a 60-foot moat ran along the landward approach. There was accommodation for 300 elephants, 4,000 cavalry, and barracks for 25,000 soldiers. End quote. I guess it wasn't entirely surprising that the shock effect of having a Roman army at your doorstep wouldn't make you capitulate when you have these type of defenses. But here's the thing. The Romans decided to bring in their secret weapon. They brought in scaling ladders. And so, surprisingly, or unsurprisingly, the first frontal attack against these massive, almost impregnable city walls was a complete and total failure. The Romans, figuring that this wasn't going to be your standard smash and grab, decided to set up camp, and then they sent in another frontal attack, followed by another, and then another, and then another, and they were all, literally, bloody disasters. It was now time for the other consul, Censorinus, to give it a try. And his take on it was to build these two massive battering rams. And these things were so big that he had to fill in the pathways leading up to the city with rocks and dirt in order to wheel them up to the city walls. And to his credit, he was able to create two big holes within the city walls, but the attack that he led into these breaches were completely and totally misconducted, and most of his men were massacred. And then at night, the Carthaginians just came out and set fire to his machines. And that was the end of that. The Roman army and the commanders that led them into the field that day were not exactly the same type of caliber as Scipio and the men that he fought with at the field at Zama. If you try to compare them, the men in front of Carthage were a bunch of nincompoops. Almost all of them, except for one. In the Roman army that day was a man known as Scipio Aemilianus. He was the adoptive grandson of Scipio Africanus. This was a man that had fought at the Battle of Pydna. He had fought in Spain, which meant that he had learned his battle tactics in a completely unforgiving environment. And when the Third Punic War started, he came in as a tribune, which is about the level of like a colonel. But in North Africa, he worked at the level of like a general. There were several stories where, because of his fortitude and his insight and his military audacity, he was able to save the Romans from themselves from complete and total disaster. And he did this again and again. The man, very much like his grandfather, was a complete and total virtuoso when it came to anything military. He distinguished himself to the point where he was actually praised by Cato. In fact, as the year 147 rolled around and the siege of Carthage had now been going on for 2 years, The Senate was looking for someone to bring it to an end, and because of Scipio's exploits, the Senate lowered the minimum age to become consul for 1 year just to bring him in. And so, in 147, Scipio Aemilianus becomes consul of Rome and returns to the siege of Carthage to assume command. He was hailed by the people who wanted to see another Scipio in North Africa. Aemilianus was not somebody to waste time. He immediately deployed his forces to put pressure on the landward side, and that kind of occupied the defenders, and while they were occupied, he got to work blockading the harbor. Now, if you recall, the harbor in Carthage was kind of a wonder of the world. You could literally house hundreds of ships in there. He started creating this mole, which was like a dam to fill up the harbor entrance, and when the Carthaginians saw they could no longer get out that way, they had to tear down one of their own city walls in order to create a new entrance. Using this new opening, the Carthaginians sailed out one last defiant time to take on the Roman fleet. The battle that ensued was close, but when the Carthaginians tried to return to their harbor, they found out that the entrance was too small, a lot of their ships colliding with one another and ended up just bottling up the entrance. With that, the Punic fleet had to weigh anchor along the city walls, which made them sitting ducks. The Romans pounced on them, and with that, the Carthaginian navy was destroyed forever. Carthage was now cut off from the world, and the people inside began facing starvation. But our Roman commander still had to figure out a way to get inside, and he knew, based on the performance of his colleagues, that a direct frontal attack probably wouldn't work. And so Aemilianus ordered his men near the entrance of the harbor, right along the city walls themselves, to build the equivalent of a permanent siege tower. Now this was going to be a massive undertaking. It began in the autumn of 147 and would take months to be completed. In the meantime, Scipio took a portion of his army, rode out and found the last Carthaginian field army, and near the city of Inexperis, destroyed it. The spring of 146 saw the completion of this construction, and with that, Scipio Aemilianus gave the order that the city of Carthage should be taken by storm. His men poured over the siege works. They entered into the city and moved quickly. They took out the inner harbor, moved on to the agora, and stopped only long enough to strip the gold from the temple of Apollo that was located there. The resulting battle was this extremely gruesome urban warfare. Think of like Stalingrad in the 2nd century. People were fighting street to street, house to house, and in some cases the Romans and the Carthaginians were fighting room to room. The defenders of the city weren't exactly taking this lying down. They managed to inflict some serious losses on the Romans, but despite this, they were forced to fall back. And finally, they had to retreat to their walled citadel known as the Brysa. And it was here that the temple of Aesculapius was located, and they turned this thing into a fortress. The historian Appian gives us a street-level view of the fighting that occurred, and it's pretty graphic. And this is, of course, paraphrased. Quote, Scipio hastened to the attack of the Brysa, the strongest part of the city where the greater part of the inhabitants had taken refuge. There were 3 streets ascending from the forum to this fortress, along which there were houses from which the Romans were assailed with missiles. The Romans mastered these and then threw timbers from one to another over the narrow passages and crossed on as bridges. While war was raging in this way on the roofs, another fight was going on among those who met each other in the streets below. All places were filled with groans, shrieks, shouts, and every kind of agony. Some were stabbed, others were hurled alive from the roofs to the pavement, some of them alighting on the heads of spears or other pointed weapons or swords. End quote. This is what you would call doing it the hard way. Appian continues, quote, When Scipio reached the Brysa, he set fire to the 3 streets altogether. Then came new scenes of horror as the fire spread and carried everything down. The soldiers did not wait to destroy the buildings little by little, but all in a heap, so the crashing grew louder, and many corpses fell with the stones into the midst. Others were still seen living, especially old men, women, and young children who had hidden in the inmost nooks of the houses. Some of them wounded, some more or less burned, and uttering piteous cries. Still others, thrust out and falling from such a height with the stones, timbers, and fire, were torn asunder in all shapes of horror, crushed and mangled. End quote. The siege of Carthage was now basically a slaughter. The remaining inhabitants of the Brysa decided to commit suicide rather than being taken alive, especially the Roman deserters. If Rome ever wanted to make an example out of anyone, it would be Carthage. The massive fires were continued, which gutted the city. The city walls were destroyed, every building torn down, foundations uprooted, temples and tombs looted. The 50,000 survivors out of an otherwise massive city were all sold into slavery and dispersed throughout the Mediterranean. There is even a claim that the Romans decided to salt all the fields so that nothing would grow there for 100 years. But I'm sorry to disappoint, the archaeological record doesn't actually support this last point. In either case, the Third Punic War came to a close, and Carthage was finally destroyed. What is to be said about the effect that the Punic Wars had on Rome and Western civilization for that point? I mean, you don't come out of 100 years of struggle against a state like Carthage smelling like a rose. A lot of historians believe that there were precedences that were set during the Punic Wars that eventually led to the decline and fall of the Roman Empire. I've read in places that if it wasn't for people like Hannibal and the struggle with Carthage, that the Roman Empire would have never come into being, and subsequently then it wouldn't have fallen. I don't quite buy that. I feel, and mind you, this is my own personal, humble opinion, that Roman imperialism was always there. It was a hardwired aspect of the Roman psyche, and that the Punic Wars greatly accelerated her expansion, along with the development of more standing armies, a navy, the logistical system to back all that stuff up. But to go into this in any type of detail is beyond the scope of this podcast. I will say, however, that the Punic Wars did set in a particular precedence that I think is very thought-provoking, which is a Roman commander or general who had the ability to win multiple times on the field of battle using audacity of movement would gain the undying loyalty of his men. And when you have a situation where Roman troops are more loyal to a Roman general rather than to the state, well, then it only takes a matter of time before you have somebody that you add in a little bit of political savoir-faire, and then you have men like Julius Caesar crossing the Rubicon, bringing down the state, and implementing a single-person rule. And a single-person rule is kind of like a two-edged sword. It's kind of sort of fine if you have somebody like an Augustus, or a Trajan, or a Hadrian, or a Marcus Aurelius. But what happens when you end up with a Caligula, a Nero, or a Valentinian III? What happens when you get somebody in power that has no idea what they're doing, a demagogue who has no ability to relate to the common person? Well, if history has taught us anything, this kind of event is just not sustainable. There was an event at the end of the Punic Wars which foreshadowed this. I'm going to let Polybius bring this home. This is Scipio in his final triumphant moment over Carthage. Quote, "At the sight of the city utterly perishing amidst the flames, Scipio burst into tears and stood long reflecting on the inevitable change which awaits cities, nations, and dynasties, one and all, as it does every man. This, he thought, had befallen the once mighty empires of the Assyrians, the Medes, the Persians, and unintentionally he quoted the words escaping him unconsciously. 'The day shall be when holy Troy shall fall, and Priam, lord of spears, and Priam's folk.' And on my asking him boldly what he meant by these words, he did not name Rome distinctly, but was evidently fearing for her from the sight of the mutability of human affairs. When he had given the order for the firing of the town, he immediately turned around and grasped me by the hand and said, 'O Polybius, it is a grand thing, but I know not how. I feel a terror and dread lest someone should one day give the same order about my own native city.'" End quote. Well, that is the end of the 6th and final episode of the Punic War series. I really want to take this time to thank everybody out there for your time and for listening. In retrospect, for me, this has been a fascinating year-long journey into the world of the Carthaginians and the Romans, an entire year of research, reading, compiling, and writing to make the series that you now have before you. If you have enjoyed the Punic War series, please give it a like. If you have a little bit of extra time, spread word about the podcast. Flashpoint History is now on Facebook and Twitter if you're interested in following. The information is going to be in the description of the podcast below. Until next time, I want to thank everybody again for your time and for listening.